to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch and YouTube like Hasan Piker or other kind of promoters of hate.
Maintain revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right. It's Monday News Day. You already know what it is, folks. We're live. We're alive. I got the Roomba in the room right now with me. It's never happened. This is actually a unique instance where the Roomba traveled into the room, because there's a gate normally. And so you might actually end up seeing little Roomba. It's not even a Roomba. It's a different brand, but I just call it a Roomba. Yeah, there's an AI robot cleaning my room currently. Oh, Kaya ran away because she does not like it when the Roomba walks into underneath the bed, the Kaya bed. But yeah, there's a real clanker here. Look, you can see it. Look at the clanker. Why isn't the robot making art instead? I know. That's what the robot should be doing, making art. I guess technically the robot is making art. It's just making art. Its canvas is my floor, and its paintbrush is the cleaning thing, like the brush that it uses to clean. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Monday. They're coming for your homie Chris Rabb. Shaking my head. Yeah, I know. It's Monday. It's Monday. May 11th, 2 days out from the Xi Jinping Beijing summit. We're live. We're alive. Best suit since the suit era started. Growth. Thank you. I'm wearing a old Hugo Boss suit that I have from a long time ago. This is probably the favored suit. Real or bait? This? Oh, what do you think? Putting on a full suit, not even going anywhere? Yeah, dude, I'm a suit guy now. I'm a suit guy. Clean rooms or bourgeois decadence? Yeah. Waited for you to go live? Yeah. They're saying they're gonna do a full-blown military response. We're gonna be monitoring the situation quite a bit, but before we get to that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. And honestly, this is the first time I'm gonna say it. Not a chud ass loser. Not a chud ass loser. A family guy. Okay, I had my whole family come over yesterday after I was done with the broadcast. We had some decadent Turkish meats. Okay. Not a fat chud. Not a fat chud at all. Decadent Turkish meats galore. Whole family was there. Celebrated Mother's Day. My grandmother, I got everybody the fattest flowers they've ever seen. Okay. All the mothers in the family, they all got big ass flowers. And I got a gift. I got a Mother's Day gift for some reason. I guess I'm a dog mom technically. This is from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it's a brooch because I'm in my suit era, and I do, I do these suits, right? I wear these suits, and my grandmother was like, "You have to wear a brooch with your suit. You have to wear a brooch with your suit when you do these red carpets. Like, what are you doing?" So she got me this, which is really interesting. It looks like one of those. It looks like one of those things that you like light on fire so that flies don't fly around. But it's beautiful, and I will be wearing this brooch from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, like a mosquito repellent. Yeah, I'm gonna be a brooch guy. When I do red carpets, I'll be a brooch guy. What's on your tie today? This is I think Ralph Lauren, Polo Ralph Lauren tie. I don't know what's on it. It's like a crest. Dude, so there's a gate, right? But this thing, I didn't realize this robot could technically go up and down gates. Like it can literally traverse gates. It doesn't even, nothing stops it. Robots have gotten a lot better since Roomba is what I'm saying. And it's crazy because like I've had this thing for a year plus and it always cleans the house, but it's never been in here until like maybe a week ago when I found out that it is like capable of jumping over gates. There is massive resonance in your mic when you talk. No, it's because it's this thing behind me. That's what is you're hearing. It's very loud. Yeah, this is I unveiled the character Dr. Jihad last night for the chatters that were watching, and apparently it made itself. The Dr. Jihad character also was unveiled on Fox News. Let's take a look at the Fox News reaction to Dr. Jihad, and we'll figure out whether this is a real video or not, okay?
Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the sweep, the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane. Also exists in the Car cinematic universe. These are the Twin Towers. Now, also known as the World Trade Center. On September 11, 2001, in the Car cinematic universe, one of the planes hit the towers. Cars 9/11.
And he not only celebrates 9/11, but he mourns the fall of the USSR.
Is this actually real? No, it's not real. I mean, the coverage is of something different, but that'd be really funny though. But yeah, this is a real Daily Pixar's Car Fact 218. In planes, we see New York City with no twin towers, implying that 9/11 has happened in the Pixar Cars universe. I mean, it literally did happen in the Cars universe or in the Planes universe, which is a part of the Pixar Cars universe. But no, it's not on Fox News. No, that's a joke. God damn, this motherfucker's loud as hell, bro. God damn. Hey, get out of here. Robot. Fuck. Is so fucking loud. I can't even hear myself think. I've never been in the same room with it. I've never been in the same room with Clanky Okay, his name is Clanky, and I've literally never been in the same room as him. This is the first time being in the same room, and I've never actually had him be in the room here in the studio while I'm in the studio. And I'm beginning to realize that the Clanky is very loud. Okay, little Clanky, very, very, very loud. Not good. Okay, you get along with their kind. I guess I have to, right? I mean, I deal with bots on a daily basis. I might as well get good. Okay, Clanky stopped. At least for the... Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Stop anthropomorphizing the robot? Yeah. So, folks. It's sending your floor plan to Mossad. You think Mossad doesn't have my floor plan already? You think Mossad needs to get my floor plan from the fucking Clanky? What are you, crazy? Yo, is your city gonna be okay, Knicks?
Listen, if you sweep him, I'm gonna suck your dick!
Fuck Paul George! How you wife a stripper?
I'd rather be sucked my dick after we sleep!
Oh wait, it's getting ready to leave. Look. It's getting ready to leave. You can kind of see it maybe? Oh, I don't think you can. It's like picking itself up. It's very interesting. Can you see it from over there? Probably not. It's very interesting. It just goes bzz, bzz, and then it goes up like a lowrider. It picks up its front wheels like a lowrider, and then it climbs over the gate, and then bzz, 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 it lowers its front wheels, and then heightens the back wheels. Like, you replace Kai with the robot, but the robot is shockproof. Yeah. Robot, get out of here. Robot, place. Oh no, it's too powerful. It's too powerful. They can use your WLAN to create a floor plan. Yeah, whatever. Where was I? Oh yeah. So anyway, I did family night, family day, with the whole family, and then afterwards, after the family night, family day, I went to sleep. I woke up early. I worked out. And Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 69 gifted subs. This is what robots and AI should be used for, by the way. and nothing else. But I didn't watch the roast last night. I know Shane Gillis performed well on the roast, apparently. Are you wearing suit pants too? Yes. What is your vacuum's name? Mine is named Vanspot because this sucks so hard. When is bro gonna start his own family? I already have a family. There's 30,000 of you. I have 30,000 children that I have to take care of every day. Anyway, let's blast off. Let's get started. Let's get it twisted. Okay. Yeah, I'm Big Papa. And none of you guys give me flowers. None of you guys give me flowers when it's Father's Day. So I got the blast offs, Druku. Don't worry. I got all the blast offs ready to go, ready to rip. Okay. Iran submits response. Trump BB reject oil jumps. Satan Yahoo on 60 Minutes. Epstein's Fury Day 73 straight close. Situation monitored. You already know. G Summit in 2 days. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Dad, I need money for new shoes. No, you had to be more responsible. You had to be more fiscally responsible. You get no money for new shoes. When are you coming back with that milk you went out for? It's been so long. I'm here every day. You can't say I'm an absentee father because I've literally never left. Okay. I watched a little bit during Mother's Day festivities because Uncle Shaky Gergo was here. Open Presents with 100 gifted subs. Oh, the straight is open and Open Presents is back. So Shaky Gergo was here, so we were watching the Spurs game, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but they're paying the referees to kick out our boy Wembanyama, who has literally never done anything wrong. Getting an ejection. I mean, they ejected him because they knew that the Spurs were going to sweep, and it's just like very clear. It's very clear that they write these scripts. They write these scripts, and they're like, only Deni Avdija has a right to defend himself. Wembanyama doesn't have a right to defend himself. The scripts that we see in the realm of geopolitics, we also see in the NBA. Okay? Because Deni Avdija is always allowed to defend himself, just like the nation state of Israel. But the moment that you get a man, okay, a Maoist, third worldist, Wembanyama, the moment that you get there, all of a sudden, not allowed to defend himself. The double standard is glaring. The double standard is loud, folks. Okay? After all, if Deni Avdija is a 27-year-old IDF veteran child, you could say Wembanyama is a 7'8" kid, former child as well. Okay? His elbows just kind of did that on its own. And not only did his elbow kind of do that on his own, have you thought about the fact that his elbows are in, unfortunately, head distance? He's 7'12". Unfortunately, when he puts his elbows up, yeah, he accidentally elbows people in the face. Dog, he looked them dead in the eye, then swung. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is AI. Okay, this is AI.
The puck's out. There's that. Oh, that's... Ooh.
Yeah, he's defending himself. What's the problem? Do you not see? Do you not see him coming in? Look.
There's that. Oh, that's...
He was just he was trying to turn around. Dude, look at his face. Nas Reed was reading Mein Kampf. Yeah, that's what I heard too. You guys heard that too? Yeah. He had a copy. Nas Reed had a copy of Mein Kampf. Nas Reed, more like Nazi Reed. It was a preemptive self-defense elbow. Draymond Green, y'all have called my career for less. Wemby never did this. Oh my God. All right. The robot is out and Kaya can come back peacefully now to her spot. Clanky is gone and Kaya is back. anyway, all I'm saying is I look at this footage, I rolled the tape, I watched it in slow motion, and they trashing you in my local news in Montreal. You're official. Now, La Presse is afraid of Hasan Piker. This is a article. Hasanabi, the name Hasan Piker circulated widely after the 2024 presidential election. Among the Democrats who wondered why the American left didn't have his own Joe Rogan, a hugely popular podcaster. Senate GOP using you to attack Plattner? Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm a Pills Mafia, so I don't know why they're doing that. I'm actually pretty devastated. Rogan had contributed to the Donald Trump victory by rallying their young people, some more politically engaged than others, to his cause. Some Democrats have therefore seen a left-leaning Joe Rogan in Hasan Piker, his live streaming channel now boasts the 3 million subscribers. Aged 34 and based in Los Angeles, Piker doesn't cast his net as wide as Rogan, limiting most of his appearances to politics. But the tireless influencer reaches a young audience that isn't enthusiastic about Barack Obama's party. This is the one accent that is a tragedy. Please stop. You're hurting people. Why? What do you mean? Why are you shitting on the authentic Quebecois accent? No gaming, called out, limited reach. Yeah. Is le tabarnak, is le Quebecois accent. Okay. Undi has made his mission to help the cause of certain Democratic candidates in the run-up to the midterm elections in November. The question now is whether his presence alongside these candidates will contribute to the success or the failure of the Democratic Party. Anger incarnate. His outburst against Barack Obama gives an idea of his style. During an interview with the host of The Late Show, Stephen Colbert, which aired last Tuesday, the former president discussed his wishes regarding the Republican Party. When I was president, people would ask me, what changes would you like to see in Washington? I would answer,
And pussy too.
I would like to have a loyal opposition. I would like the Republican Party that is conservative on some issues, that doesn't agree with me on a lot. Bro, practice with Obama? Okay. I'm not good at it though. I tried. I didn't practice at all. You can probably tell. My accent is dog shit. I'm sorry. Okay. I should have been practicing off stream. I should have been practicing my Obama off stream, but I didn't. And that's why it's fucking doo-doo. Okay. Anyway, believes in the rule of law, the independence of the judiciary, and empirical data and science that doesn't constantly strip the worst in us. The following day, Hasan Piker responded to Barack Obama, I don't want a Republican Party. I want an ineffective, weak, and inept Republican Party, like the Democratic Party is today. I want a Republican Party so thoroughly dominated and publicly humiliated that people would be ashamed to admit they vote Republican. There's no doubt that Hasan Piker expresses the anger of many Democrats, progressives, or leftists. Accused of anti-Semitism. It also embodies another reality, hostility towards Israel. This sentiment is increasingly widespread among Democrats. No less than 60% of American voters, including 80% of Democrats, have an unfavorable opinion of the Jewish state, according to the Pew Research Center poll published early April. However, in Hasan Piker's case, this sentiment stems from an anti-Semitism reflected. Wait, what? This motherfucker sincerely wrote, no, in Piker's case, he's actually a Jew hater. That's crazy. The normal way to write articles like this is to basically state, not outright that I'm anti-Semitic, but I'm receiving accusations of anti-Semitism. Usually people don't just straight up do that unless it's an opinion editorial. I don't know. Is this an op-ed? Oh, he says, according to his critics. Never mind. I didn't finish the sentence. I got so mad. The influencer often complains about being quoted out of context, but he is indeed referred to Orthodox Jews, inbred, describe Hamas 1,000 times better than the fascist colonial apartheid state. He also stated that the fucking rapes committed by Hamas during the October 7th massacre did not change the conviction that Israel perpetrated a genocide in the Gaza Strip. Okay, well, at least they put that in context. Hasan Piker denies being anti-Semitic. Amongst defenders like Ezra Klein, an influential Jewish columnist and podcaster for the New York Times, who cited in a recent article influencers' denunciations of anti-Semitism and support for Bernie Sanders and John Ossoff, two Jewish senators, unusual form of Jew hatred, to denounce anti-Semitism and promote Jewish Americans to the presidency, wrote the Times journalist, a red line. But Democratic elected officials and allied organizations remain steadfast. According to them, Democrats should avoid legitimization of Hasan Piker, whose controversial views are not limited to Jews or Israel. The influencer notably stated in 2019 that America got what it deserved on 9/11. No, that's not what I said. Got what it deserved. They're making it seem more crazy. The Democratic Party must draw a red line. Hasan Piker and his anti-Semitic comrades have no place on our side, said Jonathan Cowan, Lily Cohen, president advisor of Century Group Third Way on Wall Street Journal. Did you know the PLO trained Quebecois nationalists in Lebanon? I did, actually. I did know that. So, it's kind of messed up.
Jason, it's great to see you.
I mean, this is an article that was probably in French, right? That they're translating. So that's probably the reason why it's like weirdly translated. Yeah, they urged elected officials, Democratic candidates to refuse to campaign alongside him. Backed by Bernie Sanders, Abdullah Sayed recently invited Hasan Piker to participate in his rallies. Republicans want him to win the Democratic primary on August 4th. They already have circulated a photo on 2-minute exchange of fist bump accompanied by the caption, "America got what it deserved on 9/11." Yeah. What is this? You said that landlords don't pay their employees what they produce. What's your evidence? Is there studies that support your claim? Because companies like Ford, 85% of the revenue goes to their employee salary. I mean, it sounds like an assumption, not a fact. My point is, I don't feel like all corporations are evil. I'm not against you. Landlords? Okay, corporations aren't evil. I've said this over and over again. The Marxist perspective is not that corporations are evil. The Marxist perspective is that the concept of exploitation, the extraction of surplus labor value from the labor force, is known to the average person that likes corporations as like an extraction of profits. Okay? You get paid less than you actually put in to the job. That's it. That's known as profits. That's how a company maintains profitability. Okay? You think profit is good. But what is this? Hassan the Hunt Timberwolves fans are going to need you to apologize for slander against our only Nas Reed. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, no, I'm not. I can't deal with NBA Twitter, dude. Two new posts about Hamawi and Shoykat. Yeah, we got one good poll, one bad poll. Really good internal for Hamawi. The Hasanabi bump is alive and well, very real. Okay. Hamawi, and I'm just joking, it's not me, obviously, but like Adam Hamawi went from being third place at like 5% to an internal poll, which is always going to obviously favor Hamawi. But an internal poll that shows him in the top. Hamawi for New Jersey is out with an internal poll that finds him leading New Jersey 12 splinter Democratic field with 90%, way up from the 5% he received in a prior unreleased poll conducted a month ago. A friendly super PAC spent $1 million in the interim. The New Jersey field's top four in the May 5-7 poll is Adam Hamawi at 19%, Sue Altman at 12%, Brad Cohen at 11%, Verlina Reynolds Jackson at 10%. I mean, Adam Hamawi obviously is a stud, and he's gotten tremendous endorsements, Bernie Sanders being one of them. So I do think that, what the fuck? Bro, I'm over here doing election analysis, and this guy goes, fart of the year, please watch. It's like I literally have to laser in on chat all the time. And I see this and I have to watch now. What the fuck do you mean fart of the year? No. No.
Whatever.
No. How is she not laughing? This gotta be fake. That's gotta be fake. Bro, how is she not perishing? Oh, she steps out of the camera. That's crazy. Bro, that shit blew the horsey's tail away. Hello, Fox News. Yes, we are looking at farting horses. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Chatter, you should spam another link about Honduras Gate while we're looking at farting horses. Eventually, I'll cover it. Stop spamming, okay? Goddamn. That's crazy. We're doing real discourse right now, okay? To think that there's actually an FBI guy watching this. Yeah, to the FBI guy, I have to say this. Bro, you light a match in that area and it's exploding, okay? You got mushroom clouds. Anyway. Okay. Let's get back to it. Anyway, that was the good news. Hamawi is doing really well. He deserves it. Absolute stud. You guys already know. I mean, he literally saved Tammy Duckworth's life. Like, can you be more of a stud? He throws his life on the line. He throws his body actively. He was a combat medic. And he, on top of that, throws his body in the fucking crossfire. Okay? He's been to Gaza. He's worked in not one but two different the active genocide zones. Okay, he's incredible, and I'm obviously honored to endorse him. He's fantastic, and I'm glad that New Jersey 12 is seeing that as well. So. So that's the good poll. The bad poll is California's 11th congressional district jungle primary. Top two vote getters advance in November. You got Scott Wiener, who's lost a little bit of sauce. He went from 43 to like 38. Connie Chan has picked up some steam at 22%, and Shoykat Chakrabarti at 21% in third position, following Connie closely. Now, initially, some of the polls showed Shoykat having a much bigger bump, a much bigger lead on Connie, which was good because, like, the hope is at this point to have it go to the general and have Shoykat be the guy, and then the local organizations end up reluctantly endorsing him, even though he doesn't have any. A lot of the left has been like, nope, what you did to Dean Preston is unbelievable. We are always going to consider you to be a carpetbagger and outsider, even though he's not. Like, he is just as much from San Francisco as, like, Scott Wiener is. Scott Wiener is just more involved in local politics because he's a recognizable figure in California politics in general. But what did he do? I mean, he's just rich, and the left in San Francisco understandably fucking hate tech bros. And he's technically a rich tech bro. He's just a rich tech bro with very good He's a rich tech bro with very radical views. He is a rich tech bro with very radical views, but the local left organizations despise him because he's made local donations that are against the San Francisco left. Because a couple years prior, I don't know if you guys remember, but San Francisco had like a growing leftist movement. Okay. Is he pro crypto and fintechs? No, he's not. He's not like that at all. Anyway, listen. He's fucked up and now he's paying the price. Oh, East Bay elitist. Yeah, I hate this shit. I hate this argument. He's fucked up and he's paying the price. Okay, dude, then have a worse person overall as your fucking congressional representative. Like, this is an unbelievably silly way to approach the issue. And luckily, I've talked to a lot of people in some of these movements, and you know, they don't have this like attitude of vindictiveness in general. That's what they think people grow. He undermined a DSA comptroller. No, it's not. No one gives a fuck about. Okay. Yes. People do give a fuck about that because the entirety of the DSA, San Francisco worked very hard on the Preston campaign, and he was great, to be fair. But in San Francisco, there's two things, okay, that people treat like the Sunni Shia split. I've talked about this before. The NIMBYism versus YIMBYism. Okay, you will never understand it. San Francisco is like its own internal local politics system where you're either a NIMBY or you're a YIMBY. It's the Bloods and Crips. It's the Sunni versus Shia. As a matter of fact, I think Pax Islamica could happen. The entire ummah could unite before the NIMBYs and YIMBYs can arrive at like a reasonable fucking conclusion on what to do with housing. Okay? And it's interesting because YIMBYism versus NIMBYism transcends beyond political ideology. People will tell you that that's not the case, but it fucking absolutely is. NIMBYs, not in my backyard, can either be people who are very defensive about new development projects because they believe that there's already existing inventory and the goal should be the decommodification of housing, very leftist point of view, or they can be Steph Curry, who thinks if we build any sort of shelter, any sort of homeless shelter in our neighborhood, then poor drug addicts are going to be in our neighborhood and our property values are going to go down. So it's both ultra left and ultra right. Same with YIMBYs. Some YIMBYs are libertarians who think the only way to solve the housing crisis is by letting real estate developers basically build shanty towns on top of your head and charge you an arm and a leg, which is the ultra right-wing YIMBY position. And then other YIMBYs are like, we have to literally build out a robust housing inventory to tackle the housing market prices, which is the urbanist, somewhat center-left position on the issue, which I also agree with. I don't have an issue with that sentiment. I do agree we need to build more housing. I, of course, want to build social housing, publicly funded housing. And sometimes I think the armchair urbanists get mad at me for that perspective, even though I'm unbelievably autistic about public transit and all the other shit that they care about. So they should love me. But the moment I bring up public housing, they go, wait a minute, that's communism. I don't know about that. Anyway, that's why I said it's like kind of a wash on that. But ultimately, YIMBYism versus NIMBYism is religion in San Francisco because San Francisco's housing market is dog shit, okay? And San Francisco has priced out so many people and pushed them away from San Francisco, people that have lived there for years and years, decades. And that's the reason why they're just they're just very mad. See, San Francisco has no more room for housing, says East Bay elitist. Well, YIMBYs would disagree with you. They want to upzone, which, NIMBYs would say will destroy the culture of San Francisco. Right? Anyway, wait, these people had no issues voting for Nancy Pelosi in every election? See, that's the other side of the story. Nancy Pelosi is a towering figure in American politics, and it's mostly liberal. San Francisco's actual voter base is not even fucking leftists anyway. It's actually rich liberals. So if you have any sort of like crossover appeal with a guy like Shoykot, who is like getting flamed by the local left organizations, who actually has, in my opinion, really good national politics, and would be a fantastic congressperson, one of the best congresspersons that we would have in this, incoming round in the midterms. He would be amazing. He'd be infinitely better than Scott Wiener and definitely better than Connie Chen as well. It's not SF County. It's the whole region law from Santa Cruz County to Sonoma County. San Francisco is one small part of the problem. I mean, it's also the most densely packed, the most populated part of the problem, right? In any case, yeah, San Francisco is literally the incubator of the titans of California politics, and it has always given us dog shit politicians, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, and Nancy Pelosi. Okay, these are all San Francisco politicians. We have an opportunity to change that. Okay, we have an opportunity to make a real fucking national impact, but I can't get DSA and all the San Francisco leftists to listen to me. Even fans of mine that are, normally very open-minded to the things I have to say. And Dianne Feinstein, that too. Oh, my God. So, YIMBYism versus NIMBYism is a bullshit framing, and fuck you. I detest the false dichotomy. You and the Democratic Party paint in blue city states. There's not a real question of development because they only care to ask what developers get paid. There's no YIMBYism with privatized options that direct payout to rich people to run slums. See, look. You can be a lifelong fan like Nasty Chasty, 41-month subscriber. The moment that I fucking bring up the distinctions between YIMBYism and NIMBYism, I don't even like establish a position, right? I say the downsides of both, okay? Immediately, this guy goes, I want to kill you. I want to kill you with a gun, okay? How fucking dare you paint this dichotomy, you fucking piece of shit. YIMBYism versus NIMBYism is a bullshit framing. Fuck that and fuck you. Do you understand? It's actually insane. Like most normal people, when they encounter this concept, they lose their fucking minds. It's an issue that is very near and dear to many San Francisco people, okay? And I understand it because the San Francisco housing market is life or death. You did not disavow, see? That's why. That's why. I have to like disavow NIMBYism or YIMBYism, one of the two. Do you disagree? Oh, real fucking cute. Putting death threats in my mouth now. How hypocritical. Man, I'm fucking joking. Calm down. You're the one who's freaking out. I'm the one who's fucking joking. You're literally proving the joke that I was making. Be a little bit more lighthearted, please. Jesus Christ, chatter. Calm down. I'm going to take you off the screen because I don't want people to fucking yell at you either. Calm down, man. Chill out. I guess you weren't joking. This is life or death for these people. Yes, they take this shit to the death. Like this is a core part of the politics of San Francisco. They lose their fucking minds when you bring it up. Even if you don't assume a position, even if you say here are the downsides and upsides of both ideologies, here's how both of these movements can be both right wing and left wing. Even if you're just descriptive, they go, nope, you have to disavow whichever one it is. Rayson Truanon said he doesn't even recognize the San Francisco he grew up in anymore. So much displacement and gentrification. Exactly. That is absolutely true. Like, The San Francisco left also despises, understandably, a lot of the tech companies as well, where they're just like, you know, I mean, I would too, but in many respects, it's been, you know, obviously a massive fucking revenue boon for the entire state. So it's like unshakable. Their dominance in the city is untouchable, unfortunately, and they're doing a metric ton of evil as well. In any case, that's a big part of the reason why people fucking hate Shoykot on the San Francisco left, because he's funded a lot of candidates that are, you know, in the national front. Obviously, he's funded a lot of candidates that are unbelievably left, but in San Francisco, he's funded, due to, I guess, NIMBYism, YIMBYism distinctions, funded candidates that subscribe to his housing policies closer. I don't know why the fuck he's done it. I don't really care that much, to be honest, but people do. And that's the reason why they're like, no, we'd rather vote for Connie Chen, even though Connie Chen is like a pretty cookie cutter, inoffensive, somewhat progressive Mallory McMorrow style candidate in this particular race. Perhaps a little bit more trustworthy than Mallory McMorrow is. I'll say that. But like, I mean, there's a reason why Adam Schiff has also endorsed Connie Chen, right? And Nancy Pelosi is entertaining an endorsement of Connie Chen. With Nancy Pelosi, it's a little bit more personal. I think she just despises Scott Wiener because Scott Wiener has been very ambitious and has entertained potentially taking over Nancy Pelosi's seat while Nancy Pelosi was still in the seat. So I think she just holds a personal grudge against Scott Wiener. But yes, Wiener, lol, I know. God damn it, dude. Y'all are fucking babies. I swear to God, we can't have a normal conversation at all. But that's just the situation in San Francisco. I really like Shoykot as a national politician. I can't speak to his donations at the local level. It's kind of weird that people don't look at the policy at all. They just think that it's like, Shoykot is like fake radical, I guess, but he's been fake radical since 2015 or 2014, if that's the case, right? And they also despise the fact that he's like, you know, he's a rich guy coming into the race and like funding his own campaign. He spent a shit ton of money on his own campaign. But obviously just spending a shit ton of money on your campaign doesn't necessarily matter for a lot of people. And now CNN is writing about him too. CNN is, and it's not just CNN, it's Edward Isaac Dover. This is the anti-Bernie hit job guy, okay? Edward Isaac Dover is an op of not only myself, but the entire leftist movement. And they're sending out heavy hitters. This is like CNN's hatchet guy against the left. So when he's in the cut, just understand that there are a lot of people in corporate media that are paying close attention to a lot of these primary races because they want to make sure that the Democratic Party doesn't become a left party in any way, shape, or form. That's precisely what's going on here. Okay? David Dayan, my goat from The Prospect, writes, I was in San Francisco a couple weeks ago covering one of the more fascinating House races in the country, CA11, held by retiring Nancy Pelosi. The race is a simple narrative, but the reality is more complex. The frontrunner, Scott Wiener, gets pigeonholed as an abundance centrist for his work on housing, but he contains multitudes fighting power in tech and healthcare while benefiting from wealthy super PACs. Okay, this is the top line, and we can go through it piece by piece. Wiener and former AOC Chief of Staff Shoykot Chakrabarti are the only two who get noticed in national stories, but a third candidate has most local and labor endorsement as an outlined path to make the runoff. San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chen. San Francisco Supervisor Connie Chen was literally brought in to this race by the local left, okay? That's the reason why they're so mad that I'm backing Shoykot, even though I'm obviously unbelievably aligned with all the fucking labor unions and, DSA San Francisco, and they are all, some of them are, in this community right now, probably frustrated, white knuckling through this process, because on the one hand, they're like, I've been watching you and supporting you for 10 years. But also on the other hand, I really despise the tech CEOs, and you are actively trying to get me to vote for a tech a tech guy, not a CEO, but like a centimillionaire tech guy. How dare you fucking do this? So they're going to ban you from the city? Yeah, sure. It won't be the first city that I get banned from. All right. Chakrabarti has inspired a lot of grassroots volunteers, knocking on 364,000 doors already, and he's trying to inspire a new kind of politics, but there's a bit of a style dynamic here. Shoykot is self-funding. I've thought about this quite a bit. On the one hand, it's ridiculous if you're Shoykot Chakrabarti and a centimillionaire and you don't self-fund your campaign. But I think self-funding your campaign makes voters, it's off-putting to voters, I think. Like, I genuinely think even if you're a centimillionaire, you should probably run a publicly funded campaign rather than self-funded, because I think it's an automatic L. Voter perception is obviously really negative, especially in the Democratic primaries. I think voter perception is very negative on wealthy self-financed campaigns. Even Tom Steyer, I think, is having a really hard time with it. These guys are nowhere near Michael Bloomberg level, obviously. They're, they might be even, I don't know who's wealthier, Bloomberg or Steyer. It doesn't really matter to me, but I'm saying like their policies couldn't be further apart from one another. But when you are trying to actively court the left and you're an incredibly wealthy person, I think it probably is better, even from a messaging side, for you to not self-finance your campaign, even if you have the money to self-finance it, because it kind of looks like you're just a rich guy who wants to make a name for themselves or something. On the Republican side, it makes sense. Hey, Hasanabi, unfollowing today. Kendrick is a colorist who supports white supremacy and supports Israel. That's corny. Wait, what? This guy. What? Kendrick is a colorist? Why are you, what? Anyway, the other side of this story is like, if you don't self-finance, then people are obviously going to say, or do the shady donation shit that everyone else does. When you're an actual leftist, being wealthy is a crime. Bloomberg is on the right, which is of course allowed. You just have to filter through shell companies or whatever. Yeah, I think if you self-finance openly like this, or if you don't self-finance, then people are going to say you're an incredibly rich guy. Why the fuck would you not self-finance, right? Like that's going to be the main point of contention. So I don't know what the best method is here, but I do think that this is frustrating. I do think that it's frustrating for a lot of folks. I mean, I myself, I've known Shoykot. I've known of Shoykot for a decade, right? He's worked with a lot of people that I also work with, that I care about. Like, I trust him. But even then, it was hard for me to get on board initially. I had to talk to a lot of people that have known him for years, right? To initially get on board with him, because, you know, he is a centimillionaire. He did work at Stripe. He was like one of the original engineers at Stripe, and he made a fuck ton of money off of that. And automatically, my first reaction to that is always, I don't know, is this guy legit? So I even understand that initial skepticism. In any case, I do think that his politics are far closer to mine than Connie Chen's are. That's it. In any other circumstance, I wouldn't even be paying attention to this race if it wasn't the fact that, you know, Shoykot Chakrabarti is involved, because I don't think Connie Chen has the juice to actually take on Scott Wiener in any way, shape, or form. And it's really funny because like people will be like, "Whoa, Shoykot is a outsider." He's not, right? He's just a rich guy trying to buy his way into power. Okay, well, Scott Wiener is a fucking slave to corporations. Like, he literally is such an unbelievable, servile creature to corporate interests that the SEIU had to unendorse him because he couldn't even fucking get on board with taxing the billionaires. Okay? The SEIU did a double endorsement here with Connie Chen and Scott Wiener. They had to take back their endorsement of Scott Wiener because he literally would not subscribe to the billionaire tax. That's it. So it's very frustrating. And Connie Chen is certainly a lot better than Scott Wiener on the issue of Israel, but still nowhere near as good as Shoykot is. Connie Chen is doing the same, like, oh, I'm actually very critical of Israel route that every other Democrat is currently trying to do. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's all she's doing. And it's enough, I guess, for a lot of people. And, you know, I agree with your criticisms against Scott Wiener, but Shoykot publicly supported a horrible Mayor Lurie. How could anyone call themselves progressive and support Daniel Lurie? Yeah, I don't know the level of his involvement in the Lurie campaign. I think you guys are, I think local politics is the reason why a lot of, like I said, San Francisco left is Daniel Lurie is a monster, by the way. But that's the major reasons. There's also a lot of misinformation about what he's done as well. Like, people go to like unbelievable lengths to just be like, this guy Shoykot is a fucking evil deity. But only sending one more time, not spamming New York Times investigation into Israel's influence over Eurovision for soft power. Yes, I know. I'm aware of this article. I saw it already. And it's also something that we've covered extensively on the broadcast, even before this article was written. So, yeah, I'll talk about that. So, I'm reluctantly rooting for Shoykot, but doesn't Shoykot deserve critique for this stuff too? It goes both ways. No, I agree. What do you mean? I'm telling you the process in which I work through my initial skepticism. I'm saying that these are understandable reasons to be skeptical, okay? But if you look at his policy platform, it's the most comprehensive policy platform out of any national candidacy. Out of any national candidates that I've endorsed, he has the most comprehensive policy platform, partially because he literally has operated a fucking think tank for years that is like a left-wing, radical left-wing think tank that writes policy papers, including shit like the Green New Deal, okay? That's the reason why I'm saying, like, it's a miss. It's an unbelievable missed opportunity not to fucking try to get a guy like that in office. That's why it's so crazy. And I went through this process and like vetted him through a lot of people that have worked with him directly and indirectly before I even got on board with endorsing him. Like, a lot more thorough with my background checks than any other candidate. You know, Oliver Larkin comes in and I'm like, you're great. I love what you have to say. Let's go. Because he has the organizational backing that I already appreciate. Same with Chris Rabb, right? Same with Hamawi. These are people that have like done things that I already know. They have the background that is trustworthy. Malak Kiros, great example, right? Whereas Shoykot has a lot of great things in his career that he's done, where he's aided and abetted the institutional left in many respects, but certainly not like aligned with the DSA in a lot of instances, even if he has endorsed and backed and promoted DSA candidates over and over again all around the country. Yo, I'm not huge on the politics. The country gets too divided on it, but how much is it starting to cost to fill up my truck just to make it to and from work so I can pay my house payment is getting ridiculous. Yeah, brother. That's because Donald Trump decided to be a servile little dog to the nation state of Israel and fucking blow up an Iranian school and kill the entire leadership and triggered the events in motion that Iran understandably took action in retaliation and closed the Strait of Hormuz. So now the entire globe's energy markets are in a state of disarray. This isn't just Trump. He's just a symptom. Yes, Trump is a symptom of the problem for sure, but he also is unique in some ways in his spectacular fuck-ups. Let's be real. But now that you are paying attention, you're at the right place. This is where I explain to you exactly how these events came about. I try to do my very best to explain to you, how we arrived at Donald Trump and how we can fix the problem. Everybody starts doing politics all of a sudden when politics starts doing you. And politics is always doing you, even if you don't do politics. You just start recognizing that they're inserting it in. When you go to the gas pump and you're like, why the fuck am I paying $500 to fill up a tank of gas? What the fuck is this shit? You feel me? Or that you were conned into buying the truck. Your figurehead on the new Pan-Africanism is deafening. Wait, what? Macron said, we are the true Pan-Africanists. We believe that Africa is a continent and that this continent has an enormous amount to build. It's the youngest in the world and therefore has an extraordinary demographic dividend. It's the one with the greatest... Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? I can't think of a worse person to say that than... the French president, dude. That's insane. Saying that as French government leadership in Africa about the continent of Africa is insane. Like, it's like, yeah, the Belgian king, second to the Belgian king coming out and being like, well, as the king of Belgium, I really believe that we will work tirelessly to develop Africa. We are the true Pan-Africanists. That movement is entirely, that movement in large parts is about fighting against French control. That's crazy. Yeah, it's like the Clintons being like, we are the true liberators of Haiti. Yeah. Well, I'll do more. I'll get into this a little bit further, but I really obviously trust David Dane's work. He is a California guy, born and bred. And obviously, he is the guy for policy at the American Prospect. So he wrote this long 23-minute article, long and comprehensive. Okay. And the top line is he went to San Francisco to check out CA-11. He gives a pretty solid, pretty honest shake, pretty fair shake to all the candidates. Talks about Wiener's work on housing legislation in California, who has won him support from the abundance faction that's often at odds with progressives focused on the relentless influence of corporate power. But Wiener is also carrying one of the main bills in the state legislature this year to prevent anti-competitive conduct from big tech, passed legislation in 2024 to crack down on pharmacy benefit manager middlemen and endorsed the bipartisan housing bill that some abundance types have opposed. He even expressed discomfort with investor purchase of housing. The more we move towards mass mega ownership, you really do get into situations where you have Wall Street pressures that end up screwing renters, Weiner says. The humanity is immediately stripped out. Most national commentary on the 11-candidate field has focused on Weiner and Shrokat Chakrabarti, the progressive co-founder of Justice Democrats, who wants to generate a bottom-up political revolution among a restless population dissatisfied with the status quo. Yet Connie Chen, a San Francisco County supervisor, has picked up many of the state's and local endorsements you would expect from a progressive leader. California Teachers Association, National Nurses United, the State Working Families Party, San Francisco Labor Council, California Federation of Labor Unions, the Harvey Milk LGBT Democratic Club. She believes her focus on bread and butter issues and support among cities' large Asian American population can pay off. And while the race has been described as a test between experience and rhetoric, between workhorses and show horses, another factor is the obvious but too often overlooked question of big money. Weiner has cryptocurrency mogul running a super PAC on his behalf, and Chakrabarti is drawing on his own fortune gained from being an early career employer's Stripe. Sometimes in a brawl between the two flavors of big money, a less tainted challenger can sneak through. Much of Weiner's legislative record has been mainstream progressive stuff: public transit funding, criminal justice reform, public health access, immigration protections, phase out of single-use plastics, childcare expansion, caps on out-of-cost for insulin, bans on surprise ER billing, and a number of LGBT rights bills. He wrote the law requiring federal officers like ICE operating in the state to remove masks. When a judge tossed it out because it didn't also apply to the state officials at the request of Governor Gavin Newsom, Weiner reintroduced it with the state ban. Also, Scott Weiner, on the other hand, has been unbelievably pro-Israel. After October 7, he visited the state of Israel and went on stage with the president of the state of Israel, and has also written a bill that is anti-Palestinian advocacy in schools. Closer to home, Weiner has been enmeshed in a number of controversies involving big money. Labor union SEIU unendorsed him for his opposition to a local measure on the ballot in June called the overpaid CEO tax, which would increase taxes on businesses whose CEOs paid more than 100 times the median earnings for their employees. Fantastic. SEIU threw their endorsement to Chan. They had double endorsed Chan and Weiner, but they pulled the Weiner endorsement. So now Chan has the SEIU endorsement. Now, local labor union endorsements, they can be meaningful, but just remember, they also, in the case with Connie Chan, I think it's because they trust her more. Okay? Oh my God. Pulled the Weiner endorsement. Oh my God. Pulled the Weiner. God damn it, dude. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done. Hello. We can't keep doing this. Please stop. I shouldn't have started off with the fucking fart video. I set the stage for my own demise. Anyway, November arguing for a one-time tax on ongoing budget hole in this case created by the Trump administration cost of Medicaid isn't practical. He's elsewhere endorsed taxing the rich by reversing the Bush and Trump tax cuts. Weiner has billionaires in his corner, including Trump donors. Chris Larson, CEO of blockchain company Ripple, a major Trump inauguration donor, has given $100,000 to an outside super PAC called Abundant Future, which has thus far spent about $500,000 attacking Chakrabarti. Y Combinator's Gary Tan is also a donor to that PAC. Chakrabarti has also highlighted dozens of corporate PACs who have donated to Weiner over his state legislative career. None of them have given to his congressional campaign, where Weiner is rejecting corporate PAC money. And some have criticized Chakrabarti for supporting tech-friendly moderates in San Francisco before running for office. In response, Weiner said that Chakrabarti listed about 30 corporate donations out of his 10,000 donors across campaigns the last decade plus. You can go around when you have no track record and cherry-pick donations, he said. My lifetime Chamber of Commerce score is 16%. My lifetime California Labor Fed score is 97%. My League of Conservation Voters score is 97 and 98%. I have one of the most pro-labor, pro-environment, pro-consumer records in the entire legislature. She also, going back to the situation between This is like obviously the super PAC dynamic at play here. And it is interesting that they don't hit Connie Chen. They hit fucking Chakrabarti quite a bit. Connie Chen gets very little negative ad spend right now. And all of these like billionaire-backed corporate PACs and super PACs are fucking up Shoykat's ass. And yet the San Francisco left doesn't understand why they're doing that. If you find yourself in alignment because you don't trust Shoykat Chakrabarti, but when you find yourself in alignment with some of the worst villains that you fucking hate, and if those villains that you think Shoykat Chakrabarti is a part of are literally spending $500,000 on the guy to eviscerate his chances, maybe you understand that he might actually be a real one. Perhaps that's the reason why they're spending $500,000 in the primary already. Okay? Judge me by my enemies doesn't just work for me. It works for the likes of Shoykat Chakrabarti as well. Okay? So if you're a part of the institutional left in San Francisco, just pay a little bit of attention to the amount of money that Gary Tan and all these other guys that you think Shoykat Chakrabarti is a part of, this movement that he's a part of, why are they fucking up his ass? Okay? It's literally it's not dissimilar to Tom Steyer even. Tom Steyer's a fucking billionaire and he's self-funding his goddamn campaign, and every single big money interest is attacking him. Think. I'm a serious person. I'm 42. Consider myself pretty mature, but I can't help myself. But the laugh with that last name, no way. Okay, it's fine. Wiener and former AOC Chief of Staff Shoykat Chakrabarti are the only two who get noticed in national stories, but the third candidate has the most local and labor endorsements. We already covered that. So some see Chan as a more authentic voice in the city's left in the race. She also has mainstream support. Pelosi hasn't endorsed, but Senator Adam Schiff, a key Pelosi ally, has endorsed her. Pelosi's attended a bunch of her campaign stops, by the way. Pelosi has a personal distaste for Scott Wiener. She does not like Wiener because of what I just explained earlier. She has like a personal vendetta against Wiener because Wiener wanted to unseat Pelosi when she was in office, and I think that's carried over some resentment. But getting that message out takes money. As of most recent campaign finance disclosure, she's lagging far behind her opponents in fundraising. And while Labor and the Asian vote are strong factions, they are only fragments in the electorate. Can she succeed? That's the reason why they hit me with the anti-Asian ray, okay? That's why. Remember when I, for the first time ever, received a line of attack that I have never received before? RNC went in, dug up clips from like 2020 when I was shitting on some pro-Trump old Vietnamese lady who was like, you have to vote for Donald Trump because Joe Biden is a communist and Donald Trump is an anti-communist. Okay. Shoykat is also Asian, but he's not, Connie Chen is from Hong Kong. Okay. But if you remember, San Francisco has a massive Asian community, a Chinese community specifically. You literally just went to the Gold Gala law. I know. Which is why it's really funny. I've never heard the Hassan is anti-Asian attacks before in my entire life until this fucking San Francisco race. Okay? The line of attack I usually receive is I'm too pro-China, which is actually in San Francisco one of the only places in the country where having a let's not wage war with China message is actually literally fucking seen as a positive. In every other district, you come across like a crazy person. What do you mean we shouldn't fucking nuke China? What the hell are you talking about? San Francisco is the one place where that message is actually a positive one, and they're still calling me anti-Asian, bro. Yeah, it's like saying I'm fucking Islamophobic. You know what I mean? It's like national media and the RNC coming out with attack ads saying that I'm fucking Islamophobic to make sure that like a Dearborn candidate that I'm endorsing doesn't fucking get the appropriate looks. Anyway. They do know Turkey is in Asia, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. That doesn't work that way, okay? That's not a real thing. I'm not AAPI by American standards just because I'm fucking Turkish, okay? I'm white. Anyway, only in San Francisco, someone like me can run for Congress, she insisted. We ran in 2020 and 2024, won both times, running against candidates supported by billionaires in the PACs. I have that same optimism and attitude. At the kickoff, she put it more clearly to the crowd. When you send Connie Chan to Congress, you're sending all working people. Chakrabarti has inspired a lot of grassroots volunteers, knocking on 364,000 doors already, and he's trying to inspire a new kind of politics, but there's a bit of a style dynamic here. Shoykat is self-funding. For decades now, we basically have had this ideology running the country where profit alone drives the economy. We can't do anything about that. He told me on the sidelines of the canvassing kickoff. People keep voting for anybody running on sweeping economic change. They just know this is not cutting it. We need something dramatically different. Like everyone in the race, Chakrabarti wants to ameliorate the cost of living crisis and tackle official corruption in Washington and campaigns. They're just trying to buy votes to run our government, he said of super PACs tagging him. But his campaign is largely powered by his fortune made as a tech engineer. About 93% of his $5 million campaign haul is self-funded. Wiener, in our discussion, emphasized that public financing system for elections should include limits on, or bans on self-funding. I don't disagree, and I don't even think Shoykat would disagree. I mean, it's a really terrible system right now, right? Responded Chakrabarti, who mentioned that he has more individual small dollar donors on his campaign, about 10,000, than all of his opponents combined. I could either do the thing Scott Wiener is doing and spend a lot of time calling big donors for money, and frankly, they wouldn't donate to me because of my politics is going in there and taxing them and changing the party, or I can put my own money in, and then I do have the freedom to do things like talk about controlling AI and taking on the crypto industry. He said that he endorses full public financing of elections. 2 of the 3 will make the November runoff, so the primary won't settle in. The race is about offering something new to voters, delivering on promises, standing up for working people, and fighting control of politics by the wealthy and the powerful. And, of course, the San Francisco left, which doesn't understand that their votes and their voices are marginal in the broader scheme of things, are not sold on Shoykat Chakrabarti because of his his local decisions that he's made. Okay, they're not looking at the broader picture. I'm sorry, that's just the way I see it. It's understandable to exercise a level of healthy skepticism towards Shoykat Chakrabarti, given his centimillionaire status, or even his previous endorsements or previous donations to local candidates. But the idea that you think he is not a real force for left, a positive change in the party, is unbelievably silly. And the reason why I say it's unbelievably silly is because I don't even have any smoke for Connie Chen, by the way. I want to make that very clear. I think Connie Chen is a very blanket, cookie cutter, center-left politician, okay? And the reason why I say this is because I judge her off of her decisions. Like I said, Israel is not the only thing that matters, obviously, despite what my naysayers might claim, but Israel's a very good litmus test, okay? And it's clear that she does not have her own personal opinions on a lot of the things that she speaks on, and is simply speaking for what she thinks is the broadest subsect of voters. She has smoke for you, repeating attacks on you. I don't care. She's trying to win. She's trying to get the second place, chatter. That's the reason why she's doing that, okay? That's why. Yes, she said I'm anti-Asian. It's ridiculous. She doesn't know who the fuck I am. Of course she's going to literally take any opportunity she can to attack Shoykat, because right now the race is between Shoykat and Connie. They're trying to win the second place slot, okay? Yes, that is indicative of what kind of politician she is. Certainly, she's the kind of politician, just like Mallory McMorrow, that will get those talking points and will go, great, I'll just repeat them verbatim. Okay? She's doing the McMorrow, but using anti-Asian instead of anti-Jewish, chat. Exactly. That's it. She has seen a line of attack. She doesn't think she doesn't think anything of me. She doesn't know who I am. It's understandable. I don't expect her to know who the fuck I am, even though it does seem like there's a lot of people in California politics who do know who the fuck I am, apparently. I didn't even realize this until recently. But the reason why she's doing that is because she wants second place, and she knows, or she thinks, this is a good way to to eat away at Shoykat's chances, because her pathway to second place right now goes through the Asian vote in San Francisco. And in spite Shoykot also being Asian, it's the Chinese vote specifically, like the Chinese American vote, and that's the reason why she's going for personal attacks, because like if you look at the policy prescriptions, if you look at like the motivating ideological foundations for these two different candidates, Shoykot Chakrabarti and Connie Chen, there is a clear distinction between them. That's why I'm choosing to endorse and back Shoykot Chakrabarti. I just noticed State Dem Party has your face on a dartboard given their behavior and fervor against you. I'm sure. I mean, it makes sense if your job is to preserve your control, your ideological control, and therefore corporate control over the party. I'm fucking public enemy number one. Of course I'm public enemy number one. Like, I'm going around the goddamn country trying to prop up insurgent campaigns in the Democratic Party primaries to try and forcibly change the fucking party's attitude towards placing the interests of profits over the interests of the population. So yeah, of course, people that want to keep their jobs, the consultant class that have made, unbelievable lumps of money by being this corporate backed, by delivering this corporate backed messaging over and over again, are doing everything in their power to stop the bleeding within the party. If it doesn't happen in this cycle, and it's only beginning in this cycle, it will certainly happen in the next. Okay? And they know that. I know that. It's over. It's done. It will be done. There's a lot of institutional Dems that despise what I'm doing because it threatens their status. They either have to tell their donors to fuck off and completely reinvent themselves, which is going to make them look hypocritical in the short term, especially, and maybe even put them at odds, put them in contentious races unnecessarily. No one wants to fight a fucking primary battle before they get to the general against a Republican. Obviously in San Francisco, there is no such thing. It doesn't matter. These are all just Democrats running pretty much in the top with any viability. So anyway, that's what's going on here. Why didn't Shoykot do anything political earlier? See, this is what I mean. Look at this. Thank God y'all can't vote here. Why is Shoykot running here and not in LA? Make him your congressperson then. Shoykot's local political decisions have doomed him. It's political choices he made against local leftists here. Yeah, in spite of all of that, he's still actually defeating Connie Chen in second place. Why didn't Shoykot do anything political earlier is a stupid statement. I'm sorry, you're fucking stupid if you think that he hasn't done anything political earlier. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think San Francisco is the only place in the United States of America? Is that what you think? The fuck are you talking about? He worked on the Bernie campaign. Then he was he started the Justice Democrats, and he literally was AOC's fucking campaign manager or chief of staff. Sorry. The fuck are you talking about? They co-authored the Green New Deal. What are you saying? Didn't do enough. The fuck were you doing in 2014, 2015, 2016? Jorking your fucking penis. That's what you were doing. The fuck? Don't ask someone from San Francisco those questions. I know San Francisco people, understandably, are thinking about it with just San Francisco in mind. Why didn't Shoykot work in local politics first? Is something that a lot of San Francisco people think, unfortunately. I know they do that. I know they think that. Well, Scott did. So go fucking vote for him then. Or vote for Connie. Whatever. It's just, it's an understandable real grudge. You want to know why it's an understandable real grudge? And I have a lot of sympathy for it. Because the tech demons literally eviscerated the left movement that was building in San Francisco. There was a time when you had a pretty progressive DA. There was a time when there was Dean Preston. There was an opportunity to actually elect left leaders in San Francisco. And an organized national media backed by all of these tech Silicon Valley demons destroyed it. And big tech completely owns San Francisco now. And they say, weirdly enough, they look at Shoykot and they go, well, he's a tech guy and he's a centimillionaire, so he's just the same guy. He's just like Gary Tan. He is a Y Combinator guy. He's even done podcasts with these fucking dipshits. And it's really interesting because those fucking demons are spending a good deal amount of money, a lot more money, trying to make sure Shoykot doesn't get to second place than they are on fucking Connie Chen. So you have to, at some point, realize maybe he's not like those guys, right? That's the point I'm making. Think. Why? Why are all the fucking tech bros attacking him endlessly? If he's a tech bro and he's just the same kind of demon as these other fucking tech bros, why are they spending millions of dollars by way of super PACs against him and not against Connie Chan? Think! Misdirection, duh. Yeah, okay. Think, Mark. Think. Look what they need to do to mimic a fraction of our power. Anyway. Yeah. What will you do after 1,000 years? Anyway. Do you understand, though? Do you understand why I'm so fucking passionate about this? It's also really stupid when people are like, oh, Shoykot must be paying him. Bitch, I'm rich too. The fuck are you talking about? When have I ever taken any money from any political movement or any political group? I'm the one who funds them. Dumbass. The fuck? Huh. You take $6 from me every month? Yeah, I mean, obviously. The Hasanabi broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. This is where it, that's it. That's my only source of revenue. I'm a proud DSA member for Scott Wiener. Hashtag let 1,000 wieners bloom. Okay. So. The last piece of the puzzle is Edward Isaac Dover, the anti-Bernie hitman, who also wrote a piece. Democrats' internal fights sway the race to succeed Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco. So this campaign is getting this race is getting more national attention now. The last time the city's voters had someone other than Nancy Pelosi represented in Congress, there were no self-driving taxis on the streets, no AI ads competing for space around the tie-dye shops in Haight Ashbury, the youngest San Franciscans could have voted then, are nearing retirement age now. I'm not sure what came first, Pelosi or San Francisco, California Governor Gavin Newsom said. Now, with just a few weeks to go in the first round of the race to replace Pelosi, an iconic center of liberalism, one that sits almost fully within one congressional district, is trying to figure out what comes next. As the Democratic Party churns over what makes it progressive and what kind of fighters its base wants, how to tackle affordability, or even whether to use the word genocide about Gaza, those fights are coming to a head in the city that Pelosi represented in the U.S. House since 1987. What the fuck is this? Okay. Hasan in his prime. Damn, I was a child, dude. This is like my first years in California. And yes, that's a real dunk, by the way. Hasn't dunked since. No, I was able to dunk again last year. I did that now. My knees would explode. True. Anyway, candidates and their advisors admit that though they've been preparing for this moment for years, they're still struggling to figure it out. They're building outreach programs, blah, 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 great highway. Pelosi had long been quiet about the race, but has become more explicit about her potential preference with time running out before June 2nd. Pelosi has appeared at events with Connie Chan, member of San Francisco Board of Supervisors, has spoken positively about what Chan could do in Congress. Still, a spokesperson for the former speaker points back to a November statement after she announced her retirement that she did not plan to endorse. For her seat to be open is wild for the city. Mayor Dan Lurie told CNN, sitting in the office in City Hall, he won by ousting fellow Democrat in the 2024 race that became its own referendum on whether traditional Democratic governance had failed the city. I don't think we even know quite what to make of it. Okay. Scott Wiener has been preparing to make something of it for years. Raised in New Jersey, Wiener lived nearly for 30 years in the Castro, one of the nation's most prominent gay neighborhoods. He started as a lawyer and then made his way into the LGBTQ political activist board of supervisors, San Francisco's equivalent to a city council, to represent a state Senate district that overlaps almost entirely with Pelosi's House district. That's the reason why he has unbelievable name recognition. He's been there for the longest time. And that's the reason why he's like putting up insane numbers of like 43% or whatever, now down to 38. Wiener's years of preparations to follow Pelosi were about as subtle as chonkers and oversized seas line. Oh, God, Edward. God damn it. Just fucking write, man. Just write. Don't do this. Don't just fucking write what you're gonna write, okay? Wiener acknowledged that a relationship that started out strong had become a little bit strained as he made it clear that he was going to run for her seat this year before her announced retirement, that he wouldn't step aside for her daughter, Christine, now running for Wiener's state Senate seat. That is what it is. Do you see how fucking petty these tyrants are, by the way? Like, Nancy Pelosi just fucking hates Scott Wiener for that reason alone. Because she probably wanted her daughter to take over the fucking lineage. Okay? They want to do dynastic politics. This is a democracy. What the fuck are we talking about? Wiener's the kind of local politician constantly popping up at events back and forth. Yes, in his district in Sacramento, Newsom, who's staying neutral, calls him a bit of a legend up here in terms of his ability to carry bills. One-time rival and now endorser Raphael Mendelman. The reason why Newsom won't fucking openly endorse Wiener is because he's scared of Pelosi, for the record. I mean, you guys don't understand, I don't think. Nancy Pelosi is a towering force in Democratic Party politics, okay? Her experience and her power, her influence goes far beyond the district, okay? Understand this. That there is a reason why people are genuinely worried about like endorsing against her, for example. Yeah, one of the only competent Democrats, for better or often for worse. Newsom, who's staying neutral, calls him a bit of a legend. One-time rival now endorses Raphael Mendelman, called him a transit superhero for his work to stop the Muni fare dodgers. But as Mendelman noted in an interview after, there are times when what some see as Wiener's relentlessness comes off as stridency. Wiener gave a practice response to CNN about critics calling him too close to developers, saying developers are the people who build housing, which he says is a pragmatic approach to fighting one of the city's core crises. He says being called establishment means that he has been in office for years, but saying he's been challenging convention all that time. That experience could be especially important in Pelosi's wake, Wiener says, including by fighting for infrastructure money and bringing to Washington the kind of leading role he has had on the state's AI regulations with a Bay Area mentality. People may not know all the details, but they generally understand that Nancy has delivered in a huge way for San Francisco. I'd go so far as to say maybe even AOC's reluctance to endorse might be a Nancy Pelosi thing. Partially. That's the level of fucking influence that she has. Bro, Nancy Pelosi from a hospital bed in Germany was able to overthrow AOC's AOC's pick for head of oversight committee, okay? Which she gave to, and she wasn't even in the party at the point. I mean, she wasn't the speaker, obviously, at the point, but she gave that to her other friend by way of seniority who died shortly after. Anyway, someone Wiener has in mind is not Chan or longshot Mary Hurebiel, but a first-time candidate running on ties to Representative AOC, who has had her own tense moments with Pelosi. Shoykat Chakrabarti moved to the city in his 20s and then returned several years ago before launching what also started as a challenge to the former House Speaker. Chakrabarti makes a point of saying that he doesn't take money from corporate real estate or AI interests, but that's largely due to his self-financing from the millions he made during his first stint as tech founding engineer of the financial service company Stripe. Now, is that the real reason? Or do you think the reason is because of his fucking platform? What corporate PAC would spend for Shoykat Chakrabarti when they are busy spending against Shoykat Chakrabarti? Like, they're literally spending against him. His campaign has developed a custom of offering full-time living wage jobs to anyone who's offered to be a committed volunteer, giving him a sprawling office in a former bank filled with payroll of upward 200 field organizers, door knockers, and phone bankers. Yeah. Only this would be spun in a negative, by the way, that he is unbelievably wealthy and therefore has the capacity to pay fucking full-time staff, but that's a bad thing. Instead of penny pinching, instead of fucking running an aesthetic operation and refusing to pay his fucking volunteers, he's literally paying them. What do you want? Like, he is running the most ethical way that he possibly could, and they're using that. They're spinning it as a negative. He has lent his campaign $4.8 million so far, according to campaign finance records. Chakrabarti spent more per district voter than billionaire Tom Steyer spending per voter statewide in his governor's race. Chakrabarti's pegged much of his campaign to his connection to a politician from the other side of the country, Ocasio-Cortez. He was her campaign manager and first chief of staff and claims credit for a sizable chunk of her early success, including, he says, authoring the Green New Deal. At one forum, he referenced a time when I was in Congress. Chakrabarti said he's also inspired by how U.S. Representative Ro Khanna of California whipped up media attention on Jeffrey Epstein to help get a nearly unanimous vote for the bill, calling for the release of the Justice Department files on convicted sex offenders. You can pick those fights. And by picking those fights, you build power outside of D.C., Chakrabarti told CNN. And when you use that lever of power outside as leverage on the inside to get stuff done. And that's sort of what I saw AOC do in her first term. What Chakrabarti tends to leave out is why he stopped working for AOC after only about 7 months in what has become a minor obsession in San Francisco political circles, inspired a car that follows him to some events with a sign reading, AOC fired Shoykat. Chakrabarti became infamous for tweeting attacks on Ocasio-Cortez's new House colleagues, including scoffing at those who called Pelosi a legislative mastermind. One person, yeah. Does that sound good or bad? Does that sound like the energy that we need right now? Or does that sound like a guy who is too hot-headed too invested in the corporate Democrat wing of the party, like the fucking Gary Tans of the world? What do we think, guys? Perhaps these are the types of reasons why I like him. Have you thought about that? One person familiar with what happens to the freshman congresswoman struggled with whether to fire him, but accepted his resignation when he offered. Chakrabarti told CNN it was a planned transition out from before the tweets because he had a daughter on the way, but did not dispute that she accepted his resignation. Chakrabarti is conspicuously lacking endorsement from his former boss. The same person familiar with what happens to Ocasio-Cortez wasn't pleased to find out from media reports that Chakrabarti was running instead of from him directly. He confirmed to CNN that he hadn't told her in advance, explaining that he initially entered the race to challenge Pelosi before she announced her retirement, and that I didn't want her to be in a weird spot where she's asked about, someone stepping up against Nancy Pelosi. A spokesperson for Ocasio-Cortez did not respond to several requests for comment about the circumstances of Chakrabarti's departure or why she isn't backing him. Asked last month by a reporter from Dropsite News why she wasn't backing him, she spoke about the role she's trying to play more broadly in primaries and never mentioned his name. Beyond Ocasio-Cortez directly, Chakrabarti says he's channeling the spirit of the work he did with the group Justice Democrats to support her in her first race to create his own network of like-minded House candidates around the country. Just last week, he had half a dozen of these candidates fly in from around the country to join his rally, headlined by Hasan Piker, the streamer who's become a focal point of the Democratic fights over his criticism of Israel. Piker's been criticized for saying U.S. deserved 9/11, a comment he has since regretted making, and saying Hamas was 1,000 times better than Israel, a comment I do not regret making, a comment that I think is 100% true. Anyway, while Chakrabarti says he's often trying to localize the national issues on his mind, for example, saying the high cost of living in the city could be tackled by getting universal health care or money being spent in the war in Iran should be redirected to fixing the highways and public transit, several prominent San Francisco politicians told CNN that he remains so unknown that they were unsure how to pronounce his name. Tell them that my name is pronounced Shoykot, and they should learn that. They can ask me. I'm very friendly about it, he said. And then we have Connie Chan. Chan is not running so much to change the party as to recenter on its roots. Born in Hong Kong, raised in Taiwan, she talks about so-called sanctuary city protections and other work for immigrants, and she refers constantly to the union support she's racked up. There's a moment for us to decide. Is it going to someone like me, who's been a first-generation immigrant, a Chinese-American woman, and has been endorsed by the working people, the labor movement, or are they going to go with a corporate Democrat that have been bankrolled by a billionaire, or a tech bro that has been helicoptered into San Francisco, Chan told CNN on Wednesday after one of the candidates' community forums in the Woody Hills at Randall Museum. Notice how Shoykot doesn't really attack Connie Chan, by the way, but Connie Chan is fucking daggering Shoykot. Is Azan pronouncing it right? Yes, dude. Yes. I am pronouncing it right. Yes. Chan said on stage that San Francisco will always be the conscience of the nation and the conscience of Washington, D.C. To her, that means beating back the money-supporting Wiener and the money Shoykot is spending on his own campaign. Edward Isaac Dover, and you will see this. You will see this not just with Edward Isaac Dover, who is a hatchet man for corporate Democrats anyway, but you will see this attitude a lot more frequently in the upcoming primary season, where these guys that would normally directly lean into guys like Scott Wiener will find themselves leaning into at least the more moderate progressive forces in these primaries, Mallory McMorrow as opposed to Haley Stevens, for example, when they realize that the establishment wing in these races have no fucking way of getting out the primaries. Well, I guess in this case, Scott Wiener does have a pretty solid lead on everyone else. But I promise you that they're doing that because they're like anybody but the insurgent wing, okay? Anybody but the anti-Israel guys, anybody but the anti-corporate finance guys, anybody but the people that will center the working class in their policies, in their legislative agenda, in their ideology. Okay? Straight up. It's already happening. They will always go for like Warrenites. Or however, in certain instances, if there is no progressive center, Elizabeth Warren will endorse Graham Plattner like she did. Anyway, But for Chan, the bigger factor in the race may lie in a joke she made at the candidate forum. The biggest challenge I face is if I'm elected, I'm not Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. According to an ally who spoke anonymously, sure her thinking, Pelosi's hyper aware of San Francisco's lost a number of prominent female representatives in the recent years, including going from both senators being women from the Bay Area to having both senators be men from Los Angeles. Weiner and Chakrabarty are also both announced their campaigns against Pelosi before a retirement announcement. Plus, Pelosi likes Chan and sees a kindred political player in the kind of coalition she's building. It's no accident, according to the ally who spoke to CNN, that Pelosi has been showing up at some of the events, as Chan, including popping by a DC fundraiser for her last month, with plans to do more. And Chan is already in the endorsement of Adam Schiff. How is this not a fucking way bigger red flag for goddamn San Francisco progressives than anything else? I will never understand it. Okay? This is the reddest of flags, and not the good kind of red flag. We're not talking about the Communist Party of China's flag or the People's Republic of China. We're talking about a different type of red flag, a bad one. Okay? I didn't even see the first time. What did he say? He said W rape tone? Ew. Kyle just posted this 7 minutes ago. Video's not available anymore. They're fueled by their grudge rather than anything else. No, it's not just like a petty grudge. Okay? This is not just a petty grudge. Obviously, if you don't know the guy and you hear that he is like a fucking tech bro with hundreds of millions of dollars, and you've seen like the only way to figure out what he is about is by looking at his like national ambitions, what he has done at the national level. Okay. And also the local ones. The problem with a lot of San Francisco voters is they are dialing in on the local and not looking at anything else. And as a matter of fact, they don't even care about anything else. They're only looking at the local, which is fine. I think it's okay to look at obviously his endorsements or his funding initiatives in local races. Of course, it's fucking understandable. Of course, it's important to look at, just like his background. Okay. But they don't comprehend what it means that both of his opponents, Connie Chen and Scott Weiner, are either directly getting funding by massive corporate PACs or massive, AI, not AI, sorry, like I think it's crypto for Scott Weiner, if I'm not mistaken, and real estate developers who is uncomfortably close to, or in the case of Connie Chen, the institutional Democratic Party in California that has sold us down the river time and time again. And all of these major super PACs are spending against Shoykot. So make that fucking calculation. Be smart. What do you think is going on here? Why do you think they're doing that? The two top vote getters in this race will go all the way to November, and Pelosi is much likely to endorse then. If Chakrabarty is one of the candidates, that could make it more likely that she endorses the other. Yes, Pelosi will. The way I see it is, in the best possible scenario, Shoykot makes it in the top two over Connie Chen, and everybody buries the hatchet, and the San Francisco left works to prop up Shoykot. Be clear to chat, the local DSA hasn't endorsed anyone. Not is DSA the only leftist Oregon town in a place like San Francisco? Yes, this is also true. I think between Connie and Shoykot, and I'll be very serious about this, I'll be sincere about this, I think Shoykot has a better shot at defeating Weiner as well. Okay? That's the other thing. I'd rather live in San Francisco than LA, though. No, San Francisco is beautiful. San Francisco is absolutely nicer than Los Angeles. It's a beautiful fucking city. Straight up. I totally understand why people are people think it's at the center of everything in their universe. Okay. I mean, it's got at least some level of adequate public transit, for example. That is, reason alone to. Ray Huang was supposed to debate Bass and Nithya in a televised debate on Wednesday. Nithya and Bass both pulled out, so now it's canceled. Are you fucking serious? They canceled the debate? Bro, that is pissing me the fuck off. I was actually looking forward to see how Ray performs. Oh my God, they literally pulled out because they don't want to fucking be up there with Ray Huang. Oh my God. That's bullshit, dude. That's actually fucking bullshit. Full cap, SF is a dump. LA is 1,000 times nicer and a better city. That's not true. God, California politics is so ass. Did you see the Power Grid article that came out a few weeks ago? The biggest U.S. power grid is under strain from AI and no one is happy. I did not see it, chatter. I'm not going to be looking at it right now. I apologize. Did you have Nithya on your show or am I misremembering? No, I had Ray on one time. I'm planning to have Nithya on as well. And I'm planning to have Ray on again. I just haven't. I purposely didn't put my thumb on the scale because it was, I thought that DSALA would be able to handle it internally. They refused to endorse either of the candidates. I believe Nithya got 54% of the vote, but look, I've openly told you I like Ray. I think Ray Ray Huang is a great candidate. But unfortunately, she's green and she hasn't been able to secure the name recognition necessary to get up to get a decent poll position. Nithya, on the other hand, has viability, but her media appearances have been horrible. And also, there's a bunch of stuff that I am skeptical of, which I was going to ask her directly when I have her on. Specifically saying that she was in favor of defunding the police, and then once elected into office, she did end up signing on with police funding. This is not like, there's also a lot of ultras in Los Angeles too, in LA politics. There's a lot of Cinemarxisms in LA politics, including Cinemarxism himself at the time when he did live in LA, who will treat DSA LA endorsed candidates like they are literally the great Satan themselves if they sidestep away from any of their promises, even marginally. And yeah, people who pay attention to LA politics. Yeah, I pay attention to LA politics too. Okay, calm down. Like Nithya has done a lot of good work with homelessness in the city. Can we both at least agree on that? It's probably her only strong suit, and it's something that you care about quite a bit, right? But this is also true. Nithya was endorsed by Democrats for Israel. I know. You're telling me shit that I know already. That's what I'm saying. That is the reason for concern, okay? Brett is not the enemy, man. Come on. No, I don't think Cinemarxism is my enemy at all. What the fuck are you talking about? I've literally worked with him directly. He's done cam op work for me in the past. I can have reasonable disagreements with comrades, okay? It's normal. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't mean anything beyond that. Jesus Christ, some of you fucking babies. Anyway. Yeah. regardless, though, there is a there is definitely, and it's not just Marxism. There's definitely a lot of people in LA politics that will literally be like, "Oh, you are Satan incarnate if you, in any way, shape, or form, have made horrible decisions." Even if like the rest of your policies are on board, the rest of your policies are solid. New poll, Pro Nithya Abundance Network Growth Machine Fund. Bass stalled out with a ceiling. Spencer Pratt growing in second place position. Nithya Rahman in third, but also winning in the runoff while Pratt gets thumped. I mean, I don't think... yeah, there's still a shit ton of undecided people. To be fair, DSALA has a bad track record. Yes, stop. I don't care. By the way, yeah, Nithya endorsed Bass before running. I know. And Nithya also came out of nowhere and decided to run out of nowhere. That's also true. It was literally a week after I had Ray on my broadcast. But I didn't want to like, again, like I said, I didn't want to put my thumb on the scale at all to see where things went. And, I'm not exactly very confident in Nithya at all, although polls still show her as, like, if the situation was that, like, Ray Huang was in striking distance, if she was in double digits alongside Nithya Rahman, like, I would lean into that. Okay? Are you the kingmaker of LA politics? No, I'm not. I'm just a fucking random dickhead who happens to live here. Okay? You can't trust LA DSA because they're dominated by DSA right. DSA right is literally the Zoran caucus. What are you talking about? Am I wrong about this? Okay. DSA right caucuses are the caucuses that got fucking Zoran. They were the ones who were really unbelievably on board with Zoran. That's just the caucus drama everywhere in every fucking DSA. Every local DSA org has its own seasoning. Yes, DSA right means electoralists and sometimes even liberals. But DSA LA is not the same as DSA New York. I know that. Okay, just stop. I know. It's a sore subject for me personally because I feel like it's my own personal failing that I haven't done enough work with DSA Los Angeles because I'm literally. It's like there's a Turkish saying. A tailor can't mend his own, a tailor can't sew his own clothes or something like that, where it always feels like I'm so busy fucking running around the country or even running around the world that I don't do enough local stuff here. The shoemaker's son has no shoes. The cobbler's kids have no shoes. Okay, that's even better. I'm going to work on that. But yeah, this is bullshit for the record. Second time Bass and Nithya canceled a public debate with Ray. They're afraid of sharing a stage with someone who has genuine convictions, not beholden to money and power. Zoran was demonized as a terrorist, won't work with Ray. So she's impractical. Oh, brother, a man calls himself a suit guy. Now he's coming up with suit analogies. Yeah, all right. We've done so many hyper-local stories today. Holy shit. This has been, the first 2 hours have just been California politics and how absolute dog water it is. Probably the most devastating part of you know, my political commentary is how horrible California politics is. We're moving on from that. Okay. And we're getting into situation monitoring. We're going from hyper local to international, folks. Can Ray Huang open the Strait of Hormuz? Yes. The DSALA member, fuck this whole ass fuck shit. Yeah, there's look, just remember, everyone's doing their best, and so is DSALA, okay? Thank you for keeping San Francisco in the rotation. I know.
Trump's rejection.
Give the dog to a loving home, dumbass. My dog, Kaya, to a loving home. There's literally not a single person on this planet who can take better care of this dog. She's already in a loving home, you fucking jackass. The dog. It's always funny when these guys say this shit because Kaya literally lives a better life than you do. Okay? She lives a better life than you do. She gets to hang out with her friends in the morning, run around and play at the gym, or go to the park twice a day. She gets the best food. Sleeps all day in a loving home and cuddles with me in bed at night. It's ridiculous. She touches more grass than you. She eats better food than you. She lives a much better life than you do. Okay? Yeah, someone should take her away from me and put her in a fucking kill shelter, right? That'll definitely fix her life. Yes, but if you considered I love to watch fascists and I'm cattle who doesn't think for myself, checkmate, libtard. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of LSF losers in here today. Wait, why? Why? What happened? New LSF controversy? Does LSF even exist any longer? 2 posts I saw on front page. LSF is back on their bullshit. They're doing politics again. Hell yeah. Did they realize that they can't be... Did they realize that there's too much fuck Hassan motion right now in mainstream media that they don't want to give up on that? They had to bring it back. They had to bring back the fuck Hassan drama. I thought Hassan drama was banned off LSF. I haven't heard of LSF in a minute. All right, let's monitor the situation. Yeah, I got bigger ops to worry about, like the nation state of Israel or Fox News. It's the second LSF, seemingly. Wait, they built a new LSF? Jesus Christ. God, that fucking desperation. These dudes will never let up. XQC brought up Collargate again. Dead end streamer. Oh, nice. What happened? Did someone bring up? Did someone bring up that he's a fucking degenerate gambling addict? And for $100 million, he sold out his own audience to a crypto casino. And then immediately he probably pivoted back to fuck Hasan. I suspect that's usually what happens. Anytime someone's like, people are fucking dying and you're never getting healthcare. Okay. All right. All right, mods, calm down. All right, we're getting to situation monitoring, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the Strait of Hormuz.
Of the Iranian counteroffer was swift and absolute. I have just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it, Trump wrote on social media. He went on to call it totally unacceptable. There had been hope for an agreement to reopen the Strait of Hormuz for 30 days to allow negotiations on a long-term deal. But now, the path forward is unclear. Last week, President Trump, citing progress on U.S.-Iran negotiations, abruptly paused Operation Project Freedom, planned to provide U.S. military protection to commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump didn't say what specifically he objected to in Iran's counteroffer, but the future of Iran's nuclear program has been the major sticking point from the beginning. The president has sent mixed messages on Iran's nuclear material. In an interview last month, he said he didn't care about removing Iran's remaining stockpile of enriched uranium, saying, quote, "That's so far underground, I don't care about that." But he's now insisting the U.S. seize Iran's enriched uranium.
Can you tell us what you think about the extracting the uranium from Iran?
Yeah, we're going to get it.
How will you get it, sir?
We're going to get it.
As the war enters its 11th week, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told 60 Minutes the war can't end until Iran turns over that nuclear material.
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium, that has to be taken out of Iran.
Last week, Iran continued to block commercial ships from crossing the Strait of Hormuz, fired on U.S. ally United Arab Emirates, and attempted to attack U.S. naval ships, prompting U.S. attacks in return. Still, President Trump insisted the ceasefire remains in place. And this morning, we are hearing again from the Iranians, the Iranian Foreign Ministry, saying that all they are doing is insisting on Iran's legitimate rights and saying it is the United States that is making unreasonable demands. George?
And John, this week, this summit with China was originally postponed because of the war with Iran, but the president can't postpone it again.
No, it is on, and this is a highly consequential summit. It's the first meeting in China with a U.S. president and the Chinese leader in nearly a decade, the last one being Trump in 2017. A huge agenda, artificial intelligence, trade, Taiwan, and now, of course, Iran will be a major topic of discussion. The White House wants the Chinese to cut off trade with Iran.
Spiked over the last 15 years. It's gone up many, many times, and I think it's a very important thing to mention. I mention it all the time, having to do with other subjects, and then I bring in autism. Anything having to do with medical, I always bring in autism. On another topic, we're looking very seriously at natural 7-OH and getting that approved, natural 7-OH, and we'll take a look at that very strongly. I think Oz and everybody were looking to see if we can do something there. A lot of people are asking for it. And thank you very much for the work on that. And with that, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, you mentioned that you were going to be meeting with the generals on Iran. You rejected a deal from Iran over the weekend. Can you tell us anything about that proposal and what, if any, effort was made to break this deal?
Yeah, it was just unacceptable. You know, a lot of people said, well, does he have a plan? Yeah, of course I do. I have the best plan ever. I mean, Iran has been defeated militarily, totally. They have a little left. They probably built up during this period of time. We'll knock that out in about a day. But I have a plan. You know, it's a very simple plan. I don't know why you don't say it like it is. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They're very dangerous. They're very volatile. It's a terrible thing that's happened over there. They've killed 42,000 people in the last 2 months, 42,000. At least that's what we know of. 42,000 people. They killed numerous people over the last week, but they killed 42,000 people a month and a half ago. They were unarmed protesters, not at all violent protesters. And they started taking them out, shooting them. So we're not going to let them. That's the plan. You know, people say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was a part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And we're stocked up with great ammunition. We have much better stuff than we did 2 months ago.
You know what that means? When Donald Trump says we have a plan, you know his ass has no fucking plan, okay? Which is exactly what's going on. He has no plan. The idea that, like, instead of fucking securing a deal 2 days prior to the China summit, he's threatening to escalate militarily. I mean, what the fuck is the plan at this point? He's going to accelerate the bleeding. It's already hemorrhaging. America has lost this, okay? I've said this over and over again. The stockpiles are down. America has shown its ass to the rest of the world. We don't have the same force projection capabilities we once thought we had. A middle power is able to hold the entire global economy in a standstill, okay, against the most powerful military force on the planet, okay? The United States spends more money on its military than 8 of its peer and near peer adversaries combined. Okay, this includes Russia, this includes China. Like, it's not even a question who has the most powerful military on the planet. And the fact that they were not able to pry open the Strait of Hormuz militarily and defeat Iran militarily shows that America does not have that same power any longer. But there is a way to open the Strait of Hormuz. Diplomacy. Okay, Iran has shown its willingness to engage America diplomatically over and over again. As a matter of fact, to a degree that one would even consider naivete, right? America and Israel has fucked over Iran in the process of negotiations twice. Donald Trump is the guy who ripped open the JCPOA agreement that Iran had set up with Barack Obama in the past, a multilateral commitment from China, Russia, European partners, the International Atomic Energy Agency. It was working. It was successful. And Iran got limited sanctions relief in the process. And Donald Trump came into office shortly thereafter and destroyed it. And he did it for Israel because Israel was the only country that was against the JCPOA. And they let it be known over and over again, very publicly. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America and delivered a speech shitting on Barack Obama in front of Congress. All of that led to Iran finally closing up the Strait of Hormuz, something that they had not done in 47 years. Okay? And here we are. Donald Trump is failing to pry open the strait militarily. Iran is still maintaining the same militant posture. Iran is basically saying, look, these are our demands. They've been the same since like week 2 of Operation Epic Fail. And Trump is now going back to potential military escalation. This will only accelerate the bleeding. Because the only path to opening the Strait of Hormuz right now, as it stands, is not this long-standing, possible months-long conflict and standoff, but it's diplomacy. There's also one group that is in favor of the continuation of this conflict, and that's Israel. So remember that.
We first did the attack, which knocked them for a loop. But very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Can't have it. And if they did have it, the Middle East would be gone, Israel would be gone, and they'd hit Europe probably next. We're doing the service to the world. And this has gone on for 47 years. Other presidents and leaders of other countries that have the power should have done it, but they didn't do it. But it's a very simple plan. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon, and they didn't want to go that far. If you can believe it, they didn't. How stupid. Are they stupid people? They didn't want to believe it. They think that, well, I'll get tired of this, or I'll get bored, or I'll have some pressure, but there's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already, in theory, had a complete victory from the military standpoint. The military, look, their Navy is dead. They had 159 ships. Right now they have 0, other than little speedboats that go around that got taken out 8 a day by us. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably put the shoulder jobs into service over the last 3 weeks, probably. But essentially, they have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. And frankly, their leaders have been killed at the first level, second level, and half at the third level. And then they come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal. And nobody would take it, although Obama would have taken it, Biden would have taken it. What they took was far worse. So we stopped them twice. We stopped them when I terminated the worst deal probably ever made in the history of our country in terms of defense. That was the Iran nuclear deal penned by Barack Hussein Obama. That would have given Iran a nuclear weapon within a year. They would have had it years ago. I terminated that in my first term. And then when that beautiful plane right there hit them hard, we really hit them hard. And they told me, I want to just tell you this because they like to say, oh, well, maybe it wasn't that hard a hit. Iran told me very strongly, because they intend to give us the nuclear dust, as I call it. It's easier than talking about other terms because it's a term everyone knows. But the nuclear dust, which is what we hit, they told me, number one, you're getting it, but you're going to have to take it out because the site was so obliterated that there's only 1 or 2 countries in the world that could get it. It's so deep and got hit so hard that there's no way they have the equipment to move it. You and China are the only 2 countries in the world that could take it out. So we talked about it, and they said, you'll have to take it out because we don't have the capability of doing it. So for those people that like to say that those great pilots in those great planes, well, we just ordered 22 more of them, new and improved, that those great pilots didn't do their job. They did their job. At 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, every single bomb hit its targets. And then, as you know, we shot some incredible things that nobody else has. Nobody has a military like we have. We shot the Tomahawks from a submarine 200 miles away, and that went on top of it. But every one of those, including the Tomahawks, every one of those weapons and shots hit perfectly. And they said to me, just to put it on the record, they said to me, there are only 2 countries in the entire world that could ever get that stuff out of there because we don't have the equipment and nobody else. They said China and the United States. So I just want to let you know, those pilots did an unbelievable job, very dangerous job at 1 o'clock in the morning. Think of it. No moon, no nothing. We had no light, purposely. And every single one of those bombs went right down an air chute in a granite mountain and exploded. And they are unable to get it, even if they wanted to. But we're not going to take a chance. So that's part of the deal.
So, sir, are you saying that Iran agreed to allow the removal of all their enriched uranium?
Yeah. Well, they did it 2 days ago. They didn't. Okay. They did 2 days ago. They said, you're going to have to take it. We were going to go with them. But they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper. So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, very simple. We get that. They guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time, and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they take it back. But they said to us that it was so badly obliterated, it was the word they actually used, that was my original word, that it got challenged by some of the fake news. And it wasn't challenged with any knowledge. It was just challenged like they were hoping that this wouldn't have been so successful. No, it was obliterated. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it largely in my first term, and I didn't know I'd be using it quite this much in my second term. But very simply, when they say, does he have a plan? Yeah, I have a plan. The plan is very simple. You know, in war, you have to change. You have to be flexible. You have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days. But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't say that in their letter.
Mr. President, given the leadership changes that you've talked about in Iran, is this still a leadership that you believe you can negotiate with, can ultimately reach a peace
I think
deal
so.
with?
Well, you have two. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end. You know, it'll be a very quick fight. But I call them. You have, just like our country, we have lunatics too. I call them lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates that are dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics, and I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protests, you know, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no guns. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us. The Kurds take. They have a great reputation in Congress. Congress says, oh, they fight so hard. No, they fight hard when they get paid. So I'm very disappointed in the Kurds. But they were given, I said it wasn't going to work, by the way. I just have to say it. I disagreed with what they did. They gave it. I said, they'll never get there. And I was right. I like to be right. In this case, too bad. But we sent some guns with ammunition, and they were supposed to be delivered, but they kept it. I said they're going to keep it, but what do I know? I've only been doing this a short period of time. What do I know?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place.
What?
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place.
You know, it's unbelievably weak. I would say I would call it the weakest right now. After reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. I said I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest. Right now, it's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1%.
I don't even know what the fuck to say about this. Yeah, it's on life support because of you, jackass. Is because you care more about Israel than you do about making sure that Thailand continues having an electrical grid. Okay, this is. You care more about making sure that Israel's appetite is satiated for death and destruction than you do about making sure that Japan has sufficient energy, making sure that South Korea has sufficient energy. It's fucking ridiculous, okay? It is completely ridiculous.
Chance of living. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Daniel, go ahead.
Yep.
One of the best reporters in Washington.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Oz referenced this a little early. Two questions on healthcare, if I can. The Council of Economic Advisors released a report saying that the most favored nation drug deals will generate about $529 billion in domestic savings over the next 10 years across all markets.
We are learning new details about Iran's demands to end the war. President Trump says the latest Iranian proposal is, quote, totally unacceptable. The Iranians today are calling it reasonable and generous. Iranian state media says the counterproposal calls for recognition of sovereignty over the blockaded Strait of Hormuz, among other demands. There was no mention of nuclear weapons. Let's get to CNN's Julia Benbrook at the White House for the latest this morning. So totally unacceptable, the president says. Now what?
New Gallup statement just dropped. There is no alternative but to accept the rights of the Iranian people as laid out in the 14-point proposal. Any other approach will be completely inconclusive, nothing but one failure after another. The longer they drag their feet, the more American taxpayers will pay for it.
Or Eagle in Persian can accommodate all types of fighter jets and bombers in addition to...
Bro, they got the F-4s in the caves, man. They got their fucking fighter jets.
Iran's army on Tuesday unveiled its first underground base for fighter jets designed to withstand possible strikes by U.S. bunker-busting bombs, state media reported. The base, named OGAB-44, Eagle in Persian, can accommodate all types of fighter jets and bombers, in addition to drones, the official news agency IRNA said, releasing images and videos from inside the base. The exact location of the base was not revealed, but state media said it was, at the depth of hundreds of meters under the mountains, and capable of withstanding.
This is from 2022. No, I know it's an older... I know it's older footage. I just think it's crazy that even their hangars are inside of the mountain. God. By the way, this is straight up North Korea's whole thing. Okay, this is North Korea's influence. Like, I'm not even joking, because I often will say, oh, North Korea, like, what kind of junior partner role could they be playing in like Ukraine or whatever? This is literally, this is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea's multi-decade planning and aid. Okay, they got straight up genocided by the Allied force of the Korean War, and we're like, never again. We're building everything underground. You slander the best Korea too much, little bro. Straight up, this is Jusha, 100%. Same with Hamas. They went in. They went into every country that is an adversary nation to American imperialism, where we're like, well, we will aid you. We will offer you our support. We will help you fucking build underground missile bunkers, underground missile facilities. We will help you fucking figure out, we will give you the greatest tunnel tech.
Bombs by strategic U.S. bombers. In May last year, Iran's army revealed an Air Force base for drones under the Zagros mountain range in the west of the country. The latest unveiling comes the day before Iran marks Air Force Day, part of the build-up to the 44th anniversary of the 1979 Islamic Revolution. OGAB-44 is one of numerous tactical underground air bases for the army.
This was the first ever threat I saw of Bonzer Barry as well. He's, he's great. He's a great OSINT guy. Very reliable. I don't think it would be far-fetched to say that Hamas weathering 15 months of air bombardment and ground invasion has a long historical thread, tying back the U.S. dropping over 500 million tons of bombs on North Korea. There are many factors that allowed the Al-Qassam brigades to emerge from all corners of Gaza on Sunday, but a major one was their spider web of underground tunnels, a complex, endless maze of reinforced tunnels, 50 to 100 meters underground with over 5,000 access shafts. Following the U.S.'s genocidal air campaign in North Korea, described by Ken LeMay, General LeMay, sorry, Curtis bombs away LeMay as burning down every village in North Korea. The KPA started building a massive network of tunnels along the DMZ. North Korea is regarded as the most tunneled nation in the world by military experts. North Korea also built underground command centers, industrial sites, and the Pyongyang Metro, the deepest metro on Earth, capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. The same year they completed the metro, North Korea dispatched an engineer regiment to North Vietnam to help them construct an underground military headquarters and pass on their expertise/equipment in their fight against the U.S. invasion. North Korean participation in the Vietnam War. Newly available Vietnamese documents revealed that in 1965, North Korea dispatched an engineer regiment to North Vietnam to help the North Vietnamese construct the secret underground headquarters complex. The underground headquarters was to be built in a remote mountainous region northwest of Hanoi for use by North Vietnam's leaders in the event of an emergency, such as the destruction of the North Vietnam's headquarters facilities in Hanoi by U.S. air attacks or an invasion of North Vietnam by U.S. and South Vietnamese forces. The secret headquarters was specifically designed to provide protection against both bombs and chemical weapons. The construction of their underground headquarters complex began in October 1965 after the arrival of the North Korean Engineer Regiment. The North Korean engineers, who clearly had considerable experience in building such underground complexes, provided technical assistance, trained the Vietnamese to operate the equipment, and worked alongside the Vietnamese carrying out the construction of this complex and in assembling and installing hundreds of tons of equipment, including an air filtration system in the headquarters complex. Fast forward to 2006. Hezbollah humiliated the Israeli occupying forces when they invaded South Lebanon, a feat that rested largely on their underground infrastructure. It was built with the assistance of North Korean engineers. A.B. Abrams notes that the layout closely mirrors the layout of the DMZ network. The effectiveness of Hezbollah's tight security network in southern Lebanon, its emphasis on using complex and often extremely deep underground tunnel and bunker networks to move troops, store munitions, and infiltrate enemy territory safe from detection or air attacks, and more recently its deployment of vast arsenals of rocket artillery and ballistic missiles, all closely reflect not only Korean influences, but active Korean assistance. KPA advisors have reportedly assisted Hezbollah in building the complex tunnel infrastructure deemed key to its success in 2006, and Israel's discoveries since then of infiltration tunnels under its own territory meant for wartime penetration were highly reminiscent of those discovered by South Korea coming from the DPRK. It is notable that layout of the tunnel network in southern Lebanon closely mirrors that on the northern side of the inter-Korean demilitarized zone. To provide some indication of how extensive and well fortified the Korean-built tunnel and bunker network in southern Lebanon was, the region south of the Litani River alone was thought to have over 600 ammunition and weapons bunkers, 8 or more meters underground, alongside better fortified command bunkers constructed to a depth of 40 meters using poured concrete. Similar structure to the Hamas tunnel system as well. These were not as deep as those in Korea itself, designed to withstand multiple American nuclear strikes, but were still sufficient to weather anything in Israel's arsenal or any known non-nuclear bunker buster in service in the Western Bloc at the time. The network built in southern Lebanon was 25 kilometers long. Western analysts also believe that North Korean engineers have been valuable advisors to Iran in construction of their underground facilities. Some even believe that North Korea had a direct role in the construction of the Eagle 44 and Fordow. Palestinians in Gaza have long history working in tunnels dating back to the 80s due to the blockade, but the scope, design, and purposes drastically expanded since then. The first official tunnel operation against the Israeli occupying forces will be conducted in 2001. Latest designs are bunker buster resistant, using a combination of poured concrete arches, sandbags, and blast doors to fortify the soft sand and clay. Hamas tunnel picture on the left and North Korean picture on the right. Look at that. There are a lot of unanswered questions as to how, Barry writes, there are a lot of unanswered questions as to just how significant Iranian and Lebanese aid to Hamas was leading up to the Al-Aqsa flood. But I don't think it would be crazy to say that they are at the very least received designs / technical knowledge from them as they did with the weapons. North Korea has been intervening on America's aggression for decades on the down low. In turn, the U.S., Israel, and South Korea have been training for tunnel warfare for years, but no modern army has dared to actually do it. I think it's an Israeli think tank, but it's got more images. Yeah. Hezbollah's Land of Tunnels, the North Korean-Iranian connection. Yeah, so obviously tunnel warfare has been the anti-imperialist's greatest weapon for a century almost at this point. Underground combat is a bloodbath. Yes, you will never be able to figure out exactly the complex web of tunnel systems. So anytime you enter a tunnel system, oftentimes these are also booby-trapped, you're walking into a death trap. These things also have shut-off points as well. On numerous locations, they can blow up, they can booby trap them, and they can bury whoever fucking chooses to enter these tunnels. But this is what Israel was saying the whole time. So there are tunnels. Yes, we've never denied the existence of tunnels. There is basically, what is it like? An unbelievable network of tunnels underneath Gaza. Yes, this is true. It's also entirely removed from what is above it. Okay? Yes, of course. Israel uses the existence of the known tunnel network underneath Gaza to justify blowing up hospitals on top of the tunnel system. Okay? We do not agree with the justification that Israel uses to blow up the hospitals. This is not a reasonable justification to blow up a hospital. There is not really any justification to blow up a hospital. Israel itself has actually, ironically, been the party in this conflict, the only belligerent in this conflict, the occupying force that has gutted out hospitals, Palestinian hospitals, oftentimes developed with and run with foreign money, with donors from all around the world. They will use those hospitals as command and control infrastructure when they actually invaded the Gaza Strip and occupied the Gaza Strip. Hamas has never done this. Israel simply claims Hamas does this in an effort to justify targeting and destroying the entire healthcare infrastructure of the Gaza Strip. IRGC hats go crazy. The Kim Il-sung have crazy hat game. The IRGC hats go crazy. The Cuban hats go crazy too. I don't know what's up with the hats. When I was in Cuba, I really wanted to get one, but I didn't have time. And I also don't even know if it's legal to have that. Have you guys ever seen the Cuban hats? It's like kind of funny actually. It literally looks like the one hat that I wear all the time with the pigeon on it, the skateboard hat that I wear. You don't need to delve into hats again. The IRGC hats, I feel like the bill is so long. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know why it comes across like, look. Like look at how long the bill is, dude. What the fuck? I guess it's it's blocking out more sun. Is sun protection, and then wait, no, not that. Hold on. Cuban military hats. Cuban military hat. Oh, no, not that. These aren't correct either. I'm looking for those specific like civilian, like not these hats, like the famous ones. I'm looking at the ones that are like a regular casual hat. What are they called? The field hat? Is it a field? No, not the Fidel cap. No, there's a new one. No, not the one that I already have. I have one. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the classic the military one. I'm talking about the one that looks like a casual hat. The one that looks like the IRGC hat. The soft caps. This, yes. These are fire. These are fucking dope. That's what I wanted. As you know, I'm Iranian, and you, bitch, have never stood under the Iranian sun. Otherwise, you'd understand that shit. 50 degrees Celsius or 122 Fahrenheit. They are making Vicky Palladino delete all her tweets, apologize for her tweets, and remove all government branding from her Twitter account. That is unbelievable victory. That is an unconditional victory for not only Zoran, but for me as well. Another op is down, folks. Anyway, how do we get to the North Korean tunnels? Oh, we were looking at the incredible tunnel systems they have for even their planes. Wall Street Journal reports the UAE has been secretly carrying out attacks on Iran, casting the Gulf monarchy as an active combatant in a war, which it has been Iran's biggest target. One strike in April hit an oil refinery in Iran's Levant Island. The attack led to a major fire and caused the refinery to be shut down for several months. Iran responded with missile and drone strikes against the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait. Well, now we get to see a clearer picture of why Iran was so punishing of the United Arab Emirates beyond just beyond just hating the fucking vibes of the UAE. Mr. Trump and Xi Jinping are reportedly considering a deal to allow China to invest $1 trillion in the U.S., largely to build factories on American soil. Trump on the verge of making massive error. Dude, he is literally reheating Obama's nachos every day. Okay? It's unbelievable. This is literally just Obama. What the fuck? Yo, straight up, JCPOA is currently being discussed. The ceasefire that we have right now is JCPOA, but bigger. Okay? And if he ends up getting Chinese factory investment on U.S. soil, he's just Obama. He is literally white man Obama. He's like, I didn't like that Obama was black while doing the things he was doing. Okay? That's fucking incredible. Hold on, I'm tweeting. Yeah. Oh, and he does. It's really funny because whenever they get mad, whenever he is brought, whenever people bring up like, well, isn't this just the JCPOA? He just straight up says, no, Obama did it, but did it stupidly. Like, you're just doing JCPOA, but with more favorable conditions for Iran. Okay. And you're also doing Chinese investment on U.S. soil for American factories. But once again, something that Obama also did, but doing it not as a black man, I guess. Yeah. Way more favorable terms for U.S. adversaries. Which I don't think is bad if it leads to long-term peace, stability. Actually, I'm not even going to put that part in there. Fuck it. He gave up a better deal than the JCPOA with Ali Khamenei in favor of Israel. Yeah. Are you racist? You didn't hate on Obama when he did these things? Is it because Trump is pasty white? No, I don't have any. No, I'm not hating on. If these deals actually come to fruition, they're great. Okay, if these deals actually come to fruition, they're great. They're just, I would say. I'm in favor of stability and peace. Okay. The problem is the way he's arriving at these deals is he's just fucking blundering. Obviously, the chatter was joking, by the way. I don't think chatter is saying that like I'm demonstrating anti-white racism. And I've been unbelievably critical of Barack Obama because I think it's, appropriate to be critical of Barack Obama. But there are certain things that I've always held up in Barack Obama's foreign policy agenda that I thought were very good. JCPOA, the Cuban normalization arrangement, like these were good things that Barack Obama did. Sometimes they were so good that it even confused the adversaries themselves. Like JCPOA was not confusing. It was a long-standing, almost a decade-long process of negotiations that finalized with all of these other countries involved in it. But with Cuba, the Cubans were fucking surprised. Like they didn't even understand it. They were like, why the fuck is this happening? America's never been good to us. Anyway, Obama has also done a whole deal of a litany of war crimes, drone warfare, extrajudicial killings of American citizens, all this stuff. Didn't close Guantanamo Bay, did the troop surge in Iraq. I can go on for decades, okay? However, Obama also didn't get the JCPOA by closing the Strait of Hormuz, creating a global energy crisis, collapsing the energy markets, and behave like Israel's little puppet in the process. He actually expended a good deal of social capital that he had and caused a lot of anger and resentment from the Israeli side, which I think was objectively a good thing. And Libya as well. Who could forget? Obviously, God, there's, like I said, I could talk for hours, if not for years, if not for decades, about the many failures of Barack Obama in terms of his foreign policy. That's why I was giving you the much shorter part of Barack Obama's legacy that I think is worthy of praise, rather than the parts of Barack Obama's legacy that are worthy of tremendous criticism.
And pussy too.
Anyway, so, Obama's here. Whoa, Obama, what are you doing here?
And pussy too.
What? That's crazy. Anyway. It is very funny, though, that the guy who was responsible for ripping up the JCPOA and then doing the Abraham Accords is now finally arriving at JCPOA 2, Electric Boogaloo.
And pussy too.
Sina Tusi says, Trump has no good options on Iran. He could have stayed in the Obama deal. I like this tie, by the way. I hate to admit, I'm a suit guy now, so I notice these things. Trump has no good options in Iran. He could have stayed in the Obama deal or taken the reportedly stronger arrangement on the table before the war. Instead, he chose relentless escalation with Iran since 2018, motivated by his own grudges, hubris, and the path Netanyahu and the Israel lobby sent him on. In doing so, he gave Iran the opportunity to activate its innate leverage over the Strait of Hormuz and pull the U.S. into a strategic quagmire. Now he's sinking deeper into an escalation trap despite there being no military solution. I just finished his book, A Promised Land, and from the 2007 housing crisis of Palestine, the Jeremiah right and Trump, his whole position has been, I know what the morally correct position is, but fuck it, we neoliberally ball anyway. Yeah, in some respects, that makes it worse, I think. You know? Closer look at the tie while he's perfectly still, lol.
During the earliest years of their children's lives. Second, we are...
This is so funny. Dude, okay. I'm not one of these liberals, but I'm about to say something that's a little libbed up. Okay? You know, I was literally screaming about Brandon's brain leaking out of his ears since 2019. I said he shouldn't run. He's unbelievably old. His faculties have diminished. And the media took its sweet ass time to get there, right? Perhaps far too late. And it definitely played a role in the diminished credibility of mainstream media for not openly covering that Brandon was demented. I will, however, say this. This is not normal. It's not normal. The media is doing it again. So perhaps they have a uniparty principle when it comes to hiding the fact that our fucking president is demented, okay? I'm sorry. It's objectively abnormal to have the leader of the free world falling a fucking asleep every damn day. What the fuck? What are we doing? Why is no one saying, hey, it's a little strange that our 80-year-old president is fucking shitting himself and farting in his diapers and falling asleep every day while actively decomposing on the timeline? Why is there not a single fucking news article about this? Have you not learned your lesson from Joe Brandon? What the fuck is going on? I'm sorry. This is not fucking normal. He is literally a rotting corpse. Why are we not? What is happening? Why is this the normal? Why is this a new norm? Why do we have two rotting carcasses back to fucking back? He's dead, bro. He's dead. Let it go. He was blinking, you absolute moron. Oh my God, the cope. Every time I see this, David Pakman agrees with me. Okay, this is one area of agreement because guess what? We're not agreeing with one another. We're just observing reality. Okay? This is genuinely insane. What the fuck are we doing? And it's like, this is truly alarming. Okay? This is alarming. This guy is sleeping all the time and possibly farting. Okay? Don't forget, there's reports that he might be farting all the time too. We don't know if those reports are substantiated. I feel like if he was farting a lot in his sleep, like people would probably at some point leak it, right? Because he's constantly around, not just like, Secret Service and staffers, but he's also around like celebrities and shit. Like, I'm sure if he farted in front of Messi would be like, that's weird that the president farted in front of me. You know?
In the Perinatal Improvement Collaborative hospitals, we have reduced maternal mortality by 41.5%, which is true.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are we doing, man? He's also around kids too. They definitely ain't going to keep quiet. He's lost his fastball too. He said Dumbocrats. Shaq and Celtics.
very bad people. Now I'm the hunter. It's much better when you're the hunter, but these are bad people, and they'll give you no support at all, no matter how good it is. I mean, as an example, I don't know what the numbers are, but if we go to Congress to get something approved, which we get, but you can say that we're going to reduce drug prices by 80%, and we won't get one Democrat vote. I don't know how they get away with it. That's why we call them the Democrats. We have a new name, the Democrats, because.
Oh no!
What the hell? Oh my!
That's terrible. The Democrats. Oh, he's washed. When my goat is washed, my goat's so washed. What? What? Check my last message. Setting aside the fact that he's obviously not blinking, it's doubly funny for the White House to say he's blinking while in the middle of wartime negotiations, where, as the saying goes, you really shouldn't blink first. Okay, God, Megaphonics. Are you a dad already? What's going on? I know you're married, but that was the most dad joke you could have come up with. Jesus Christ. You really wanted to go back. You wanted to roll the clock back on that one. You were like, check, bro. Libophonics said, bro, check these messages, okay? He went from wife maxing to dad maxing. What the hell, man? Bro, you can't lie like that. Line wouldn't have gone hard in 2017. Let me have this. Yeah, it's almost been 10 years, man. Bro, you know if Trump farted in front of Messi, the Five would spend 20 minutes saying that farting in front of the most famous celebrity in the world is a tool that the president is using to assert his dominance over Messi. He's consciously farting because he can. You're not wrong. That is definitely what would happen.
They're dumb. They're dumb people, and they just can't do it. I've been waiting so long for them to change, but they just keep losing, and they're going to keep losing with their policy.
Yeah, they're going to keep losing. That's why we're trying to cheat.
Truly incredible. And this is compared with the 5.9% decline in benchmark hospitals.
I can't believe it, dude. What are we doing? What a dumbass country we live in. Like, we have so much promise. Okay? We have so much potential. And it's a nation run by two carcasses back to back. Corrupt tyrants, carcasses, only invested in advancing the interests of corporations and the super wealthy. Ugh. Have you seen this nonsense about you on change.org? Tell Democrats not to cross the Hasan Piker red line. Brother, why are you giving this any attention whatsoever? Stop Anti-Semitism started this link, this petition. Do we think Stop Anti-Semitism is a Democrat? He's got 1,387 petitions. I mean, 1,387 signatures. Just signed. Okay, dude. Thank you. I think this chat would troll me into going to prison. Like, they'd be like, "Oh, I'm such a troll. I'm such a troll. Hey, you have to pay attention to this thing." Ugh.
Go at the weakest.
For the time being, the ceasefire remains in place?
You know, it's unbelievably weak, I would say. I would call it the weakest right now.
From the standpoint of weakness, this is the weakest that they've ever
After
been.
reading that piece of garbage they sent us, I didn't even finish reading it. They said, I'm not going to waste my time reading it. I would say it's one of the weakest right now. It's on life support. They understand these are all medical people. Dr. Oz, life support is not a good thing. Do you agree?
Bad prognostic.
I would say the ceasefire is on massive life support, where the doctor walks in and says, sir, your loved one has approximately a 1% chance of living.
I already read it, Laughing Man. The Quebec paper. I read it already. I saw that they wrote about me. I know. The JCPOA has been characterized by Trump and other opponents as a kind of woke capitulation by Democrats, whereas in reality it was the product of cold realist calculation that the U.S. global power would obviously go into relative decline over time, and thus it would be better to negotiate favorable terms for a drawdown, including preventing an Iranian nuclear weapon in exchange for sanctions relief, rather than have it collapse in unwinnable confrontations. How can we see that? Oh, good question. You can rewind. And right now, as it stands, you can't rewind unless you subscribe. Okay? But if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, you can send me links with no guarantees that I'll click on them. You can also use the emotes all around the platform. And you can also rewind. How do I rewind if I can't afford a sub? Then if you're a broke boy, then sorry, no rewind for you. It's not up to me. That's just how the platform works. But I guess you can get gifted a sub. That's right. You can get gifted a sub by a wealthy benefactor. Closed Presents, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Michael Fuscoar, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. For all the broke boys in the chat, you can either use your Prime sub, which is free, or if you're lucky, you can get gifted a subscription from one of the many Qatari Oilers in the chat. That's right. Those are the ways that you can do it. What Kami says, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. There's some reports that Pakistan has quietly allowed Iran to park military aircraft, including an RC-130 reconnaissance plane, at its strategic Noor Khan airbase near Rawalpindi, even as Islamabad publicly presented itself as a mediator between Tehran and Washington. Iran has also moved civilian aircraft to Afghanistan, with one Mahan airplane relocated from Kabul to Herat for safety during Pakistan's airstrikes on Kabul in March. Pakistan and Afghan Taliban officials denied the claims, while U.S. officials say the arrangement appeared aimed at shielding Iranian assets from American strikes. Where are you going? Israel's now deploying lifelike mannequin decoys dressed in helmets, tactical vests, and masks, and military uniforms to bait Hezbollah FPV drones into wasting their munitions on fake targets. Yeah. I think Hezbollah knows to target the streaming running ones instead of the obviously brave ones. What is this Looney Tunes shit? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, and the only reason why I say that is because the Israeli occupying forces oftentimes run away. What is this photo of the year? Wait, is that real? No, this is AI, isn't it? That's not a real FPV drone, is it? It's AI. That looks AI. Trump meme, what is he doing?
Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire, boom. Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire, boom.
Yeah, it might be a real FPV drone footage that they AI base boosted, like they enhanced it with AI. Axios says two U.S. officials say Trump is now leaning towards taking some form of military action against Iran to increase pressure on the regime and force concessions on its nuclear program. Jeremy Boise, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, by the way. Is it a hype train? No, it's not a hype train. Never mind. My daughter is 16 today. Can you please say happy birthday, Carol? Happy birthday, Carol. Colorado Democrat congressional candidate Malak Quiros calls to abolish ICE and give all criminal illegals citizenship. Abolishing ICE is just one step. I think there is to be an immediate pathway for every single undocumented immigrant. Let's go. Dude, what the fuck? Why is the RNC research so far up my asshole, dude? It's crazy. It's crazy. Xilax! Oh my God, a name I haven't seen in a long time. Xilax, thank you for the 50 bones. P-Blows, thank you for the 5 bones. Bad Buzzy 15, thank you for the 5 bones as well. Caked Up Bot, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the fuck? What is, I mean, it's a bit weird, right? Like, why is the Republican Party this invested in like Democratic primary races? Why is the Republican Party this invested in Democratic primary races? They don't focus on Democratic primaries like this. Why have they put the crosshairs on what the Democratic Party is doing right now in its own fucking primary system? Senate Republicans also did this. Just days ago, Democrat mouthpiece Hasan Piker called for a violent revolution. Now Piker backed Graham Plattner, who said violence with a gun is necessary to achieve change. I do believe 100% that a political revolution is entirely necessary.
Back to Lever Time. I'm still on the road, speaking with Graham Plattner.
I do 100% believe that a political revolution is entirely necessary. Yeah.
Wow. I'm shitting in my pants right now. Like, why is it that the only appropriate speech in terms of like even violent revolutionary rhetoric, right? Which I wasn't even saying. I said those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable, which is not my statement. It's JFK's. But like Republicans literally talk about like arming themselves. Republicans talk about arming themselves to conduct bloody warfare on a daily fucking basis. Like, what are we talking about? Holy shit, RNC research is so far up my asshole, dude. Oh my God. Posting like their salary depends on it. I mean, it does. Republicans not only have talked about and still continue to talk about doing like violent revolution, Second Amendment. Like, what do you think it means when you say, oh, well, the Second Amendment, I have my Second Amendment so I can rise up against a tyrannical government through a well-regulated militia force if necessary? That's literally just the opposite side of this conversation. But God forbid someone on the fucking left says something not even remotely as violent, remotely as threatening. All of a sudden, every fucking liberal and the entirety of the right wing comes storming down, being like, oh my God, oh my stars and garters, where are my pearls? I must clutch them. I must clutch my pearls. They've not only spoken about doing a violent revolution, they have literally tried to and failed to successfully do an insurrection. What the fuck was January 6th? It's so interesting. It's so interesting that the whole game is so slanted to the right. Right-wingers get away with saying whatever the fuck they want. But God forbid you are on the left, not just on the liberal side, but even though liberals also, unfortunately, deal with this shit all the fucking time as well, right? And yet they still don't shy away from using the same tactics to those who are on their left, right? Because right-wingers, conservatives, the Republicans are to the right of liberals. Liberals are sometimes center left, sometimes center right. That's what most of the Democratic Party is. And of course, Republicans will always use the same cynical framing to attack everyone to their left flank. This also obviously includes liberals. This also obviously includes Democrats, right? But then the same corporate Democrats who are on the receiving end of this shameless line of attack will then so easily turn the crosshairs to their left and attack their left flank in the exact same way. It's very frustrating to watch this happen, okay? My argument isn't to say like, oh, why can't I be violent in my rhetoric, right? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not even using violent rhetoric when I talk about, you know, the likelihood of violence happening as a direct consequence of removing pressure valves, like like overturning the results of a vote, right? In the state of Virginia. That's what this escalation against democracy is inevitably going to lead to. And even then, they're like, whoa, it's incredible. I can't believe he's saying that. Yeah, Ted Nugent said Democrats should be hunted down like wild game. And no one has an issue fucking getting endorsed by Ted Nugent, running around and campaigning with Ted Nugent. It doesn't even meet that standard at all. It's double standard after double standard. It's unbelievable levels of hypocrisy. It's so frustrating. And it's the same that exists here. Obviously, Josh Gottheimer. Today, too many Democrats are noticeably shamefully silent when anti-Semitism comes from the far left. But there should be one response to those who express hatred towards any American. Condemnation. Hate is hate. One might wonder if this standard applies to Gottheimer's obvious hatred of Palestinians, but of course it doesn't. Josh Gottheimer literally said, according to two sources with knowledge of the meeting, when someone brought up the fact that there were no Muslim leaders in the interfaith meeting that was taking place after October 7, there were no Muslim leaders. Josh Gottheimer said, it's because they're guilty. A Democrat in the room said that after making his remark, Gottheimer could be seen having an animated discussion about it with Representative Greg Kazar. He is a rapacious racist. But of course, he's racist towards Muslims, so it doesn't matter, right? Because that kind of rhetoric is not only permissible, but it's actually encouraged. You can say that and elevate your status as a consequence of saying that. So fucking annoying. Now let's get back to the Strait of Hormuz.
That's the big question. We have reached out to the White House here for more details on what exactly was in this response. What does it cover? And like you mentioned, does it address Iran's nuclear capabilities, the highly enriched uranium, the things that we have been discussing for several weeks now? But what is clear is that President Donald Trump is not happy with this response. He called it totally unacceptable. I want to pull it up for you now. This was a True Social post that came Sunday, and in it he said, "I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable." Now, according to Iranian state media, that counter proposal proposal, it included sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, as well as demands for compensation for war damages, which have been non-starters here at the White House. And the response, it also came later than those in the administration were expecting it to. On Friday, we heard from Trump, we heard from other administration officials who said that they expected to see a response from Tehran sometime that day. And even then, Trump was asked about the timing. Did he believe that Iran was slow rolling this response? And he essentially said, we'll soon find out if that is the case. And then just yesterday, speaking with Axios, Trump did confirm that he had had another conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He said that it was a good conversation, that they discussed a number of things, but Iran's response here was part of that. So the big question remains, what's next? How does Trump see next steps? We have heard him threaten escalation multiple times when things have fallen through in the past. It's really unclear at this moment, though. We do expect to at least see him a couple of times today. There should be reporters in the room with him at various events, so hopefully we'll get an update at some point.
I want to put up a picture of the Strait of Hormuz, which is still very much closed this morning, as President Trump says that Iran's offer, counter-proposal on peace, is totally unacceptable. Admiral, you've been at this a long time. How surprising is that? The U.S. waited and waited and waited for the Iranians to respond. They thought it was going to be Thursday, then Friday. It didn't come Saturday. Finally, it came yesterday, and the president didn't like it.
Iran invented the game of chess, and you can see them playing pretty cleverly. They don't actually have a great hand of cards here, John, but one of their true life skills in Tehran is negotiating. And so they're going to string it out as long as they can. Look, I think President Trump has three options very quickly. He can kind of walk away from this.
What is this? This is the guy, the literal U.S. Congress trying to silence, by the way. What the fuck? Now, in the Car cinematic universe, okay, the fact that there are female cars and male cars and also baby cars implies that these cars have a cussy, which is, of course, a car and a pussy. Okay, car plus pussy equals cussy. That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals cussy. Okay? Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. Perfect cut. Who is this guy? Why is it I get busy and don't watch him when he does fun stuff? Running for Cali, not New Jersey, my bad. TJ Adams Falconer running for Congress in the new California 38, used to work for Obama, Diamond Bar. Trying to understand the average American voter, median American voter. America will never be a socialite country. Karl Marx killed 1 billion people, but Mo killed landlords who are not people. I like that. One commie I can get behind. Social sit. Karl Mark Carney. This is awesome. All right, let's get back to this.
Throw up his hands. I think that's tempting, but not the right move, since it would leave the strait in the hands of the Iranians and all the nuclear material still probably at the bottom of a shaft in Isfahan. So not a good option. A second option, he can resume massive bombing campaigns. And, you know, I think that is increasingly a possibility here if his frustration level rises. And then number three, where I think this probably lands better than even chance, you continue that blockade, you put more economic pressure on the Iranians. Maybe you do some targeted strikes to eliminate the, shall we say, intransigent elements in the Iranian Revolutionary Guards that appear to be driving the train from Tehran. Some combination of all of that, but it's as unsettled as it's been since we started dropping bombs a couple of months ago, John.
Yeah, it is interesting because the United States, some officials were indicating they thought the blockade would have worked weeks ago at this point, but still hasn't forced Iran's hand, at least not yet. So the president this week, a fascinating trip, right? The president is going to China to meet with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Now, there are some people who say that Iran will be a major subject of discussion here, but my question is Xi, is he mostly concerned?
Why? I'm sorry. You're not Professor Jiang, okay? There is no reason for you to be standing in front of this thing and circling Beijing. What the fuck is this? Okay, now I need a digital panel myself because I'm getting fucking annoyed. This is ridiculous. What the fuck? Is this the new meta? Do I need to get a digital panel? Did Professor Jiang change the game? It's kind of like, you know, how SM7B mics became a signature fixture in all of these like new age podcasts. Now you got to get a smart board.
About Iran over here, or does he have his eyes glancing south to Taiwan right there, Admiral?
Well, first,
yeah, he's laughing. He's laughing because you're a child. You did a childlike painting here. Was this complimentary to the argument? No. Did you have to do this at all? No. What the fuck is this?
First and foremost, recall that President Xi is a strategic thinker. He kind of plays the long game from everything I've seen. So I think the short answer to your question is both. He sees Iran as a prime source of hydrocarbons. He's getting oil at a significant discount. He'd like that to continue, but he would also
be sick. I'll sponsor
the opportunity to put more pressure on what he regards as the rogue province of Taiwan. So I think both of those are going to come up, but I'm not looking for any geopolitical breakthrough in Beijing, John. What I think we're going to see is two leaders who will pretend to like each other a lot. There'll be some minor deliverables, maybe a little less tension on the trade and tariff front. No big breakthroughs one way or the other, but it'll be great theater watching the two of them on the Great Wall of China in the Hall of the People in the Forbidden Palace. Look for some great photo ops, not a lot of substance.
And with me now to discuss the CNN politics and global affairs commentator, Sabrina Singh. Thank you for being here. Look, where we are right now, where does this leave us?
Ugh, former Biden, war criminal.
In this war with Iran?
Well, I think where it leaves us right now is both sides looking at each other and determining who can outlast each other longer. And I do think right now Iran has more of time on its side. Iran is willing to endure the economic pain and doesn't really care about its population. I mean, obviously, we've seen that from the crackdown of protests within the country versus the United States and this administration. I mean, every single day, Americans are seeing their gas prices going up. I think in 49 states right now, gas is over $4. So the economic pain and pressure is really being felt here at home. And this administration is going to have to make that political calculation as well as how long they can withstand this war. I think both sides really don't want to resume kinetic action, but obviously the president has said multiple times that he is willing to take that action. And that remains to be seen on what his latest response to this Iranian proposal will really bring, and if that brings a U.S. response. I don't think this week, but in the coming weeks, potentially.
Iran, as part of one of the things that it's demanding, is asking for sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. Is this something that proves the idea that this war made it crystal clear to Iran that power over the strait is almost as valuable as their power in the region as their nuclear ambitions are?
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, Iran used its own nuclear option by closing this strait and then just crippling global markets everywhere around the world. And so by doing that, that really put the United States on its back foot. But no matter what, I think the idea that Iran would control the Strait of Hormuz indefinitely and charge some type of toll, I mean, that just goes against everything when it comes to freedom of navigation. And so the United States really, and this administration in particular, now has to force Iran back to the table and say that is a non-starter for us, but we have to get this strait open. And I think potentially what you could see this week is Trump is going to China. And is this something that he discusses with President Xi? I mean, we know President Xi and Iran have close ties to each other. Can China help potentially open this strait and get it open for all countries around the world so that, global markets can essentially potentially reset, over the next few months and years too.
CNN's David Goldman is with us this morning. A silver lining, I think, if you're talking about the macro decades-long evolution here.
That's right, John. I mean, we've talked so much about the negative consequences.
Things are going so good as America being the hegemonic power player here that sorry, I had to open the door. Things are going so good as America being the hegemonic power player here that they have to beg our fucking adversary for help to apply pressure to a middle power, a regional power that we have dominated economically for the last 5 decades.
Consequences of this war and, what could happen in the future.
Gas was $4.19 on my way into work in Texas morning, $4.50 on the way home. Don't you feel patriotic, though? Don't you feel patriotic? This is a real W, a real victory. Delivery driver just left the gate open. That's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. My man did not close the door behind him.
But I thought it might be good to take a look at some of the positive things that could come out of this war way down the road. We're certainly not talking about right now. But if you figure that the Strait of Hormuz could no longer be an energy supply chokehold if they start routing oil around it, well, that could be a net good. And that seems to be what is happening, where Saudi Arabia and the UAE are already building pipelines to get around that strait. It could be in 10 years that, there's no way for Iran to choke off a fifth of the world's energy supply. That would be a net good for the world. Also, OPEC is already starting to fray at the edges. The UAE left OPEC, or it's about to leave OPEC. That could be a net good as well, because OPEC has put pressure on prices higher. Now we could see some pressure lower again down the road. And the last thing is the shift to renewables that is inevitably going to come out of this. Already, Asia and Europe have started to demand more renewables like solar and wind from China, which makes all of it. And that could be a net good as well. So it is possible that a decade from now, we look back at this moment as a shift, as a real fundamental shift in the energy supply, and it could be, intended or not, a good thing.
it requires adaptation, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it
that's
requires
right.
adaptation. When you face a crisis like this, things do change. We ended up with compact cars in the 1980s because of the oil embargoes, of the 1970s. So people do adapt and try to shift to face the consequences, but it does take time.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And ultimately, it could remove power from Iran to push things politically, but not today.
No, we're certainly not talking on a short time scale. We're talking on a very long time scale.
But it does bear watching. David Goldman, great to see you. Thank you very much.
سلام. ما هر وقت که لازم باشه می‌جنگیم، هر وقت تشخیص بدیم از سلاح دیپلماسی استفاده می‌کنیم برای تحقق منافع ملت ایران. برای ما رضایت دیگران مهم نیست. روندهای دیپلماتیک قواعد خاص خودش رو داره. در یک
Will I think Xi will embarrass? Do I think Xi will embarrass Trump like Trump embarrassed Zelensky? Fuck no. That is the most anti-Chinese diplomacy thing of all time. China would never. I mean, they'll embarrass Trump with the deal side of things, right? Because they have leverage Trump doesn't, and they'll use that leverage to get a good deal. But they would never in a million years engage in this like aesthetic posturing, with one exception. From what I understand, even since like the Mao Zedong era, PRC has always been late to announcing whether or not they will actually have the leader of the country meet with any foreign envoy, regardless of their status, including but not limited to Nixon and Henry Kissinger. When Mao was supposed to meet with them, they did not actually announce when he was going to meet with them. This is like a technique that they apply specifically to keep them on the back foot. And to make them feel more grateful. To make them feel more grateful that they have even engaged in any real direct conversations. So if you notice, like, Beijing did not reveal that Xi Jinping was going to meet with Donald Trump until yesterday or like earlier today. They do that on purpose.
روند دیپلماتیک طرف‌های دخیل در مذاکره و دیپلماسی باید بر اساس منافع ملی خودشون تصمیم بگیرن. جمهوری اسلامی ایران نشون داده که در پیگیری منافع ملی و حقوق حقه خودش جدی است، در این حال با حسن نیت و در روندی معقول در روندهای دیپلماتیک شرکت میکنه.
Day 73 of the war has seen another standoff between the United States and Iran. President Trump and the Americans presented their 14-point proposals via Pakistan to Iran. Galibaf, who seems to be in charge of the negotiating process, replied to the American proposals yesterday, and last night President Trump said that the reply was totally unacceptable. So here we are, the war is in abeyance now, but it is still on. It's still a war, and that's bad for everybody in the world economy. The only winners from this war remain Russia and Israel. Russia because it's able to sell its oil, sanctioned oil, above the old price, and Israel because it's able to carry on its war in Lebanon to try to completely demolish Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is trying to prevent it from taking its territory in southern Lebanon. And overnight there were quite big strikes on Nabatir and Saksaktir, which are significant in terms of Israel's intentions with the rest of Lebanon. But of course, most of the attention, as always, is on the Strait of Hormuz. And here there's some quite interesting things been happening in the last 24 to 36 hours. One thing about the Strait of Hormuz that we must realise is the situation that Qatar is in. Most of Qatar's energy is created by liquefied natural gas. They need that for their economy. They need to export that. But LNG can't flow through pipes, it has to go by tanker. And those tankers can only get away from Qatar by going through the Strait of Hormuz. They have no other way out. And this war has been a disaster for Qatar in economic terms so far because of the complete blockage on LNG exports. But yesterday, at least one tanker with its transponders turned on and off. The Kazatiat seems to have transited the Strait of Hormuz and today has been picked up on its way to the port of Kazm in Pakistan, where their LNG terminal is. So it's clear that the Qataris, the Iranians and the Pakistanis have agreed to get this tanker out so that LNG can go to Pakistan, which really needs it because of all the economies of Asia that are suffering from this war. The Pakistani economy is suffering most. And that's not the only one. There's another tanker called the Mizim. And the Mizim, at the time of recording, seems to have been about here. And so the Mizim looks as if it's also on course to get out. And there are reports of 2 others. So the indications are that 4 LNG tankers are on their way from Qatar to Pakistan to relieve the pressure on Qatar, but also to relieve the energy crisis in Pakistan. Now, one of the reasons why that is important is because of the role played by this man, General Munir. General Munir, who has a questionable political record, but is nevertheless a very effective operator in terms of international diplomacy. Munir is somebody that Trump likes. He understands them. And Munir has been talking very meaningfully to the IRGC, to the Revolutionary Guard Corps, because they understand him, they trust him. And this man is able to speak to both sides rather effectively. And so it is evident that these LNG tankers that are going out of the Gulf to Pakistan are partly a reward for the role that Pakistan and Munir has played in the mediation leading up at least to this point. And that raises something else which is interesting, because if it works for Pakistan, it will work for other countries as well. And the idea of side deals, countries doing a deal with Iran to get their stuff out of the Gulf, is probably quite attractive to them. Now, all of that adds to the legitimacy of what the Iranians are doing in the Gulf. What the Iranians are doing in the Strait of Hormuz and across the Gulf is completely illegal. But the more side deals that they do, the more legal it may come to seem. And there's a big tendency there for them to try to develop more and more side deals exactly for that purpose, which is a big problem for President Trump.
Yeah.
Because
every bilateral deal that Iran commits to legitimizes its control over the Strait of Hormuz. It's true. No, I mean, technically what he's saying is not incorrect. Obviously, it's still illegal for America to also blockade the Strait of Hormuz on top of the Iranian blockade. And not only that, but it was also illegal for America to strike. It was illegal for the United States of America to strike to strike Iran. Also in the process of diplomacy alongside Israel, and, you know, blow up a little schoolgirl, little girls' school, sorry. That was also illegal, but obviously they're never going to cover it like that in Western media.
It's due on Wednesday to go to Beijing for this long-awaited summit with Xi Jinping. The summit's already been delayed once, and Trump clearly wanted to go to the summit originally with the war behind him and a victory to celebrate, to talk about. Well, he's not going to do that. He will go to Beijing on Wednesday with this war hanging around his neck like a limpet. And the problem is...
Genuine stupid question. Why is it illegal for the U.S. to blockade the Strait but not Iran? No, it's technically impeding on free flow commerce on international waters is illegal for everybody. I didn't say Iran has a legal right to do this. I'm saying that Iran is using the terrain, the advantage that it has in this situation to create leverage so that they can they can have some kind of leverage over the United States of America to stop them from fucking bombing Iran and to get sanctions relief. Now, between the United States and Iran, who has more legitimacy to enforce a blockade on their own territorial waters? Of course, is Iran. Technically, the Strait of Hormuz, given how tiny it is well within Omani and Iranian territorial waters. So, with respect to that, I guess like they can, maybe say something. I mean, I don't know. I'm not well read enough on my seafaring rules, okay? I'm simply saying that Iran is using this as leverage because it's been fucking hit. And also, international law in this respect doesn't really matter. Fake ass pirate? No. I'd go so far as to say I'm a more real pirate than you because a real pirate doesn't care about fucking international maritime laws. I'm a real pirate and not a fake pirate like you. DNC spokesperson Hasanabi Piker says he's an international pirate, admits lack of maritime law knowledge.
If he wants to strong arm his way into Xi Jinping.
All right, let's finally get to the extended interview. This time, oh my God. Normally, 60 Minutes will claim that they're doing 60 Minutes with a person that they're interviewing, but they rarely ever give them the full 60. It turns out when you're the real president of the United States of America, Benjamin Netanyahu, you don't even just get 60 minutes. You get 78 minutes and 48 seconds. Unbelievable.
60 Minutes overtime.
Mr. Prime Minister, good to see you.
Good to be with you.
Is the war with Iran over? And if it isn't, who will decide when it is?
I think it accomplished a great deal, but it's not over because there's still nuclear material, enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's still...
I want to issue a trigger warning here. You are about to watch unlimited ass kissing, dick sucking, calluses in the hands, calluses in the back of the throat. This is smut.
Enrichment sites that have to be dismantled. There are still proxies that Iran supports. There are ballistic missiles that they still want to produce. Now, we've degraded a lot of it, but all of that is still there, and there's work to be done. President Trump...
This war cannot end until all those things are eliminated.
Well, certainly we want to get the nuclear material out. We certainly want to get the enrichment sites dismantled. We've curbed a lot. We've degraded a lot of the missile production sites, but the agreement should cover all these areas, including the proxies. Can it end with, as President Trump has led now, a blockade and economic pressure on them to do it with non-military means? Fine. If it can be accomplished, why not? But if not, both the United States and Israel,
Oh my God, he's literally saying he doesn't even like that Trump is doing the blockade because he wants Trump to just get back to bombing Iran. What a fucking freak ass bitch this guy is. The rest of the world's like, why are we even doing this at all? Like, why are we doing the double blockade? Just do a fucking ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu's like, well, you know, I don't really like that he's doing a blockade instead of just like bombing Iran, but whatever, fuck it.
Both agree, President Trump and I, that if necessary, we can re-engage them militarily if it's necessary.
If it's necessary. How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be removed from Iran?
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel, special forces from the United States working in tandem under international supervision? How?
Well, I'm not going to talk about military means, but what President Trump has said to me, I want to go in there. I mean, he said that publicly. He said it, and I think he's right. He's very committed to this. And I think it can be done physically. That's not...
Yeah, sure. Israeli ground troops, okay.
The problem. If you have an agreement and you go in and you take it out, why not? That's the best way.
What if there isn't an agreement? Can it be taken out by force?
Well, you're going to ask me these questions. I'm going to dodge them. So you can ask me that second time, third time, and I'll dodge it second time, third time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not going to talk about our military possibilities, plans, or anything of the kind.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you understand that.
I do understand that. But it's of great concern to the American people and the people of Israel how long this will take. And absent an agreement, what kind of things should they prepare for?
I think the most important thing for people to understand in America and in Israel, I think they do understand it, but for in the world, in Europe, you have to understand Iran that declares not merely death to Israel, but death to America. That's what they want to achieve. They don't not only want to kill Americans, which they have, killed and wounded them by the thousands, burned up your embassies, killed your Marines, burned your flags, tried to assassinate the President of the United States and some of your chief officials several times. They're committed to destroy America. They say that, okay? Their commitment involved their plans over the years to build nuclear bombs and the means to deliver them to the United States.
It's pretty crazy that mainstream media will just have like a war criminal on to begin with, a genocidaire, but I guess that's expected. But it's a foreign genocidaire, a foreign war criminal, and they won't even fucking like hold his feet to the fire. Like he's lying right now. It's like, well, there's no evidence for this. Like you've been saying this for 35 years. Why hasn't there ever been real evidence that materialized?
They were very close to developing a nuclear bomb, okay? Very close. In fact, if we hadn't done the 2 military operations that we did, they'd have a bomb within now or within a month or two. Now, you don't want a fanatic regime like that, that hates America, that has no compunction of murdering its own citizen, murdering and wounding tens.
Yeah, who would ever want a theocratic, religious fundamentalist nut job state to have nuclear arms in that region? Yeah. Look in the motherfucking mirror, man. Look in the motherfucking mirror, bitch.
Of thousands of its own citizens. You don't want them to have nuclear weapons. That's what prompted President Trump and me to go out and stop them, prevent them from having that.
And I'm just trying to get at how long is it going to take to achieve that aim?
I'm not going to give a timetable to it, but I'm going to say that's a terrifically important mission because you don't want Iran to have ballistic missiles to reach any city in the United States with nuclear warheads because no American would be safe. And I think President Trump understood that from the start. I know that he understood that from years of discussion with this. You know, I came to the United States in 2016, right before the elections. Because I made it a habit to meet with the candidates of both parties, either in America or here. So I go to 2016, it's right before the elections, and I meet with Hillary Clinton.
Sus.
And then I meet with Donald Trump in New York. The first thing he says.
It is really funny that for years and years, liberals were like, oh, Russia is responsible for ruining the American elections, Russiagate, when there is like direct evidence of Israeli intervention in every American election. And I mean, it's beyond AIPAC, obviously. Even during the Russiagate scandal, they uncovered a bunch of like foreign espionage facilities and people trying to like change the outcome of certain elections. And they found Israel underneath some of those rocks over and over again. But liberals, if you were to ask them, still think like, oh no, it's Russia. When in fact, there's been Israel all along.
To me. in Trump Tower is we can't let Iran have nuclear weapons. I'm going to walk out of that terrible Iran deal. Jump forward 8 years later, there's another election. I meet President Biden and Kamala Harris in Washington, and then I go and meet Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. And the first thing he says to me, even before I sit down, he says, you know, Bibi, we cannot let Iran have nuclear weapons. I'm not going to let it happen. So he's infused with this mission.
What do you think changed from the first term to the second term? Because it was a phrase he spoke to you in 2016. It's action he took with your government now.
Well, I think in the first term, he believed, as did I, that we could enforce sanctions, a sanctions regime, which he did, and basically bring Iran to...
its knees, which is a phrase he used.
Yeah, well, they stopped exporting oil, and it just reduced it completely. He hoped that that would work, and it did for a while, but it didn't really stop them. I would say it slowed them down, but it didn't stop them.
I wonder why these guys say death to America, death to Israel, by the way. I wonder why the Iranians would ever say death to America or death to Israel. Very strange. I guess it's just they hate us because they ain't us, right? That's what it is, right? Or they hate our freedoms. It must be that. Or they're just anti-Semitically hating on Israel. That's what it is. I can't believe it, dude. This motherfucker's on US television just flexing. He's like, "Yep, I dominate your politics. Both of your parties are servile to my needs. I go and visit presidents. I go and visit candidates. They all tell me how much they want to fucking destroy Iran. And if you're confused as to why there's so much bandwidth on this Iran issue, just know that I'm doing it. It's my doing. And there's nothing you can say or do about it. What are you going to do about it, bitch? You don't have a real democratic process." He looked so bad recently. Bro, he had ass cancer, which he, I think, is recovering from.
Back to enrichment. They went back to their full efforts on nuclear, to develop a nuclear weapon. And what changes that they were very close to achieving it. That's what prompted the action. And it amazes me, frankly, when we talk about it, people ask, what is the purpose of this war? What's the point? The point is not to let a regime committed to the destruction of the United States and Israel, they call us the little Satan, they call you the big Satan. What do you do with the big Satan? You have to remove it from the world. That's their doctrine. Not to let such a regime...
It's not real, dude. It's so funny that you guys thought this is real. It's obviously not real. Netanyahu says Israel lost a public relations war because of foreign government sending fake text messages. Americans pretending to be red-blooded Texans. This is quite literally one of Israel's own influence tactics, as I reported in February. Yeah. Since November, America's been receiving texts from Friends for Peace and Partners in Peace. Only these peace orgs do not appear to exist. Some people see this as a political or border dispute, while others view it as Israel defending civilians from Hamas. How do you see it? Just joined it. You're playing AI. I thought you didn't like AI. Good one.
Nuclear weapons, because it's very different. If, I don't know, let me pick a country. If Holland has nuclear weapons, it's not the same as the Ayatollah
What is this?
regime.
SCOTUS is twerking on the Dems. Breaking news. U.S. Supreme Court vacates Alabama District Court order requiring the state to draw a congressional map with 2 majority black voting districts in a 6-3 decision. Alabama can now draw a more Republican-friendly map. Incredible. They're literally openly farting on democracy. They're shitting and farting on democracy. They just straight up... they just straight up don't give a fuck, dude. Your voice does not matter. There is no democracy. There's no democratic process. What are you going to fucking do about it, bitch? Nothing, okay? Nothing. It's over. It's done. Donald Trump knows he's unpopular. The last remaining way to show how unpopular Donald Trump is voting. That's just the reality. I know that there are, other methods outside of this, but I'm just talking about like what the current situation looks like. Okay? And he knows that he will get voted out. His party will get voted out of power. And the incoming party, the incoming makeup of Congress will end up punishing him. They'll start setting up committee investigations. They won't have to do like bipartisan compromise over and over again. They can get bills out there, messaging bills attacking Trump, basically destroying whatever funding vehicle he could push for. That's what they're going to do. And Trump knows that, and he doesn't want that, so he is trying to cheat. Okay? He is trying to cheat. That's all he's doing.
That calls for your destruction having nuclear weapons. So that's what prompted these military operations.
Mr. Prime Minister, what is your evaluation of the state of the Iranian regime today? Is it just as well composed, well organized, and fanatical as you just described?
I think it's at the weakest point it's been since it hijacked the Iranian people and took
Since
over.
1979.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the weakest it's been. The hardliners are just as hardline as they were before, but there are fissures in the regime. I mean, there are cracks in it because they've been hit very hard by our joint efforts, our joint military efforts. We destroyed a lot of their money machine, their petrochemical plants, their steel plants in which they produce the raw material for these rockets and ballistic missiles and other things. We hit them very hard, and so it causes now a debate within this with this regime. Some say, let's keep on trucking, and others are saying, if we do, our economy will.
This is one of the worst instances of propaganda I've ever seen. This is literally like Nuremberg trial shit, I think. In a just world, it wouldn't just be Benjamin Netanyahu going to jail. 60 Minutes will be in prison too.
Will collapse and the people will rise. That's the real fear. The people will rise because they're really afraid of the Iranian people. So they are, there's a debate. They're weak. They're certainly weaker than they were before, but it's not over and the jury's still out. I'm the first one to say it.
What do you believe is the physical condition and operational influence of the current supreme leader?
Yeah, if you ask me what his condition is, first of all, if you ask me if he's alive, I think he is alive. What is?
That's not what you were saying. That's not what you were saying before. What happened? What the fuck? Why would anyone prop up this criminal? Chatter, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Probably not for the last time. But sometimes when the real president speaks, you have to listen. Okay? The problem is when the real president speaks, you should ask him real questions. This is basically the fucking Nelk boys.
Condition is, it's hard to say. He's holed up in some bunker or in some secret place. And I think he's trying to exert his authority. I don't think he has the same authority that his father, the Ayatollah Khamenei, had. I don't think so. That's also creating the disruptions in that regime. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but I think the real question is not so much what they do, it's what we do. Do we keep them in check? Do we keep up the pressure? And I think the answer is we should, and we are. And President Trump has been leading this effort, I think, in quite unexpected ways. The blockade on them, when they were blockading the Gulf, is actually turned the tables on them. And, but it's an ongoing thing.
With the fractures and fissures you described, do you have a genuine sense of who can negotiate a deal that is durable on the Iranian side?
Well, I have my opinions.
Please share them.
I share them with the president.
Okay. Any guidance on what those opinions are?
I have opinions on my opinions too, but I'm not going to share them here either.
Understood. Understood. What about the second front of this conflict, which is Lebanon, but not Lebanon, it's Hezbollah? Mm-hmm. Is that near an end? Is that a war that is nearing an end? And has Israel achieved its strategic and tactical goals against Hezbollah?
Hezbollah had 150,000 ballistic missiles and rockets before the war. 150,000. That's the densest concentration of these projectiles on the planet. And they were all aimed to destroy our cities, not only to harass the north of the country with rockets, but to destroy our cities, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa, you name it, with ballistic missiles that come raining down. Each one has half a ton or a ton of explosives, and they come down. It's like a bus coming down with amazing speed, and the destruction is terrible. We destroyed the bulk of that. We destroyed about more than 90% of that. But that still leaves them with thousands of rockets and some ballistic missiles. And that's still a big issue. They still hold Lebanon hostage.
Typically, they push for answer for interviewees, dodge, but he's hardly trying. Bro, he's not even asking. Okay. There's a difference between asking questions where you are unsure whether or not he's going to tell you the truth. And obviously, if you're a journalist, every politician is like lying to you, right? So you should always have a healthy dose of skepticism and be as critical as possible. But here, the 60 Minutes is not asking him questions so he can, give some kind of shaky answer, and then 60 Minutes tries to arrive at the truth. It's pure propaganda. This is no different than Benjamin Netanyahu basically doing a 60-minute talk to Americans directly on CBS. Obviously, that would be a little bit boring, so you got to cut it back and forth between a guy who's seemingly asking questions. Because if you notice, there's not a single setup question here. So far, it's been 11 minutes, and there has not been a single setup question where you're like, what did you do here? Why did you do this? No follow-ups whatsoever. You just let him fucking lie over and over again, and then you just move on.
Hezbollah is basically a proxy of Iran. Iran holds Lebanon. We have no quarrel with Lebanon. We can make peace with Lebanon and want to make peace with them tomorrow, no yesterday. But you have this foreign body, this Iranian-backed terrorist organization that hijacked the country.
Right. And the Lebanese government has a history of being incapacitated or unable.
Right.
Are you guys in the chat unironically looking at options on how much it would cost to get me a smart screen? Amongst yourselves, as the real leader of the free world, the real leader of the United States of America is getting a suck job from 60 Minutes, CBS News. You guys are talking amongst yourselves about how much it would cost. You're issuing contracts in the chat. What's happening? I already told him, if you're serious, then your team will figure it out. That was 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'll buy it on my own, guys. Calm down. This meeting is need to know. Management will inform you when needed. Okay, thanks. I love chatters that are just back. They're engaging in backseat production, and now it seems backseat like stage purchases.
So when you're negotiating with the Lebanese government, many people are confused. How does that solve the Hezbollah problem?
Well, it doesn't, not yet. So we've had to go into Lebanon to prevent a repeat of the invasion we had in Gaza. On October 7th, Hamas invaded us, butchered our men, beheaded our men, raped our women, and then killed them, burnt our babies, did the worst massacre against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And guess what? On the other border, Hezbollah from Lebanon was planning to do even more. They had 5,000 Redwan Force terrorists ready to invade the Galilee. So we pushed them back. We've got a security belt now that prevents them from doing that or shooting anti-tank missiles into our kitchens, into our living rooms. But it's not over yet. We still have missiles. We have drones, killer drones. We have to deal with it. Now, let me tell you, the Lebanese would like us to do that. Many, they talk.
Eradicate Hezbollah.
Oh yeah, because they want freedom. Who would want a country to be taken over by these killers, these murderers? Of course they want to be free, but they've not shown yet the capacity to fight them. What we're talking to them about is how do we work together to militarily and politically, possibly splitting up the work, to get rid of Hezbollah. It's not yet been done. It has to be done as well.
Is it possible, Mr. Prime Minister, that the war with Iran could end, but the war with Hezbollah could continue? That these would be separate and divergent battlefields?
They should be. What Iran would like to do is to say, no, if we achieve a ceasefire here, we want a ceasefire
They do,
there.
clearly.
You know why? Because they want Hezbollah to stay there and continue to torture Lebanon, continue to hold its people hostage, and continue
Will you accept that?
No.
Oh my God. Thank you, Israel. It's so nice of you to save the Lebanese people. Right after you got so tied up and so tired saving originally the Palestinian people, right? First you saved the Palestinian people, now you're saving the Lebanese people. It's so wonderful. What a good guy you are, man.
No, we've said
Even if President Trump asks you to?
Well, look, he understands what I'm saying. I mean, we want.
Oh my God, first time. First question is, first time he asked a question that's like kind of interesting. Oh, what if Trump stops you?
To get rid of that danger to our communities, to our cities. They rocket our cities all the time. They rocket our communities. And of course, would you want to live like that? I mean, would you like to live? Where do you live, Major?
I live in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, so, okay, so in Bethesda, you've got...
I live right downtown.
Okay, you've got in Bethesda...
Don't tell him where you live, dumbass. He's going to send a drone strike.
Right near the White House.
That's about the distance. In Bethesda...
In my conversation...
Just kidding, by the way. He already knows where you live, and he's never going to drone strike you because you're sucking his dick from the back.
You would have a terrorist organization that claims they want to destroy the United States.
Actual CBS question, Netanyahu, Israeli intelligence within Iran allowed you to pinpoint the location of the... Oh, yeah, I saw this. It was so fucking stupid. I hated this glaze from mainstream media, too, at the time. It was so unbearable. Like, they fucking killed an 87-year-old man in his home, dude. You don't need tremendous real-time intelligence to figure out that an 87-year-old guy was in his home when you fucking killed him in his home. Like, wow, how miraculous. And also, in the most Israeli fashion, they killed his whole family, too, obviously. Maybe that's why. Maybe they were like, oh, he's elderly. He's surrounded by women and children. It's time to murder him. Israel can't kill someone. Israel can't do high-profile assassinations unless they're around women, children, unless they are elderly themselves. The Israeli special
States and destroy Washington, and they have the the missiles and the drones to do that right across your border, your municipal line. Would you accept that? Of course not. You wouldn't do that.
Right. So this could go on.
Yeah, but
even if Iran is solved.
I hope. If this regime is indeed weakened or possibly toppled, I think it's the end of Hezbollah. It's the end of Hamas. It's probably the end of the Houthis, because the whole scaffolding of the terrorist proxy network that Iran built collapses if the regime in Iran collapses. Now, that's not guaranteed. But the weakening of that regime weakens the proxies as well. Still a long haul. It's not something that's going to be...
Look at how fucking excited he is at the prospect of not having any contest whatsoever in the region as he just continuously expands Israel's borders, That's what this is. That's what this is about. Oh, you won't allow us to rape Lebanon, okay? Hezbollah stops us from raping and pillaging inside of Lebanon like Israel did in Gaza, like Israel is currently doing in the West Bank, okay? The Houthis can create some semblance of military deterrence if we choose to do insane shit to the Palestinians, as they have done so over and over again. They are capable of implementing an economic blockade on the Red Sea. Iran also has the power to strike Israel directly. Of course there is going to be fucking resistance, dude. You're a genocide rape colony at this point to all of your fucking neighbors. Why the fuck wouldn't they fight back militarily? Of course they're going to fucking fight back militarily. You're a goddamn Nazi. You're fucking Adolf Hitler reincarnate. You have the haircut. I feel like it's a flex, by the way. I genuinely think he's doing the Hitler haircut to be like, see? Can't do anything about it.
Done tomorrow.
Do you believe it is possible to topple the Iranian regime?
I think that you can't predict when that happened. Is it possible? Yes. Is it guaranteed? No. But I can tell you it's like bankruptcy, you know? It proceeds, what is it? Proceeds gradually and then it falls, you know? Like that. You couldn't predict the fall of the Soviet Union. You couldn't predict the fall of the Ceausescu dictatorship in Romania.
Very few people predicted the fall of Syria.
Correct. And it happens. Now, is it what precedes it? There has to be a weakening of the...
Yeah, go ahead, make my day. I'm not predicting the fall of Israel, the Israeli regime. But who knows?
The regime has been weakened, but it's not guaranteed.
There are few places on earth where the Israeli intelligence operatives know more about than the internal dynamics of Iran. What are they telling you?
Just what I told you. They've been weakened. They have internal fights. They're worried. But I can't tell you. I can tell you one thing. When did the uprisings, when did the revolt in the street happen in Iran? It happened after our first operation, after Rising Lion, after Midnight Hammer, the two names that we have for that. And then, you know, they came out to the streets because their economic conditions were bad, were getting worse, but also because they saw that Iran is not this overwhelming, you know, neighborhood bully that nobody could resist. We resisted them. We fought them. Our planes controlled the skies over Tehran, which was unthinkable before that.
We are really going to call a side part to Hitler cut ridiculous? Where would you, I like that you went from, where would you put the whiteboard? Like you're really, really worried about the whiteboard and now you're talking about, no, it does look like, come on, man. You don't think this looks like Adolf Hitler's hair? Look at him. He looks like he just took the fake mustache off after impersonating Adolf Hitler. After a long day of impersonating Adolf Hitler, he took the mustache off just to do this interview. Like, look. Not on some whiteboard shit, but here, okay? Here, I'll show you, okay? Here. Okay, let's just start here first. Okay? Here's a photo of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, okay? Let's take a look. It's already dark right there, so you don't even need to do too much, okay? You don't even need to do too much, okay? Look. Now, let's look at Adolf Hitler. I'm trying to find like one where he's looking. Hold on. Open image, a new tab. What do you think this is? He literally looks like he was impersonating Adolf earlier, and he took the mustache off. Chatters might actually be confused right now. They're probably asking in the chat, why are you showing two pictures of Adolf Hitler? It's the same photo. Sure. Let me fill this in completely so you get a better understanding. Hi, Fox News. Say hi to Fox News. This will definitely be on it tomorrow. Really? They're trying to promote me even further. You know, this photo will come in handy again later in this interview. No spoilers, but he says some shit in the interview. I mean, look, without the mustache, you can't really tell, right?
And then they went out to the streets. They were mauled, they were massacred, they were wounded, maimed by the tens of thousands. And so, you know.
That memory has to linger.
The memory lingers, and I think something else. I think they also, the legitimacy is gone because they understand that it's just brute force that is keeping them. So would that rise up again? Could that happen again? My view is it probably could, but you can't guarantee it. And contrary to what people said, I didn't go to the White House and said to Donald Trump, you know, it's guaranteed, it can be done. I said, I didn't really have to tell him. He knew that we were approaching a situation where Iran could produce a nuclear weapon. He knew that we were approaching a situation where Iran's ballistic missile capability after Rising Lion was going to be reconstructed, and Khamenei wanted to put it underground, the factories underground, not the missiles, the factories underground to produce more and more and more ballistic missiles, and to do the same with his nuclear industry, put them underground, under a heavy mountain where even B-2s couldn't reach it. So he knew that we have to take action. And he did.
I'm going to get to that point you just made in a second. If someone were to ask you, as I'm going to, Mr. Prime Minister, the capabilities of Israeli intelligence within Iran allowed you to pinpoint the location of Supreme Leader and others, that is a kind of granular intelligence that is borderline miraculous in the modern world, why wasn't it sufficient to also foment a revolution?
I think it could be a necessary condition, but I'm not sure that it's a sufficient condition. But you're quite right about our granular capability for surgical attacks.
Why can't they also set in motion a revolution that could topple the regime, your operatives?
Because you need many things. You not only need, you know, to attack the leadership. There's still a lot of people there.
Why can't your Israeli operatives set events in motion to topple the regime? Bro, this is the kind of shit that people of my ideological tendency would have to dig through archives and declassified information 60 years after the fact to arrive at, okay? Now is just on 60 Minutes before it happens. And it has happened, and they did admit to it as well. I'm telling you, like back in the day, commies, lefties, people who are called tankies, campists would say, oh, American aligned regime is trying to foment or instigate some kind of counter revolution, instigate some kind of color revolution, right? And everyone would say, oh, you're so stupid. You're so wrong. The people are just desperate to be liberated. That's what it used to, because this shit was quiet, okay? This shit was done quiet. Nowadays, they're just like, why haven't you done more of this? We know you've done it already, but why haven't you done more of it? Don't you think you could be successful if you try again?
You know, one out of 100 Iranians is in the secret police, you know, and they're, as they showed, they're quite ready to just butcher their people. So it's not that simple. Because it's terror. It's basically the application of terror. This is the preeminent terrorist regime in the world, okay? They send terrorism to every country, but first to their own.
Dude, you can't say that with a straight face. You're literally Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of Israel. There is no country that is the preeminent state more so than the nation state of Israel, well, America and Israel. You just called Iran the preeminent terror state after you answered a question about instigating more instability inside of Iran with your operatives that are also inside of the boundaries of Iran.
People. So they terrorize them. But we have been accused of indiscriminate attacks. We're the most discriminating military on the planet in history. You remember the beepers? We knocked out. We didn't.
He said Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror, and then immediately then followed up with, remember the terror attack that I did? It was fucking awesome.
Killed 2,500 people, but we impaired them, knocked them out with surgical precision, no collateral damage with the beepers, And that's what we proceeded to do against their key scientists, against their key commanders, against their leaders. But it's a component. It doesn't guarantee. It doesn't guarantee the success of a.
They killed a child, okay, and they significantly maimed multiple children. They killed healthcare professionals. They exploded those beepers in fucking marketplaces. Then they did another round of explosive beepers at the fucking funeral. The idea that this is like there was no collateral damage is disgusting because he doesn't see Arabs as human. Okay, that's it. Yeah, Fatima Abdullah, 9, killed in Israel's pager attack, buried in Lebanon. I'm telling you, it's because he doesn't think these are human. He doesn't think Arabs are human. He doesn't think the Lebanese people are human. That's it. That's the only reason why he gets to say it. And the other guy doesn't question it because he also doesn't think that they're human. He also does not think Muslims, Christians, as long as they're Arab, are fucking human beings. That's it. There's no other way to understand what he's saying here.
Fault, but it could help it happen.
So you referred to this a minute ago. I want to put the question directly to you because the New York Times on April 7th reported the following about a fateful meeting, February 11th, in the White House. And the New York Times reports as follows. Quote, in the Situation Room on February 11th.
Yeah, keep saying it's the New York Times. It's not me, Mr. President, the American president. Mr. President, the real president of America. It's not me. I'm so sorry that I even have to read this. Her name is Maggie Haberman, by the way. Her apartment is apartment 18A in 1617 Margaret Road. If you would like to do something about this treacherous, perfidious snake who wrote this disgusting article, but I'm so sorry, but I'm going to ask you about this article real quick. Yeah, but you can kill her if you want to, Mr. President. Not me, though.
Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. Is that correct?
No, that's actually incorrect because...
In what ways is it incorrect?
It's incorrect in the sense that I said, oh, well, it's guaranteed, we can do it, and so on. I didn't say that. We both understood that we have little time to act because otherwise they'd get nuclear weapons. We both understood that we have little time to act because otherwise they'll bury underground.
Yeah, no. Maggie Haberman is a lying snake, Mr. President, true president of America. Thank you for clarifying. We were really worried.
Their ballistic missile capabilities. But while we were, we said that
By the way, it's insane that he's now denying this. Of course he said it. He said it leading up to the incident. He said it leading up to the events on television, and he said it literally while it was happening, and he kept saying it for the next week after it happened. Okay? Here is the moment where the 60 Minutes reporter is supposed to go, so why did you say this on day 1? Why did you say this on day 2? Why did you say this exact same sentiment that Maggie Haberman, that snake, why did you say this thing that seems exactly like what you said behind closed doors, in broad daylight, in public, for approximately 2 weeks until everybody started recognizing that neither America nor Israel were able to achieve any of their military objectives?
Part of the action would be the removal of the leadership and other measures. There was uncertainty. And we said it. All of this, is uncertain. If you ever, engage in military
in the confines of that conversation, you noted the uncertainty.
Not only did I note it, we both agreed, that there was both uncertainty and risk involved. And I remember that
he's offering complimentary pushback. It's not pushback at all. It's just him being like, well, you're so right.
I said there was
into that conversation. You know,
is uncertain. If you ever, engage in military
in the confines of that conversation, you noted the uncertainty.
Not only that,
buddy, you're not chopping it up with your fucking high school friend, okay, that you haven't seen in 2 decades. What is this? DJ Mule, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. You're not You don't get to do the solid snake method of conversation. You don't get to just take one part of what he said and then say that part, like repeat that part as though you guys are having a conversation together, a chummy one, two friends. You're a fucking supposed to be a journalist. You're a fucking journalist. He literally, he just goes, yeah, so there was uncertainty in the room. Otacon. So there's uncertainty in the room. Uncertainty in the room?
Noted, we both agreed, that there was both uncertainty and risk involved. And I remember that
so you're saying there's risk involved?
Said, and he said, that there's danger in action, in taking action, but there's greater danger in not taking action.
Yeah, this motherfucker's yes-anding Adolf Hitler reincarnate, by the way.
So there was no certainty there. There was no guarantee. It wasn't pie in the
There was no guarantee?
Sky, the way people describe it. It was, I think, a very truthful presentation of the possibilities and the risk.
Picking up on that point that you just made and continuing what the New York Times reported, quote, Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to certain victory.
I need to explain something to you. What he's doing here is just, it might, to the untrained eye, come across like he's actually, holding Benjamin Netanyahu's feet to the fire. If you're an absolute dumbass, he's not. Or if you're like, I don't know, the most pro-Israel person on the planet and you think any questioning of Benjamin Netanyahu is obviously anti-Semitic. But what he's doing is allowing Benjamin Netanyahu to walk back the reporting of the New York Times. Okay? And he's right there along with him the entire way, and he's letting him do it, and he's yes-anding him through the process.
Adding, the regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz, and the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in the neighboring countries was assessed as minimal. Is that factually incorrect?
I don't think we could quantify it exactly, but I think that the problem of the Hormuz Straits was understood as the fighting went on. I think that's
it became understood.
It became understood.
Was it misread at the beginning?
I'm not sure it was misread, but there's a great risk for Iran to do it. And it took a while for them to understand how big that risk is, which they understand now.
Because of the blockade? Because
of the blockade, and that's actually a brilliant move by the president. I think it's very smart. I don't think they calculated, I think they didn't calculate the response that this would have. Yes, they could cause a global dislocation of markets, trying to take over an international maritime route. They could do that, but they should have understood that that would eventually cause a reaction that was very powerful, and that is now collapsing their economy. So did people understand, did we understand that, yeah, they could do it, but then they wouldn't do it because they understood what would happen if they did do it? I don't claim perfect foresight, and nobody had perfect foresight. Neither did the Iranians. They should have figured out that that's what's coming.
Did you say that most of these risks would be minimal?
I don't remember using that language.
Would that be a fair interpretation?
No, I would say that the overall conception was that this would elicit a response that they probably would not shoulder, but they did shoulder, and now they're attacking. They're being attacked accordingly.
In those moments, was the precipitating factor the intelligence that was gathered and then by the Israelis and confirmed by the U.S. about the location of the Supreme Leader and the opportunity that presented, or was it the imminent threat? Which was more important?
It starts with the threat. Starts with the threat. But again, you have to understand this. The president talked to me. The two meetings that I described to you were among many. But he said, we cannot let Iran get a nuclear weapon because that's enormously dangerous to the United States. And the president first thinks about America, and then he thinks also about the world. You can't let it happen. So we knew it was going to happen. It would have happened already if we hadn't done it. So that was the first thing. Everything else flows from that. That's exactly how it happened.
There's a quote that's frequently misattributed to Winston Churchill. History is written by the victors. He didn't say it. Lots of people have said it. He didn't say it.
No, he said, I don't worry about it because I'll write it myself.
But that idea that victors write the history, what will the state of Israel will write about this conflict with Iran? And when will you know it's been victorious?
I think we already achieved great things. Remember, Iran was surrounding us with a noose of death, of simultaneous invasions from Gaza, from Hamas, and from Lebanon by Hezbollah. We were going to be rocketed and pelleted with ballistic missiles that would destroy our cities. Iran would have atomic weapons to destroy us. We smashed the terror axis. It's not finished. We have still work to do. Right. But it's clear that Israel has emerged as the most powerful country in the Middle East. We have a partnership with the U.S. that is second to none. The National Security Memorandum that was issued a few months ago described Israel as the model ally, not the ally.
I mean, this level of fucking flexing, it's too much. It's too much.
The model ally of the United States. So we've changed our position from being on the verge of being exterminated, being annihilated, to a position where we knock back the annihilators and become a very forceful element, a very forceful country in the Middle East. Now, all power is relative. You know that. All power is relative.
Yes.
You know. So Iran hasn't disappeared.
Hezbollah
hasn't disappeared. Hamas hasn't disappeared. But they're, in many ways, in some cases, a shadow of their.
I guess we're finishing each other's sentences, Mr. President. They're literally echoing one another. I can't believe how insane this is. Did you guys just not hear this? Like, look, they're literally Hamas, Hezbollah. Like, what are you guys fucking singing? This is a barbershop quartet? What the fuck is going on?
Hasn't disappeared. Hamas hasn't disappeared. But they're.
Oh my God. Did you guys write the lines together? What the fuck is this? Did you have a sleepover before this? You were both laying in bed together, side by side, making prank phone calls to your to your crushes, ordering pizza, watching Devil Wears Prada 2? Is that what was going on when you guys were fucking writing the script together? Bare feet, no socks on, feet touching each other, maybe toes clasped together. What the fuck? What is going on?
In many ways, in some cases, a shadow of their former selves. They certainly don't threaten us now with annihilation. They try to kill our people. They occasionally succeed. But there's no question that the relative power of Israel has changed. And, you know, that's been our situation. When we started out, we were 600,000 people on the beach here, and we were attacked by 7 Arab armies, and we survived by the skin of our teeth. And as we got stronger, we made peace with the Arab states. I myself, along with President Trump, we made the Abraham Accords, peace with 4 Arab countries. I now see the possibility of the expansion of those agreements, and the expansion and the deepening of the agreements we do have to alliances with Arab states of the kind that we'd never even dreamed of. And that's the result of the change in the relative power of Israel. The fact that we face down this neighborhood bully, this killer regime in Iran, that's brought quite a few of the Arab countries closer together with Israel. And that's good for peace.
It's interesting you mentioned that, Mr. Prime Minister, because I just read a Wall Street Journal story that said there is concern among the Gulf states right now that if the Iranian regime hangs on and there is a peace deal that deals with nuclear and ballistic but does not deal with shorter range conventional missiles, and the allied militias, an angry Iran will present a greater danger to these Gulf states than it did before this conflict began. Point one. Point two, also it said that there is concern rising among the Gulf monarchies that it will not allow and does not want Israel to exercise strategic dominance over the Middle East. So has any of this been jeopardized?
You know, I'm hearing different things.
Please.
I'm hearing different things. I'm hearing the fact from Arab countries, which I won't get into, who say...
All of them?
No. But some of them, and I never heard that before, let's strengthen our alliance with Israel, because that, in fact, deters Iran. Let's strengthen our alliance with Israel because we can work up our defenses as a result of it. Let's strengthen our alliance with Israel because we can do amazing things with Israel.
That was clearly the trajectory before this conflict.
It's more than you think now in ways that I guess will become public. I can't give everything to 60 Minutes or to you in one shot, but I'm telling you that the degree of economic cooperation on energy, on AI, on quantum, the areas where Israel is so strong, that's how we're so strong. I mean, we're a tiny country, right? But we're a gigantic country. We may have 10 million people in a tiny territory, but gigantic talent. And they see the possibility now of sharing the fruits of these capabilities with them. And And that's happening right now. So yes, of course, there'll still be a challenge from Iran, but the partnership with Israel, in fact, helps deter that and help them defend themselves and protect their future.
When you talked to my colleague, Tony DeCopel, in October 2025, you said something that really has been ringing in my ear. It's near the end of the interview. You said the most important thing in destroying fanaticism is to destroy a certain hope.
Right.
It's just distasteful.
When Israel is too strong, that prepares the ground for a change of heart.
Right.
Has that happened?
It's already happened with the Arab world. You know, after successive wars, and they saw that Israel is not destroyed and Israel is there.
But I mean in this current context, with
With
Hezbollah,
Iran itself,
with Iran,
I think the
Hamas.
fanaticism, you're dealing here with fanatic regimes. You know, they're fanatics. So that's why they're willing to do horrible things to their own people. Murder their citizens in Iran, murder their citizens in Lebanon, murder their citizens and just execute them on the spot in Hamas in Gaza. They're not easily persuadable. So you may need more staying power, more resolve to roll them back and finally to defeat them. It's not something that happens overnight. But do democracies have the staying power? Do they have the resolve to stop these fanatics? Well, you think, well, it's none of our business. It is your business. Because if Iran were to develop nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them to every American city, it's just a question of time. You know, they've just developed a missile to reach Diego Garcia. That's 2,400 miles. To reach the United States, a little over 6,000 miles. So if you don't take this action, if we hadn't taken this action, and if we don't continue the pressure, then one day you'll be faced with such a regime. And then the question is, will you be able to deter them? Well, it's not obvious. Look at what they're doing now without nuclear weapons. They're attacking everybody in sight. They're jamming up this international waterway and causing a crisis in the world economy. And they're butchering their own citizens. You think they'll be, they'll spare you, they'll be nice to you?
But you still have that belief.
We still have, yes.
This is your philosophy. This is your core philosophy.
Yes, I believe that free societies have to be strong against
and that you can force a change of heart within fanatical entities in the region.
It's already happened. Mm-hmm. It's happened in some places also in the Gulf, but it is, it's not guaranteed. History doesn't guarantee the victory of free civilization. It has to be purchased. Freedom is precious. Survival is precious. It's not guaranteed by hope alone.
Understood.
It is guaranteed by the force of will, and if necessary, the force of arms. Now, this is not a popular belief these days, because in the digital age we live, where people just scroll and scroll and scroll, the sense of history becomes dim. You're lucky in some cases if it goes back to breakfast.
Transient.
Yeah,
ephemeral.
Very ephemeral, and people don't always understand what I think is important, that our free civilization is both precious, but also vulnerable. And if societies don't have the will to defend themselves, they'll be overtaken by the barbarians. I read this by and my favorite author, one of my favorite authors, Will Durant, a great American historian, wrote, the history of civilization, and basically wrote a compendium at the end, a 100-page book, Lessons of History. I gather you read it.
I have indeed.
Okay, and so he says it. He basically says this: nothing's guaranteed. Good doesn't triumph over evil. It's not guaranteed unless good is willing to fight. And what is happening in some parts of Western society, it looks like it's taken over a lot of Western Europe and some parts of the United States. Fighting the bad people is bad, because fighting is bad. War is horrible. I've been in it. I've myself experienced it. I lost a fellow soldier, died in my arms when he was 18. My brother died rescuing hostages. I myself was wounded in hostage release.
Wait, what? He was not a part of that operation. For the record. Just so you know. Maybe he's talking about a different operation. But the operation that his brother died in, he was not a part of because they in Israel they won't let two brothers partake in the same military operation in order to have someone continue the lineage if necessary. Like if one dies, then the other can continue the family's lineage. Pretty sure he was not a part of the operation. I'm a numbers guy. Let's grok it. Let's ChatGPT it. Let's grok it. The brother was in South America, but not Netanyahu. No, it was in Africa, not South America. And it was the airport. It was Operation Entebbe. It was the airport capture. Like it was. Yeah. I'm a numbers guy. Let's just grok it. Let's grok it. And he's not allowed. Benjamin Netanyahu was not allowed to be on the operation because his brother, Jonathan, was a part of it. Yeah. Maybe he was in the IDF Seaman Brigade. Potentially. I don't know. He might have been on the IDF has a Seaman squad. Pull that up. Vinny, pull that up. ChatGPT at grok it. Might have been Benjamin Netanyahu, might have been a part of the Goon platoon. Yeah, part of the Goon platoon. If our government was at all serious, Barry Weiss would be forced to register a foreign agent. Is even more softball than you can imagine. No mention of Netanyahu's IC warrant. No mention of 200,000+ dead. Children, 20 plus thousand dead children, no mention of 200 plus journalists killed. 60 Minutes props up conspiracy theory, outrage over Gaza is driven by foreign bots. No mention of Palestinians at all. Kier resigned? Wait, he did already? Ain't no fucking way. Did he? Are you fucking with me? I thought it was going to be tomorrow. Are you guys... Are you serious? Chatter is lying. Banned them. Chat got baited. Oh, God. You're so fucking annoying. Why would he resign? It's not. It's midnight time, Oibrov style. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he's going to resign tomorrow. Cabinet split as Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood among ministers calling for Starmer to set out timetable for resignation. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood is among cabinet ministers calling for Starmer to set out a timetable for his resignation. It's understood that there are splits in the cabinet over calls for Starmer's departure, and Mahmood is in the minority. Tuesday promises to be an extraordinary day, but today has been one as well. It comes after 6 Labour MPs were replaced as they were called for Starmer to resign or set out a timetable for his resignation. Earlier, he insisted he would prove doubters wrong, adding his government has made mistakes but got the big political choices right. Labour backbench MP Catherine West backed down from a threat to trigger a leadership challenge against Starmer, but called on him to go by September. Pressure has been mounting on Starmer over his party's disastrous performance in the elections across England, Scotland, and Wales last week. Sir Keir Starmer resisting calls from senior cabinet ministers to stand down. He's just announced 6 new PPS appointments to replace those who quit after calling him to go. Loyal ministers say he stands by his position from this morning. He will not walk away. This is going to get very, very messy indeed. Do you guys feel good that I did the accent for you too? How do we save her? Eileen Wong, the mayor of Arcadia, California, has been charged with acting as an illegal foreign agent for China, the Justice Department announced on Monday. Wong agreed to plead guilty, the Justice Department said. Free her. You're finished. You can't do the British accent anymore. Wait, really? Was it bad? I guess I can't tell. Because in my mind, I thought it was decent. I thought it was decent. No, it wasn't. It was awesome. No, it's horrible. It was pretty good. Wow, chat is fucking conflicted on this. Jesus Christ. It's not bad. It's insufferable. Well, guess what? That's supposed to be the point. Spot on. Spot on, chap. You actually sounded like a British news fella. I liked it. Anybody that says fella, which is one step removed from feller, is probably not the best judge of what a British accent sounds like, what a convincing British accent it looks like. Jesus. I'm a numbers guy. Vinny, let's grok it. You can chat GPT it. You can grok it to see if I'm doing a good enough accent.
And I've seen the horrors of war. I've seen my parents grieve for their oldest son. I've seen other parents grieve. I know the cost of war, and I know the pain of war. War is hell, exactly as described. And you do everything you can to prevent civilian casualties on the other side. Israel has gone to unbelievable lengths. But sometimes you have no choice. And if you get to the point where people say, no, under no circumstances will we fight, then you'll have to fight under the worst of circumstances.
You mentioned this a moment ago, but I want to probe it a little bit. This idea that a younger generation are on social media or scrolling, do you believe Israel is at risk of losing this war on that social media front? Meaning what is being portrayed, what is being said, and this is particularly, I believe, important in America for younger Americans, Republican and Democrat, who have hardened themselves against Israel, scrolling through images which tell them that there is something not as you describe, but uncivilized. And they would use words like barbaric in Gaza and in Lebanon.
Well, first,
are you losing that space?
Yeah, let me talk about that in a second. But first, let me say something that your audience probably doesn't know, that, as I said a minute ago, Israel has gone to unbelievable lengths to get innocent civilians out of harm's way. We text message millions of text messages to them, make millions of phone calls to them, pamphlets, leaflets, you name it, okay? And whereas Hamas and Hezbollah go out of their way to keep their own people in harm's way, they shoot them. In Gaza, they actually shoot civilians who wanted to leave the neighborhoods that we said to them, please vacate those neighborhoods. So obviously we end up with civilian casualties, but the proportion of civilian casualties, non-combatants to combatants, is one of the lowest in the history of modern urban warfare. So Israel is given a bum rap. One of the ways you can measure genocide is to see the ratio of combatants to non-combatants, and it's probably the lowest that's been in modern urban warfare because of the efforts that we make. Now, all of that is washed away because of what you said. Exactly what you said, Major. In other words, we have seen the deterioration of the support for Israel in the United States almost, I would say, it correlates almost 100% with the geometric rise of social media. And that by itself is not.
Yeah. What he's doing here is, once again, of course, deflecting away, never taking any responsibility, and also demanding more censorship on social media. Of course, all of the corporate leaders that are tuning into this kind of thing are getting the message. They've already been doing it. I mean, Ellison's have been doing it directly, right? They bought TikTok, they bought CBS News and 60 Minutes. This is part of the process of that purchase, part of the outcomes. They're entertaining the purchase of CNN as well, obviously.
What caused it, and I don't believe in censoring them or anything, but I'll tell you what happened. We have several countries that basically manipulated social media with bot farms, with fake addresses, to break the American sympathy to Israel, to break the American-Israeli alliance, because they think it's in their interests, And they do it in a clever way. You know, it's like you hear a text message. I'm a red-blooded Texan. I always supported Israel, but I can't stand what they're doing. I'm turning against Israel. And then you trace the address to some basement in Pakistan, you know. And that's something that has hurt us badly. While we were fighting the physical military battle on 7 battles.
Every single thing he's saying, Israel is doing. By the way, this is pretty cool. Vivid Prowess probably nutted, okay? Uttar Pradesh's very own Vivid Prowess probably is out there right now. He saw this part in the interview and he went, oh, that's me. He's talking about me. This is straight up a fucking self-report. Like the idea that all of this stuff is not homegrown. It's just like Americans are getting duped by bots in the third world. Yes, this is true. Except in favor of being pro-Israel and also in favor of being pro-white supremacy. That is a real thing that's happening. There's plenty of reporting on it too, by the way. So it's not like, yeah, he just replaced India with Pakistan. He didn't even go far enough. He just said, oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. Vivid posted. Wait. Oh my God. Oh my God. He did post it.
You said exactly what you said.
Uttar Pradesh's very own Vivid Prowess. Oh my God. I told you that motherfucker nutted. He was like, that's me. He's talking about me. Yes, Uttar Pradesh mentioned, but at what cost? Wait, he pinned it? Oh my God. Oh my God. This is my best lock of today. Okay. He fucking pinned it. Oh, dude, he loves this. He's like, it's like, I got noticed. I got noticed by my main guy. Okay. My number one benefactor. Yeah, it's because he said Pakistan. That's also, it's doubly awesome for him. Pakistan slander, check. Benjamin Netanyahu basically saying what he's doing. Isn't the bot farm issue overblown? I feel like most Americans wouldn't fall for political bots. Buddy, you're a political bot. No way the big Zuck is going to restrict social media though, right? What are you talking about? The big Zuck has already been zuckening Benjamin Netanyahu's schmeat over and over again. Meta is one of the worst platforms for pro-Palestinian speech. He did it before Benjamin asked for it. He'd been doing it.
Seventh front war. We were completely exposed on the eighth front. The media war, really the social media war. And, you know, we've been busy. So we haven't seen that while they're attacking us with the equivalent of F-35s, we're trying to fight them with the Polish cavalry. It's like, it's almost what happened in World War II. So I think we have to engage on that front, not by censorship, but by finding ways that are applicable to democracies. We can't do what these authoritarian regimes do, but finding ways to fight the battle for the hearts and minds of young Americans on the social media. And that we have to do, absolutely. We have a problem, I recognize it, and we have to get our act together.
Do you in any way consider yourself responsible for that problem?
No, because I don't think that they're not only attacking Israel. They're attacking America. They're attacking America. They're trying to create ruptures within America, not only between America and Israel, but between Americans and Americans. They're trying to say...
Foreign Operation Bot Farms.
Enormous one.
Again, complimentary, yes-anding. Foreign Operation Bot Farms. Bro, he's doing... I'm realizing, ever since I saw that Metal Gear meme, like the Solid Snake style conversation, I can't stop seeing it. It's literally just him. It's just him doing it. He's doing the Solid Snake. Operation Bot Farms. Foreign Bot Farms. Have you guys not seen this meme? Can someone link me the meme? I also saw TikTok describing the meme. It's even better than that. Hold on. Maybe we can find it real quick. There's a TikTok. Let me see if I can find it.
But he does say, quote,
Israeli bot farms. So glad this is the topic. Oh no, we're not talking about Israeli bot farms. We're talking about foreign bot farms that are not Israeli bot farms. But the opposition is doing Israeli. The opposition is doing anti-Israeli bot farms. So here it is. This is the one I saw.
A simple conversation trick could change your life. As this person says, I am not kidding when I say that the solid snake conversation method saved my social life in college. So there's a style of conversation that you see in the Metal Gear Solid games, where one character is doing an exposition dump, but then when a Solid Snake's turn to speak, he just repeats a phrase.
Their ace in the hole is useless now. Ace in the hole.
People joke about it because it's an example of bad writing. It's really just there to interrupt the long monologue from the other guy. But in real life, people love it. This person has an example of somebody saying, my day was good.
It was good?
Yeah, I got ice cream.
Ice cream?
Where all you are doing is
Ice cream? Ice cream? Ice cream.
Inviting them to elaborate on the thing they had already chosen to talk about. Now, because this is an intentionally silly example, some of you are saying there's no way this would work in real life. But if you pay attention, you will see people doing this in real life all the time. Oh, my back is killing me. Your back? Yeah, I think I pulled it when I was wrestling with my dog. When you were wrestling with your dog? Yeah, my German Shepherd. She's named Sandy. Hold on, I think I've got a picture. You'll see therapists do this. I think I've heard it called reflection or active listening, but for them it's part of a broader, refined technique for making the patient feel psychologically safe in that situation. Like, you're safe to keep talking to me, I am listening, you're not just talking to a wall. But what these people are saying is just the caveman version of this works wonders. Because if you are bad at talking to people, it's usually for a few reasons. For one, you may think that you yourself don't have anything interesting to say, or you're a very private person and don't want to share details from your own life. Then when talking to others, you may feel like you're not good at gauging their emotions or trying to read the room and figure out what do they want to talk about. Or you might assume that they hate conversation just as much as you do. You may avoid small talk because you yourself hate it when, for example, somebody at a party asks you, what do you do for a living?
Learning. This is why I spam emotes in chat. Thank you. Anyway, I know that now I mentioned Metal Gear. Everyone's gonna be like, Metal Gear stream when? But
and also getting to your universities, getting to your academic curricula, doing all sorts of things.
That is a true scenario. But do you believe that's the only explanation, or is it possible that some Americans have come to a different sense of Israel
Yes.
because of the last 2 or 3 years,
Well, there's no
organically
question.
and through their own
You can track
inquiry?
it. You can track it, actually. No, I think what they see is so many falsifications and vilifications that are unfounded. But they don't know because they just get it, they just get the last reel in the movie. They don't see the entire movie. But I'll tell you what happens. We saw that several years before the Gaza war, which definitely caused us a lot of damage because it was mispresented. But I'll tell you what, it was like the Gaza war was pouring kerosene on a fire that was already there. We could see that happening. We didn't understand it initially. We didn't see when it started going down. We didn't understand why is it going down? What's happening here? Before the Gaza war. But now we know a lot. We know a lot. And there's that eighth front. But it's not only our front. It's also your front. So many of Americans, young people, say they're not proud to be Americans. I think they should be proud. I mean, without America, we wouldn't have this generation of freedom. You wouldn't have the free societies that we have, the free civilization that we have. I think that...
Yeah. I didn't realize I was on a front. I didn't realize I was waging war against Israel. I'm on the eighth front. And so are you, chatters. Turns out we were also armed and fighting against the state of Israel, which not looking too good for our chances, okay?
This is a challenge that not only faces the American-Israeli relationship, it challenges the way America sees itself.
On that point, looking forward, Mr. Prime Minister, Do you believe it's time for the state of Israel to re-examine and possibly reset its financial relationship to the United States, meaning what the United States provides to Israel on an annual basis?
Absolutely. And I've said this to President Trump. I've said it to our own people. Their jaws drop. But I said, look.
Al Jazeera is more critical of Qatar than the free press is of Israel. That's literally true. Oh my God. Longtime Israeli official thanking Barry Weiss for forcing Israeli propaganda onto every line of CBS News reports on the Middle East, even when they're interviewing Netanyahu. Larry, friends of the IDF Ellison, also deserves credit for buying CBS for this, but so does Barry. Just watched Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the U.S., just watched Netanyahu's interview on 60 Minutes and noted how CBS uncharacteristically stated that Hamas's casualty figures do not distinguish between combatants and civilians, and for the first time referred to Hezbollah terrorists and not Hezbollah militants. Thank you, Barry Weiss. More praise from Israeli firsters for CBS News, the Ellisons of Barry Weiss, this time from their deferential and subservient posture towards their king, Benjamin Netanyahu. This is Seth Antilles. Furthermore, Major Garrett allowed Netanyahu to give full answers to the questions, and Garrett actually listened to Netanyahu's responses. This is much different than the old game of gotcha that the media likes to play with Israel. You mean doing reporting? Like, this is not a game of gotcha. You have a literal fucking war criminal who has brought this country, the United States of America, into a dangerous military quagmire. And you're all complimenting the glaze session that 60 Minutes conducted for longer than 60 minutes, mind you, for 78 minutes total. Oh. By the way, this isn't even true. It's good to see Weiss and Ellison's project of turning CBS News into Israeli state TV is going well. This is not true because Israeli television, okay, Israeli press is, for better or for worse, infinitely more critical of Benjamin Netanyahu, which is why he famously doesn't do Israeli press. Ironically enough, there's only one channel that was offering him favorable coverage, and that's the reason why he's being prosecuted in the Israeli courts. This isn't me defending Israeli press, by the way. I'm just saying that's how fucking insane CBS News is. Here's another example. Haaretz. Yossi Varder writes, watching the entire broadcast sharpened the sense of discomfort, not to say concern, that every Israeli citizen who is not a part of a diehard BBS must feel. Netanyahu looked tired, pale, even through layers of makeup. He was almost exhausted. His eyes protruded with heavy bags beneath them. He spoke weakly without his characteristic bombast. Even when he tried to project strength and arrogance, he mostly conveyed defeat and fatigue. Oh, he just looked too weak. That's the problem. Thank you, Haaretz. Yeah. The real problem is that he's been boycotting Israeli media for the past 5 years and has been exclusively giving to friendly outlets in the U.S. American media needs to do a better job, and that's starting by asking him why he's not answering questions from Israelis. It's true. Eitan is correct. Benjamin Netanyahu famously doesn't even do Israeli press because Israeli press knows him better. Okay? Israeli press does not glaze him as hard. For example, if he'd never do Haaretz, obviously. He'd never do even Haaretz, which is, liberal Zionist. Sometimes they have anti-Zionist writers too. Much respect to Gideon Levy. But for the most part, he won't even go on other channels, okay? He literally does not go on other Israeli channels. I thought Israelis were just as monstrous and aligned with Netanyahu on a lot of the foreign policy decisions. The overwhelming majority of Israelis do align with Benjamin Netanyahu. When it comes to striking Iran, it's like 75%. Okay? When it comes to striking Lebanon, 75 to 85%. It's usually just the Palestinian citizens of Israel that don't align with Benjamin Netanyahu. The Jewish citizens of Israel, on the other hand, not my demographic designation, the Israeli ethno-states demographic distinction, for the record, they usually are unbelievably in support. Same with starving Gaza, same with killing Palestinians. They've unconditionally offered full tilt loyalty to the Netanyahu administration. However, there are, of course, distinctions, right? For example, there are a lot of forces in the country that are, and this might come as a surprise to you, to the right of Benjamin Netanyahu, a lot of them, and they're growing, right? There's the Haredi population. There is a minuscule ultra-Orthodox population that's also anti-Zionist, ironically enough. They get their ass beat all the time by the Israeli police. They mostly live in Jerusalem. Then there is the much larger Haredi coalition that on the one hand wants Israel to be as violent as possible, but on the other hand doesn't want to actually serve in the IDF. You have the secular forces within the country that are very frustrated with the Haredi population, but they all still unite when it comes to killing Palestinians, when it comes to killing the Lebanese, when it comes to killing Iranians. They all unite on killing Arabs. They just have a different method or they have a different way of going about it, right? But the difference is Israeli press knows Benjamin Netanyahu a lot better. And they have their own personal things that they want to ask him. They want to ask him about the corruption case. They want to ask him about October 7 from the perspective of the Israeli victims of October 7. Like there are ongoing court cases, for example, about how much did the government actually know before October 7 and what kind of security failures took place, because there's from family members of those who were killed during October 7, right? So that's a question that no American journalist is ever going to ask Benjamin Netanyahu. That's like an Israeli-related, that's like entirely just like an internal Israel-related issue. There's questions about whether secular outlets could ask, why haven't you forced the Haredis to actually forcibly conscript to the military? The Haredi population would ask, why are you even entertaining the abolition of the religious exemption that the Haredi population gets in order not to serve? These are all different kinds of outlets that would ask different kinds of questions to Benjamin Netanyahu, and knowing full well, Benjamin Netanyahu knows that this is exactly the line of question that he can't answer. He just doesn't do Israeli news. There's also obviously the court case as well. I think it's related to what is it, N14? That's the one where there was a bribery scandal and a prosecution that's active still that he keeps pushing back, mind you. What the fuck is this? I'm spiraling Twitch emote. So yes, he avoids them. Yeah, his only interviews is for Channel 14, which is now which is run by Netanyahu loyalists and is now facing investigation for inciting against the judiciary.
What do you mean? What are you saying? What I'm saying is that I want to draw down to zero the American financial support, the financial component of the military cooperation that we have, because we receive $3.8 billion a year. Now it's true you spend trillions of dollars or hundreds of billions and billions of dollars in Afghanistan and so on. And one of your senators said, hell, if we had in Israel instead of Afghanistan, over there, we wouldn't have to spend $1 trillion. It'd be a lot cheaper. But I'm saying it's going to be a lot cheaper because I want to draw down the American support for Israel to zero. We've come of age. We have a booming economy. After 3 years of war, our currency is the strongest it's ever been in the last 50 years, maybe more. Our stock market is one of the leading stock markets in the world. It's because we have this very high-tech juggernaut economy, one of the two centers of cross-discipline, breaking technologies, just changing the world. And we have a lot of talent here, which we share with our American friends, and we're going to share it with our Arab friends too. And I think that it's time that we weaned ourselves from the remaining military support and go from aid to partnership. So I want to draw it down, and then I want to suggest projects, joint projects for intel, for weapons, for missile defense. Israel, I think, is a leader in this in the world. Many countries come to us for it. I'd like to share it with the United States. We put in exact amount of money. You put the same. We share the fruits. Exactly. Now, I'm not just speaking here because I did this. We had financial aid. When I first came in 1990.
It's bullshit. And everyone is saying, good, start now. This is a way to try to avoid further scrutiny. Okay? When we say we got to stop all funds to Israel, we're not trying to just stop paying for Israel's fucking defenses, which, you know, obviously perfectly valid demand. But the real problem is what we need to do is hold the Leahy law and maintain the Leahy law that is already in the books and stop selling any weapons to Israel, even if Israel is buying it with their own money. Okay, we need to embargo Israel. We need to offer sanctions to the state of Israel. And we need to punish Israel. We need to keep Israel, we need to hold Israel accountable. Okay? Yes, the line that the U.S. must end aid to Israel did indeed originate from Netanyahu and the Israeli Security Consensus, which is why J Street adopted it and promoted it as a progressive stance when it's a fairly transparent counterinsurgency PR tactic. I don't think it necessarily was like a Benjamin Netanyahu invention. I do think that a lot of people have been saying that because that's like the tip of the spear, right? That's the first most appropriate action to take. But it doesn't mean it stops there.
1996. Yes. First time I became prime minister. And I was invited by the U.S. Congress for a joint session, you know, one of 4 such sessions. And I was a young prime minister at the time. So I said, you know, you give us financial aid and you give us military aid, which also costs money. So I think we're going to change Israel to be a free market, high-tech juggernaut. And as a result of that, I'm saying that we can wean ourselves of the financial aid that you were given. And all my advisors said, what is he doing? What is he doing for a headline? He's giving up such an important part of the economy. I said, no, it's not a headline. We are going to make this free market revolution, which I led and we did. And Israel indeed became a preeminent, really a gigantic force in the economy. What we did on the economic side, I'm now going to do on the military side, and basically have no American financial aid, even on the military side for Israel.
Can you give me a timetable?
I said, let's start now and do it over the next decade, over the next 10 years, but I want to start now. I don't want to wait for the next Congress. I want to start now. You know, it could go down very fast. But the most important thing, you know, General Keane, who was head of one of your intelligence services, said of what Israel gave to the United States, just on intel, he said it's worth 5 CIAs. Now, I don't know if it's worth 5 CIAs or 1 CIA. I respect the CIA a lot. But in tangible matters, Israel is your best ally. It's the only one that really provides you with gems of intelligence, shares our incredible technology, appreciates every penny that you gave us, deeply appreciates.
God damn, dude. In 1996, he was pledging this shit already? Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It was bullshit back then, as we know. U.S. foreign aid to Israel. Israel's bold initiative to reduce U.S. aid. Look, think about all the good things that we're doing. Think about all the big benefits that we're giving you. You know, all of the dog shit intelligence that seemingly always ends up benefiting our goals in the region, by the way. It's just so good, though. It's so good. And in exchange for that, we also get to dominate your domestic politics. Okay? We get to literally run the show. Like, there's no other country that gets to have a foreign lobbying arm that has think tanks that are invested primarily in a foreign country's foreign policy. Okay? FDD is that. AIPAC is that. J Street is that, for the record. Just so you understand. Like, J Street, sure, they're liberal Zionists, but yeah, they're a fucking foreign lobby. Okay? And yeah, they might actually end up, you know, funding certain candidates that are at least skeptical of Israel every now and then, but it's a fucking foreign lobby nonetheless. Okay? There's no other country that has this level of deep penetration in student government, in the actual government, that has been able to write bills that undermine the First Amendment that Americans seemingly care so much about. They say they care about it a lot, and yet in 38 states, it is illegal to engage in BDS and also maintain a job. In the state of Texas, public school teachers have to write a loyalty pledge to the fucking nation state of Israel. Like, it's totally ridiculous. Okay, if we're being honest, we give them billions of dollars a year, and in return, they give us the burnt peanut. Fuck! I think it's a fair trade, at least whenever my wife's boyfriend allows me to watch the Gooper. That's crazy. I hope you're gooping up, man.
You know, if you go in Israel today, it's not like other countries. Like, everybody's pro-American because we appreciate what America stands for. We appreciate the aid that was given. We appreciate what is happening now.
Yeah, this is all bullshit. Again, he's only saying this because Israel has been forced into this position, but also this line is so vague that it can mean many things. For example, he contrasts aid with joint projects, but some U.S. aid already goes towards those. Demand specificity when you hear this line. And of course, this doesn't touch other relevant features of the special relationship, like the emergency funding or weapons transfers that sustain Israel's atrocities over the past few years, or the U.S. law that says our government must maintain Israel's qualitative military edge. Like, think about it, man. We got a goddamn anti-Zionist mayor in the fucking city of New York who literally said he would arrest this guy if he stepped on New York soil, which already was going to be impossible to conduct regardless, but I'm glad he said it. Now, you got synagogues still doing land fairs, settler fairs, like illegally stolen land, and the mayor still comes out and says, oh, well, you know, both sides are at fault for noticing this and saying something about it. Or the state government under the leadership of Kathy Hochul is trying to sneak in additional provisions to create protest barriers between places of worship where they get to do illegal land sales. What the fuck are we doing? What is this country, man? Are we even a fucking country at all? Like, what are we? It feels like we're just the unlimited purse for a bunch of different interest groups and a foreign country that gets to dominate our fucking politics. That's what America's all about. You work every fucking day, okay? And at the end of the month, there's a piece, or at the end of every 2 weeks when you get fucking paid, there's a chunk of that's taken out of your salary, okay? And that just goes directly to all of these different corporate interests and also Israel. It's awesome. And you get to have no say on this process. And if you were to even demand this change in any way, shape, or form, you are branded a fucking villain in society. You're branded, you're branded a criminal, okay? You're branded a dangerous terrorist that must be stopped at all costs. How is this a fucking country? We're not a country at all. We're 50 corporations and one country, Israel, in a trench coat. You know? God forbid you call it out, then, oh no, you're anti-Semitic. You're the most anti-Semitic man that's ever existed. You're worse than Adolf Hitler, who Benjamin Netanyahu, in this interview that we're watching, will actually have some nice things to say in comparison to Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran, which is worse than Adolf Hitler, he says.
We appreciate President Trump's resolute stand and the fact that the American military is performing so miraculously and so bravely alongside our brave people, our brave pilots and soldiers. We appreciate all that. But I think it's time that we ended, over time, an agreed schedule, American military aid, and move from aid to partnership.
The British ambassador earlier this year said privately, it's since come out, that Britain does not have a special relationship with the United States anymore. He said if there's a special relationship, it's between Israel and the United States. From your vantage point, is that correct?
I don't always find myself in agreement with British ambassadors, but I'll have to agree on this one.
I'd like to ask you about what you know, because in our conversations here the last couple of days, we picked up some interesting suggestions about this, about China providing materially valuable military support to what remains of the Iranian regime. True?
China gave a certain amount of support and particular components of missile manufacturing, but I can't say more than that.
Does that disturb you?
Well, I didn't like it, but I think that if China weighs its interests, does it really want to have Iran controlling the waterways to supply the energy that China needs? Would it not prefer to have open waterways that are not subjected to this kind of violent blackmail? Not everything is a zero-sum game. Just as, you know, if you think about it, you know, I'm talking about the brilliant future of AI, but there's dangers in AI, a lot of dangers. It's not just a simple proposition.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what kept him alive. That's what this interview is. This is an AI interview. He's dead.
So you have to advance the benefits and contain the dangers. Would it not make sense, and I'm sure it will, for President Trump and President Xi in their upcoming meeting to talk about advancing humanity's benefits out of AI, but jointly controlling the dangers that could be quite frightening. So, you know, it's not everything is a zero-sum game, and I don't think everything is a zero-sum game when it comes to Iran. Do you really want to have a fanatic regime with nuclear weapons that is committed to Islamist revolutions? That's what Iran's constitution says. We're committed to export the
so
Islamist
China should
revolution. So
reconsider.
China, I think, should think about.
Because it's apparently doing it right now.
Could be. I don't want to speak for China. I don't want to speak also.
But you have
for
eyes
President,
and ears on this.
Yeah, well, you know, but I also have a closed mouth when necessary.
When you
what?
Revolutions. That's what Iran's constitution says. We're committed to export the
so
Islamist
China should
revolution.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's time. Xi Jinping aura edit. I know you know, criticized China's foreign policy a little bit, but as a matter of fact, not a little bit. I criticized the Beijing foreign policy quite a bit. Okay. But goddamn, this motherfucker literally has his dick firmly planted in the American president's ass. But when it comes to fucking asking questions, when it comes to asking or answering any questions about China, he takes on a very different shape. What is this? What is this? Jackson Hinkle on CGTN showing off their engineering prowess while our country sucks this guy's cock.
This is such a crazy view. We are very high up. I'm trying not to look down because I don't want to see.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. China's big enough. He's Wario Hasan. China's big enough for the both of us. Damn, jealous much? No, it's fine. I've done CGTN. Also, this is not even the American contingency. This is a Russian. This is their Russian contingent. Okay, no one sent me a single damn Xi Jinping aura edit. What the fuck is going on here? This community is washed, bro. Y'all are fucking washed, dude. You don't have one good one? You don't have a single damn good aura edit for Xi Jinping? Also, TikTok is so busted. I searched Xi Jinping aura edit and nothing above 30,000 likes pulls up. Oh, what's up, Beijing?
我在北京。老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天教唆别管江湖路。老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天教唆别管江湖路。老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天教唆别管江湖路。老天叮嘱。
What's up, Beijing?
So China, I think, should think about.
Because it's apparently doing it right now.
Could be. I don't want to speak for China. I don't want to speak also.
But you have
for
eyes and ears on this.
I don't want to speak for China. Wait, oh God.
我在北京。
老天保佑，金山银山全部有。老天
天教唆别管江湖路。老天保佑金山银山前路有道义山，老天教唆别管江湖路。
He's literally, look at his hands, bro. He's clasping his hands. He's like, oh God, I better not say anything about China, the real fucking leader of the world. Like, obviously, America used to have some motion, man. We are so humiliated. Like, honestly, we are so cucked. It's crazy. This country would not exist without our $380 billion over the course of 80 years. Okay? Without our social cover, without our political cover, without our financial aid, without our military aid. And he has no respect for us at all. Meanwhile, he gets pressed on one question about China. He's like, I don't know. What's China? What's China if not a glorious nation? I mean, the People's Republic. I'm very much a fan. Very good guy, Xi Jinping. He's so cool. We're on the motherfucking cuck chair, dude. In this human centipede of fucking, Trump is throwing it back for Bibi, and Bibi's throwing it back for Xi. That's what's going on.
Yeah, well, but I also have a closed mouth when necessary.
When you talked to my colleague, Leslie Stahl, in 2016, you mentioned having a conversation with President Putin about Syria, saying we don't want an inadvertent clash between Israel and Russia, and you worked it out. You said so in that interview. How do you regard Russia's support for Iran now, materially and otherwise? Is that something that could create an inadvertent clash between Israel and Russia over Iran because if it's existentially important to Israel? Might it get to that stage?
I think there was a lot of cooperation between them in the beginning phases of the Ukraine war because Iran was supplying drones.
Right. But I mean, Russian support for Iran now.
But I have to tell you, there's not been that much support. I don't think it's because of us. I think it's because Iran, or rather Russia maybe, thinks that some of the things that Iran does is not necessarily to its favor. But it's a mixed bag,
He's not wrong on this, by the way. No, he's not scared of Russia. Dude, Russia cooperates with Israel. I've literally been saying from the jump, I can't stand this shit. Russia absolutely cooperates with Iran too, of course. But you know who else Russia cooperates with? Turkey, okay? Russia is a regional power with ambitions of becoming a great power, okay? You could say it's a world power for sure. But in the regions that it has direct investment and direct interest in, Russia plays all sides all the time. There is no like anti-imperialist fervor here. There is no anti-imperialist ideology in the way that Russia behaves. I need you to understand. Just like there's no anti-imperialism in the core of China either. However, both of these countries might inadvertently act out in an anti-imperialist manner, right? For pure strategic interests. Like some of their actions might actually inadvertently end up striking a blow at American military power or American superiority, American hegemony, but they're not motivated to take sides against America or its allies. As a matter of fact, Putin has always maintained the position that Israel and Russia are brotherly nations. Yeah, here it is. Putin says he considers Israel a Russian-speaking country. Israel is home to almost 2 million migrants from former Soviet states. Out of the second languages spoken in Israel, Russian is I think just as popular, if not more popular than English. Russia considers Israel a Russian-speaking nation. Putin made the statement during a speech on Tuesday in Moscow at an event organized by the United Israel Appeal, a Zionist organization responsible for collecting funds. Citizens of Russia and Israel are connected by ties of family, kinship, and friendship. There's a real network, a common family. Israel is also the entry point to the global marketplace for many Russian oligarchs. You understand? Putin also said he would travel to Israel in January at the invitation of President Reuven Rivlin to attend events dedicated to the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz concentration camp and International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And not only that, but also this is from 2019. There's a reason why Israel was not so pro-Ukraine. I mean, Zelensky's literally Jewish, okay? The leader of Ukraine is straight up Jewish. And Israel was like, you're on your own. Zelensky begged America and Israel for the Iron Dome when the Russian invasion began. This is one of the many reasons why I'm far more reluctant and outright against a lot of the actions that Russia takes, as opposed to my analysis when I talk about China is very different than Russia. I have criticisms of China, just as I have criticisms of Russia, but they're very different criticisms. So just understand, yeah, China is the second largest trade partner to Israel, for example. Yes, I know this. I am the one who has been saying this for a very long time. What country is anti-imperialist? Burkina Faso. I mean, kind of, I guess. They're on their own journey. Why are you still alive? You should fix that. Shifty 5. Wait, I want to hear what other wonderful things this guy is going to say. I wonder who's closer to I wonder who is closer to suicide. The Twitch streamer or the guy on a sock account begging the Twitch streamer to kill himself. Like, neither of us might be all that close to committing suicide, but I don't think I'm the one who's closer between you and I. You know what I mean?
It's not a direct black and white, you know. Sometimes they have mixed interests, so they support.
You're about to get clipped? Wait, what? Why?
And don't support them on other things.
So you detect minimal support from Russia in this conflict?
You mean military support?
Yes.
Direct military support. That's not been a big issue.
How about intelligence support?
Let me leave it to what I said.
Let's go to Gaza real quick. Again, when you talked to Tony DeCopel back in 2025, this was right after the border peace. You said we have a chance. We're going to give peace a chance. Subsequently, we would have both the demilitarization and disarmament of Hamas. Hamas has to give up its arms. You must make sure there are no weapons factories inside.
I think Iran doesn't trust Russia that much. I think Iran probably trusts China more than they do Russia at this point. Yes, there were plenty of instances in the past 70 plus days where Russia was like, oh, we'll be a mediator for you. And Iran was like, fuck off. So, and they have a lot of Russian gear, and they've sent a lot of Shahed drones to Russia so they can use it in Ukraine. So obviously, even with all of that, the fact that they were like, no, we got this. Don't fucking deal. We don't want you to ruin this deal at all at the behest of Israel. Means that they definitely don't trust Russia as much, as they recognize that they probably should be reliant on China.
Gaza, and there's no smuggling of weapons into Gaza. So 4 things. Disarmament.
Arakshi literally met with Putin himself for 90 minutes. That's longer than he meets with foreign leaders. I think their alliance is growing. Yes, Russia is still an important security partner for Iran. Russia literally has a nuclear power plant. Okay, but again, I think that their partnership is not as. I don't think their partnership is that comprehensive. Will you shake me? No. And the reason why I say this is because like Turkey has fucking ties to Russia, you know? Turkey has ties to Russia. Russia, for the longest time, was the only country crazy enough to fucking fight back against any sort of Western incursion or any sort of Western forces in general. So that's the reason why it's the only game in town for many of these countries, reluctantly or not. Here, I'm shaking you.
No. Okay. Demilitarization?
No.
Weapons factories?
Reduced a lot, yeah.
Smuggling into Gaza to refit Hamas?
That's really been curtailed because we envelop Hamas now, you know, in Gaza. We envelop it and we cut off their supply route, which was the Philadelphia corridor, to the Sinai. And, you know, everybody was smuggling those weapons. So 2 out of 4.
2 out of 4.
Largely achieved. But the first 2 was supposed to be done by Hamas. That was part of the
20-point deal.
Right.
Unachieved.
Well, Hamas promised to do it, and they violated the deal.
Now what?
They never did.
Somebody has to disarm them, and somebody has to then demilitarize Gaza. I would say disarm, demilitarize, de-radicalize, because you don't want these fanatics there.
Is that Israel's obligation, or is that the international community's obligation?
Putin was also caught on camera saying to Arakshi after the 12-day war that you should have let us help. Iran has been avoiding a complete mutual defense pact. That's also, I mean, that could also literally just be Iranian things. That's just how Iran rolls. They have, they've notoriously wanted to maintain sovereignty through all instances for the past 47 years, even when they have long-standing partnerships with other countries. I suspect, depending on how things go at this Beijing summit, you will see either a much closer relationship between China and Iran going forward, or one that completely severs all ties if China just like writes off Iran as a trade-off for, I don't know, normalizing relations with Taiwan or something. Maybe at that point, Iran is kind of fucked. But in the absence of that, I said Taiwan, I know, Taiwan. But in the absence of that, I think, and I don't expect that to take place, by the way, especially because Iran and China have to maintain a better relationship, because China doesn't benefit when the Strait of Hormuz is closed off anyway. And Iran can do it in a not so costly manner, as they have shown the world. So they do have a lot more leverage now. I could see them getting closer to one another for sure. I think the real reason why they weren't as close was because Iran wanted to maintain sovereignty and did not want any long-standing security commitments to any country. Why? China can just take Taiwan militarily. They don't need to trade off Iran. Yeah, okay, buddy. I mean, they can, but who cares? Why haven't they done so then? China has not invaded a country since Vietnam. And not only that, but they don't even intervene non-militarily in instances where it could be beneficial. Chinese companies are shipping hundreds of containers filled with such goods to Russia and Iran, according to Chinese customs data. Items on the packaging list range from engines to computer chips, fiber optic cables, and gyroscopes. Oh, no. Wait a minute. They're not allowed to do that. They're only allowed to ship that stuff to us, the United States of America, and numerous other components that we use to blow up schools.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, but I had nothing to do. I blame Doug. They gave it out. I didn't even give it out. So the other people we have, and we have some of the greatest people on earth here tonight, Homeland Security. The Homeland Security team has been unbelievable, I have to tell you. And I came up with an idea that I thought was brilliant. I think all my ideas are brilliant, actually. But this
I mean, China is not going to sail off Iran trying to get pressure on Taiwan matter without needing to do that. No, they can't. They will. You fundamentally misunderstand how China runs. China does not want to militarily overtake Taiwan, or at least they have never shown any interest in doing that. They've only said the exact opposite. It doesn't fit their foreign policy goals at all. It doesn't fit previous historic actions. They want to reunify, but I don't think they want to militarily take over Taiwan.
This one I knew I was brilliant. Then I got a call from Tom Homan. He wasn't thrilled. Where's Tom? Is he here? I love Tom Homan. Said I'm the greatest president in history. I said, Tom, you can't do better than that. Thank you, Tom. So I get a call from Tom Homan. He didn't like it, but everyone else liked it. I wanted to change the name of ICE, which is a tough name, you know, to nice. So that when the fake news reports, they said, it was a nice day with nice. We spent a beautiful day with nice. I said, you will screw them up so badly they won't know what to do. But they said the people that worked there didn't like the name as much. I love the name. Hello, Janine. How are you doing? I love Janine. One of the greats of all time, in my opinion. I lived in New York when she was the toughest DA. Toughest fair DA. We had some tough ones, but they were crooked DAs, like sort of, I would say, like a dirty cop, like Comey was a dirty cop, you know, and others were dirty cops. She was a clean cop, but she was tough and fair.
At least he's more alive now than he was earlier. He got his little nappy poo.
Through the border peace. And some
Major, find me the countries who would do it. And I said this to our American friends. I said, you know, bring me, it's okay, bring me.
People in the West think that China treats Taiwan like the U.S. treats Cuba. That's such a good analog. Yeah, that's true. It's funny. You're right. They definitely don't do that, by the way.
Countries that are sending their troops, they're going to come into Gaza and say to these killers, give up your arms. And you know what those arms are? It's not, you know, tanks or artillery. It's Kalashnikov rifles, AK-47, which they terrorize their people and extort money from them for inflated prices of goods, which they took over. So who's going to do that? You know, if it comes down to us, then we'll have to do it. But we'll choose the time and the circumstances in which to do it because, you know, we've got a few other things. But we are not going to let Hamas ever threaten Israel again. And by the way, their threat from Gaza has been reduced. We still have a problem in Lebanon with those rockets, but Hamas is not able to pose the threat to Israel now. But you're right. The disarmament and the demilitarization of Hamas has not been done. Hamas has violated its promise to do so, to voluntarily do so. It'll have to be done. Could be done the hard way. Could be done the easy way. I always prefer the easy way because unlike my caricature image, having been to war, having seen the tragedy of war, having experienced it in my own family, you don't readily dispatch people.
Mm-hmm. This motherfucker loves war, dude. I've seen it. I love it. It gets me going. I love the smell of napalm in the morning, charred flesh. It's what keeps me alive. I had ass cancer recently. Well, some people say it's dick and balls cancer because it's prostate, and it fixed it up real quick. I love murder. I love death. I love destruction.
Young men and sometimes young women into the battlefield. So if we have a way to do it, we'll look at other ways as well.
You know, though, Mr.
Famously, Israel loves taking the non-violent intervention route.
Prime Minister, there is an impression about you that is not exactly the opposite, but that it is a hunger that people perceive in you for conflict.
That's funny, you know, because for years, I was considered, right before the October 7th, I was considered perhaps the most restrained prime minister in Israel's history. I did embark on 3 major operations in Gaza, but I didn't send our soldiers in there, except to gum up some tunnels. But I didn't want to send them in there because of what I told you. So I was conceived as being, politically tough, but militarily very restrained. Obviously, it changed on October 7th because they were going to annihilate us. I didn't think it was just an attack by Hamas. I saw it as it was, an attack by the Iran axis to try to annihilate us through a noose of death. So I knew we'd have to tackle Hamas, and then Hezbollah, and then the Assad regime, which we helped bring down, and then Iran itself, and the Houthis. That came later. And I said on the second day of the war, I said, we're going to change the Middle East. We're going to change this condition where they're ganging up on us, thinking they're going to wipe out the one and only Jewish state, wipe out 3,500 years of Jewish history. It's not going to happen. Not on my watch. And I said to the Israeli citizens, not on your watch. They're so brave. The soldiers are so brave. The people are so brave that they said they went with this. Mm-hmm. And we were able to perform miracles because of the strength of the people, because of their sense of history, understanding that history and the Almighty, well, it's not going to give the Jewish people another chance. We came back from the dead, from endless pogroms, expulsions, massacres, and the Holocaust. We came back. Are we going to yield to the Ayatollahs and their murderous proxies? No. And this tiny country emerged like a giant, to fight for its life, but not only for our life. Major, I want you to know that in Iran, they name streets after me. Do you know that? Well, after President Trump too, obviously, because he's leading the fight. But they have this, I don't speak Farsi, but they call me Bibi June, beloved Bibi, Bibi June. They name public squares. And as soon as they put they put the signs on, the Revolutionary Guards tear it down. But they know.
This guy's beloved everywhere but Israel. That's the other side of the story. They like his actions in Iran, the Israelis do. They like his actions in Lebanon, they like his actions in Gaza, but they don't like him. So seemingly he's more popular everywhere else. He's like, I'd be popular in America if it wasn't for the bots. I'm so popular in Iran. Well, you can't check. So might as well just say those things. I'm popular everywhere. I'm the most popular guy everywhere. Later, he talks about how popular he is in India.
That while we're fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for them too. They know what few of the leaders in Europe understand, that in fighting here, we're preventing militant Islam from taking over their countries, which is a process that unfortunately has proceeded quite a lot. They understand that. Mm-hmm. So, I'm very proud of the fact that the Jewish people in Israel and the non-Jewish citizens of Israel have banded together, that we put aside our differences. There are many, we're a boisterous country, we have divisions and so on. But at the moment of truth, and in the moments of truth,
Netanyahu repeats the Bibi June narrative, which I exposed as a fake reporter began as a deep fake, was pushed out by pro-Israeli influencers during the first days of the war, became a real meme, and then went viral with Iranian expats. This is Omar Ben Jacob, disinfo cyber reporter at Haaretz. We investigated the origin of a video that blew up during the first days of the war that allegedly showed people chanting for Netanyahu in Tehran. What happens next is a lesson in misinfo and how narratives spread using real people. The bogus narrative spreads, amplified by pro-Netanyahu media accounts and real news sites looking for feel-good stories during the war. Thus, the narrative that Iranians who want regime change also want Netanyahu went viral, though it was flagged as AI. Unlike other Israeli influence ops against Iran that use fake accounts, this one wasn't linked to Israel and used real influencers, in contrast to what Gur Megiddo and me found in the investigation into Persian language online campaigns funded by Israel. This is also part of the reason why I said Israeli media is better at dealing with Benjamin Netanyahu's bullshit than American media is. Like, Israeli media might agree with Benjamin Netanyahu's actions in spirit, right? But like they're obviously going to be better equipped at dealing with his fucking bullshit. This is Israeli media. This is Haaretz, right? Meanwhile, our fucking dumbass is like, oh, they're saying Bibi June? That's so cool. That's so cool, Mr. Netanyahu, the true king of America. Thank you. Thank you for saying this.
stood up together against these barbarians, and we're fighting the battle of civilization against the barbarians who couldn't give a hoot about human rights and who not only behead women, but tear out the hearts. I just saw this in Syria by these Islamists. They tear out the heart of a Druze, that's a non-Islamist sect, of a Druze man lying out, and they eat the heart out while the man is still twitching.
Bro, he stopped. He literally, look at this point where he goes, should I go this far? I mean, he's really just listening to everything I'm saying. Look.
Rights and who not only behead women, but tear out the hearts. I just saw this in Syria by these Islamists. They tear out the heart of a Druze, that's a non-Islamist sect, of a Druze man lying out, and they...
Look. This is the moment where he's like, should I go even further with this? Because he's just eating everything I'm putting down. He's like, fuck it, I'm going to say it.
The heart out while the man is still...
He's smiling. Come on, bro. He's literally like, are you this stupid? Are you really listening to everything I'm saying right now? Look at his face. Guys, this is 60 Minutes, okay? This used to be one of the more important media institutions for decades, okay? 60 Minutes is a profoundly important media institution. Sure, they have their moments where they're doing State Department propaganda, but it's unbelievable. This is incredible. This is the death of American media, okay?
And you could say, well, okay, everything is relative. No, it's not. This is evil, pure evil. And if we don't muster the will, the resolve to stand up to this evil, then we don't have a future. Now, if people accuse me of being militant in fighting this evil, yes, I'm militant in that sense. But I don't seek wars. I've been through them. I've been in battle. I've seen friends die in battle.
And you would reject any characterization of...
No, I can't do very much of that, because you can get into the cell phones and you can repeat again and again that I'm a warmonger. Remember what
indiscriminate, sometimes used.
Yeah, indiscriminate. We're as discriminating as surgical as any army has ever been in history. Not only with the beepers and not only with those leaders in Iran and not only...
But in Lebanon and in Gaza.
In Lebanon and Gaza, yes. We do everything we can to avoid it. We've killed 2,000 terrorists now since the beginning of the Roaring Lion, Epic Fury. And we've been very careful to target them. But it's, if people say that you're a warmonger, and they repeat it ad nauseum, it assumes the cachet of self-evident truth. And that's what's happening. You get into their cell phone. You get the bots to repeat it. You show a picture here, a picture there of a tragedy. For us in Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For our enemies, it's a strategy. They implant themselves among civilians, so that they have civilian casualties and they can put it on the tube or in your cell phone. So yes, I don't know how to fight it. Churchill...
Yeah, I can't stop myself. I have to kill the babies. It's just, they know. That's why they keep having children. It's a strategy. They want to keep having children because they know I have an unlimited appetite for killing them. You see, if they keep having children, I'm going to have to keep killing those children. Okay? I have to. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do.
Without cell phones and without digital campaigns and farm bots, was labeled a warmonger in the 1930s because he said you have to stand up to Hitler. And they accused him of being a warmonger. And Hitler didn't even say death to America, death to Britain, I think he might have planned it, but he didn't say.
This was the best part. Look.
Without cell phones and without digital campaigns and farm bots, was labeled a warmonger in the 1930s because he said you have to stand up to Hitler. And they accused him of being a warmonger. And Hitler didn't even say death to America, death to Britain, I think he might have planned it, but he didn't say it.
I'm ambiguous on this Hitler guy, Benjamin Netanyahu. Bro, I'm telling you, he's so insane. Back in the day, I used to love bringing up the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist. Okay? Benjamin Netanyahu and Ethan Klein both, ironically enough, have engaged in the exact same slander. Ethan Klein used it in his weird I want to silence my critics by submitting them to unbelievable amounts of litigation initiative. And Benjamin Netanyahu both have engaged in the same Holocaust revisionism. The idea that Hitler actually didn't want to kill the Jews, but instead he wanted to simply transfer them. But then he got the idea to kill the Jews from the Grand Mufti in Palestine, which was, a British occupation colonial ruler regardless. Yeah, for years, Netanyahu has been hinting Palestinians aren't just the new Nazis, but are actually worse than the Third Reich. Remember the Husseini made Hitler exterminate the Jew stuff since October 7. He's been yelling it from the rooftops. Now, the problem is, back then, when he first came out with that statement, he said if I had Hitler, bin Laden, and Ayatollah in front of me and I had the gun with 2 bullets, I shoot the Ayatollah twice. Wait, did he actually say that? But I don't know if he actually said that. I don't remember that. But what I am telling you is true. The whole idea that like Hitler, like he came out. Bro watches The Office. Oh, okay. He came out and he said Hitler actually didn't want to exterminate the Jews. He got the idea from the Grand Mufti of Palestine at the time. Okay? Which is just unbelievably not true. Okay? And it is actually directly revisionist. It's a Holocaust revisionism. And he got yelled at by a lot of prominent Jewish institutions at the time that were like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, that's objectively not true. Hitler absolutely wanted to kill the Jews. It's insane to claim that he didn't want to kill the Jews. He was killing the Jews when he met with the fucking Grand Mufti by that point. And he wrote extensively about his opinions on what must be done to the Jews. Yeah, he said Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time of the meeting between the Mufti and the Nazi leader. He wanted to expel the Jews, Netanyahu said in a speech. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here to mandatory Palestine. Continued the prime minister. So what should I do with them? Hitler asked, according to Netanyahu. And Husseini said, burn them. So that was his statement. Israelis say things that a German would go to prison for. Oh, 100%. Regular people, I don't like how the U.S. is beholden to Israel. Zionists, how fucking dare you, anti-Semite. Netanyahu, Hitler had chill-ass vibes. I'd roll a blunt with him. So even if he got the idea elsewhere, he still did it? Like, what the fuck? No. It's very important to understand that Hitler definitely did not get the idea from elsewhere, okay? Because it's just not true. Yeah, like, what do you think? When he was writing Mein Kampf, he was like, ooh, I'm going to have this ghost written by the fucking Grand Mufti in Palestine? Is that what you think was going on? They were pen pals? No, that was all him, man. He wrote that shit. And not only did he write that shit, he wrote that shit with purpose, okay? The purpose was anti-Semitism was all the rage at the time, okay? Like, it literally was the connective tissue amongst the lumpenproles, amongst the reactionary class, okay? It was so poppin' at the time, it was so in fashion to be anti-Semitic at the time, that the New York Times wrote about one of Hitler's rallies, where Hitler was doing the classic, Jews are responsible for everything nonsense, right? And the New York Times was like, Hitler's just saying that to be popular. This is more of this like fake populism that Hitler's engaging in. He's not going to do shit to the Jews. He's just saying that. People, like, that's how popular it was, that it was a popular sentiment that public figures would lean into. And that's important to identify. That's important to recognize. These are important aspects of history that we must not forget, which is why openly and alongside many other Jewish institutions at the time, called this to be Holocaust revisionism. This was also the reason why Hitler had the support of some reactionary Jewish Germans early on as well. Yes, because they also thought he was being fake. They literally were like, oh, he's just saying it. He's not going to act on it. He's just saying it because every politician has to say it's the Jews in order to like win support from the crowd. You know who wasn't doing that at the time, by the way, in a country that also was unbelievably anti-Semitic? Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, okay, who wrote extensively on how anti-Semitism was used as a tool by the reactionary and how we must not lean into silly partitions such as this to segment out members of the working class by national, ethnic, religious distinctions. That we must not engage with the opportunists who are engaging with this kind of reactionary sentiment in an effort to win support from a larger crowd. So just remember that. That's why it's really funny when these motherfuckers talk about. That's why I get mad at so many people, even in the pro-Palestine movement, who are like, bro, you're doing Jewish exceptionalism. It's like, no, I'm not. I talk extensively about the responsibility of Jewish institutions in not leaning into the notion that like Zionism and Judaism are inseparable, okay? And how much Jewish institutions actually run defense for Israel all the time and how damaging and dangerous that is. But ultimately, I will never believe that an entire people are a monolithic force. That's just not how it works. Okay? That's why I still take a principled stance both against Zionism, but also against anti-Semitism. Which really pisses people off. All the stupids.
Still, they accused him of that.
And he won the war and lost the re-election.
He lost, yeah, it happened. Could happen.
Yeah, see? This is it. New York Times, 1922. Hitler's anti-Semitism was not so genuine. Yeah. Dude, come on. Don't make me put the fucking doctor's robe on, okay? You know I am Dr. Jihad, okay? I have a PhD in racism. I know all the Nazi shit. I know all the racist shit. I know my racism history very well, okay? Spent a whole damn life learning about this shit.
No guarantee. I mean, when people say to me, oh, I go in the streets and, people, I have a lot of support here, contrary to what people describe. And they tell me, Bibi, you're a king. And I said, you're a king. I said, I'm not a king. I have to get elected. Kings don't have to be elected. I have to be elected. Can I have your vote?
Bro, he's just like Trump.
but that's the reality. You're maligned. I think the difference for the Jewish people is this. We've been maligned. Anti-Semitism, which has shown its ugly head recently. You see it in America. You see it in Europe. You see it in Australia. We have these horrible attacks, including in the United States. Jews gunned down. I saw this beautiful couple working for our embassy in Washington, gone down right next to the entrance of the Holocaust Museum in Washington. And they asked me, what is this resurgence of anti-Semitism? And I tell them that's exactly what it is. It's a resurgence. For the 2 millennia in which we were flung to the far corners of the earth, the Jewish people, we suffered expulsion, massacre in one country after the other. We left one country, were massacred in another, left for another. And always, these massacres were preceded by vilification, by slanders. We were spreading vermin. We were, I think probably the people that the Jewish people has a lot of hygienic codes, so to accuse us of spreading vermin, poisoning the wells, all that stuff, and that always preceded the massacre. Now, what has happened since the rebirth of the Jewish state is that anti-Semitism, this vile vilification of the Jews, took a reprieve after the Holocaust. It took a reprieve. It took 80 years. You know, it wasn't fashionable to be anti-Semitic, so you didn't say these things in polite society. But it's come back. It's almost like it accompanies us throughout.
What is that about, Mr. Prime Minister?
I think
I want to talk.
What is that about? Yeah, you're literally sitting across from the guy. Okay, we're all trying to find out who did this. Okay, I wonder why. After so many decades of association between Israel and its heinous actions and Judaism, has anti-Semitism increased in this country? How could this have happened? It must be the foreign bots. It's everybody else. Okay? It's everybody else. Brother, this interview is an anti-Semite's dream. Okay? Nowadays, David Duke style anti-Semites and Nick Fuentes style anti-Semites don't even have to do propaganda. They just point to this. They literally, I've seen it. I've seen Nick Fuentes literally go, oh yeah, you want to tell me Jews don't control the media? Talk to me about the Ellison purchase of CBS News. I've heard him say those words. Okay? People are not that stupid, right? They can see what the fuck is going on. They can see when a massive billionaire who's unbelievably pro-Israel purchases a major news outlet to say, hey, we are going to make this outlet more pro-Israel and more pro-Donald Trump, who is also unbelievably pro-Israel. When they do it in broad daylight, like, you're just basically educating people to be anti-Semitic. You're just trying to get them to be anti-Semitic, it seems. It's incredible. Look who's trying to be relevant again. Hamas, a genocidal organization. Hasan Piker knows that. Sam Harris. Oh, God. This guy is a disgusting monster when it comes to anything Islam related. Anyway, I wonder where the fuck this anti-Semitism stuff's coming from.
Right there, because in my career, which started in 1990 in Washington, up until very recently, it was an established fact in Congress. Established fact. The Republicans and Democrats had a default proposition favorable to Israel. Not always, not universally, but a default.
Wait. Dude, these people will never learn, I think. He went from anti-Semitism is growing in the country, how did this happen, to, well, obviously both parties were uniparty when it came to Israel. It was an established fact. Oh, I wonder why people are fucking anti-Semitic, dog. Yeah, associate the fucking country that has done a genocide and an apartheid with unlimited support in the United States of America. The conspiracies write themselves. What the fuck do you mean? There is literally no other country where you would say this about. There's no other country. Call that country the Jewish state a million times over. Well, what kind of lesson are you teaching people? Okay? I mean, seriously, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing? And it's fucking unbelievable and insanely frustrating that there are American Jews who are fearful enough into thinking and believing that, like, if Israel doesn't exist in the violent ways that it does, then we're all going to experience the Holocaust again. And they just can't see that every time they lean into this Jewish state shit, okay, that Israel has to have a demographic majority of Jews, otherwise the Holocaust will be triggered instantly. Every person over the age of like 50, every Jewish American over the age of 50 is also leaning into this. Anytime, and I know there's plenty of anti-Zionist Jews in this chat, but like anytime one of your older relatives, and I know you know this already, so I'm fucking, preaching to the choir and repeating something that you know already and have experienced a million times. But anytime one of your relatives is like literally having a conversation in broad daylight where they come across as hysterical, other people go, ooh, I guess this is a big deal. And it doesn't cause people to go, let me really check myself anymore. Back in the day, it did. Back in the day, people would go, you know what? maybe I am being anti-Semitic. I do care about this person. I care about their perspective. I care about not offending them. Maybe there is some legitimacy to what they're saying because I'm not exactly knowledgeable on the issue of Israel. I'm not knowledgeable on whatever fucking Palestine is. I don't know any of that, okay? That was how it used to work before 2023. Now, everybody knows what the fuck Israel is doing, what the fuck Israel is up to. So when you still when you still use the same old techniques of going, how dare you say anything about Israel? God, you're such an anti-Semite. People go, okay, you're a little crazy. I'm just not going to talk to you about this. And also, my opinion of you has lowered substantially. And it's crazy because, like, in that weird isolation, I think people who are pro-Israel have become even more insane. Okay? They've become hysterical. You know, and people like Josh Gottheimer absolutely play a fucking fantastic role in that, too. They not only are leading people into more anti-Semitic opinions, but they're also giving confidence to people to lean into these like insane opinions. Insane opinions like, no, Israel's enemies are all just anti-Semitically, aggressively against Israel. They care about this because they're anti-Semitic. They don't understand it. That's why I was so frustrated when I tried to, have a normal conversation with the Jewish Telegraphic Association. I literally went to JTA. I was like, look, I want to have a conversation with you guys. I'm not an anti-Semite. You're an aggregator for a lot of the Jewish press. I hope that, I can have a normal conversation. And what do? They did the fucking, ADL press release on the first half of the entire piece. It's crazy. Yeah, look at this. The U.S. Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism under Joe Biden, Deborah Lipstadt, okay, psychopath, who has famously done beeper jokes on conferences and shit like that. Deborah Lipstadt, in response to Christoph's reporting on sexual abuse of Palestinian detainees, Adam Lewis Klein compared the New York Times to Der Stürmer and ended with the reminder that Streicher was hanged. Former anti-Semitism envoy Deborah Lipstadt amplified it and attacked the Times. Now, Adam Lewis Klein is always in my replies. I purposely don't block him because he's one of the funniest. And probably he's a little bit like Rabbi Shmuley in the way that, like, the way he carries himself creates more anti-Zionists by default. He's so funny because he's hilarious. I think a lot of people don't understand the humor that I find in the way that he carries himself and the way that he conducts himself. But it's very funny because he's the most like annoying woke fascist. He is the peak of like maximalist woke homo-fascism. Okay, it's awesome. He will literally use like standpoint epistemology and all of the other tactics of like a crying hyper woke SJW while defending the apartheid state and its genocide. Here it is. I mean, he even responded to Eitan. He said, in response to October 7th genocide, Eitan decided to become a cheerleader for the anti-Zionist hate movement. That's what he calls it. He says the anti-Zionist hate movement. Fire Nick Kristof. Kristof spreads racist anti-Zionist libels and discredits the New York Times. Anti-Israeli bigotry is unacceptable. He's awesome. Giving money to support Adam Lewis Klein should be considered an anti-Zionist act. No Zionist commentator out there is trying as hard as he is to discredit Zionism to rational people. Every tweet he makes hurts the Zionist cause. 100%. He's fucking awesome because he's so shameless in the language that he uses. It's so funny to the normal person. He highlights two of the most annoying things that people hate. Okay, being like a unbearable hyper woke person. And leaning heavily into like cancel culture norms while also simultaneously doing it to defend Israel, the most entitled pariah state on the fucking planet. So it's great. Anyway. Deborah Lipstadt Have they, the New York Times, no sense of decency and journalistic responsibility? Noah had a funny tweet about this as well. Where is it? I retweeted it. Noah said, lefties, withhold your labor from the New York Times for manufacturing the consent for genocide. Former Biden appointee Deborah Lipstadt. The editors of the New York Times should be hung like Streicher for what gets published about Zionists. Also hanged. I can't believe this man was the editor of the Jewish Currents, and he said hung. Anyway, yesterday in a New York Times piece titled, I'm a Democrat, my party is a double standard on anti-Semitism, Representative Josh Buttheimer cited as evidence Democrats who increasingly excuse or join feverish denunciations of Israel are longstanding Democratic and strategic ally. Nicholas Kristof, New York Times columnist, says, this is a hard article to read, but I hope you'll do so. I've spent some time reporting on widespread rape and other sexual violence of Palestinian male and female prisoners by Israeli authorities, and the article is now published. The assault victims were warned not to speak of what they endured. They were sometimes, oh, by the way, this is literally on the opinion side. Not only is it published years after the fact, this has been reported on. We've extensively covered this stuff for years and years, but they also published it in the opinion side, just so you understand. I mean, I'm glad that it's getting the fucking word out, and I want to know what like the comments have to say about it. 800 comments. Gut-wrenching. I'm so ashamed to be an American. This is not a October 7th phenomenon. Human rights activists and organizations, including B'Tselem, have been reporting systemic sexual violence against Palestinians for decades. Yeah. Adamir is an organization that I have relied on in the past. If you recall, this was a conversation that Ethan Klein and I had on, right after October 7. And his immediate reaction was, oh, that's obviously fake. That's not real. Anyway, where was I? We're watching this, but there was another thing I was going to show you. I guess that's it.
Proposition that began with, yes, that's not true anymore. That's less true than at any other time I've covered Washington. That has to be reflective of something else.
Yes, it is. Well, these are historical cycles. Which
so
my father.
Historical cycle.
Yes, we are. I mean, anti-Semitism is.
It been flowed, yes.
Yeah, it ebbed and flowed, but it flowed throughout our history, and the reason it,
But America's not a place where things like that tend to come back.
Well, they can come back. They were there in the 1930s with Father Coughlin, and they ebbed because of the war, but it's come back. What is it? I think it's an interesting question of why this happens, and I think there's a natural human tendency between people, and also between peoples, collective groups. It's called jealousy. And jealousy often, if somebody is very successful, you can be appreciative of them, especially if it's, say, a very successful and strong country. Then you temper your jealousy and you go to respect. But if you,
so these are the embers of envy.
I think it's part of it. I don't think it explains all of it, but I think one thing I can say is that there are many explanations for the phenomenon, the durability of anti-Semitism over the ages. My father was a great historian of this, and we can have a separate discussion on it. But here's the difference. Difference is it seems to be an enduring flow, which sometimes ebbs, as it did in the last 80 years since the Holocaust, and comes back. Even in the best of societies, okay, it comes back. And the difference now is that, whereas before, every time it came, it was accompanied by physical massacre, vilification, then massacre. Now, when they vilify the Jewish state, we don't let the massacre happen. we have the capacity to fight back. We have valiant soldiers.
What the fuck is this? Why are you sending me Drew Pavlov? Liberal guy with a massive YouTube channel specializing in United States history videos. I would make it my life mission to murder every single white man, woman, and child on the continent. Wait, what?
As soon as we landed, I would use the money to bribe the bosun to look the other way while I stole all of the muskets and powder on board. And then, depending on when in the century I was landing, I would march my ass immediately to the nearest indigenous settlement, give the guns out like candy, and make it my mission in life to murder every single white man, woman, and child on the eastern seaboard of the continent.
Dude, why does this happen all the time? Like, it's very obvious that he's talking about if he was in the shoes of those who were being genocided, right? Like, that's. I don't think this person is a liberal, by the way. I don't think any liberal would ever say such things. Okay. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? Why do they do this? I genuinely think we have a crisis of stupids. Okay. He's saying he would be John Brown for the natives. Yeah, that's what he's saying. If he's offering up a hypothetical situation clearly where he says, like, in order to stop the genocide of the indigenous population, I would, if I had a fucking time travel or something and a hypothetical time travel capabilities in a hypothetical scenario, I would do everything I can to fucking fight back against the white colonial occupants. Yeah, this is I don't know, the motivating principle of stories like Pocahontas or Avatar, famously the James Cameron trilogy. This is literally no different than watching Avatar and going, they want to kill all the white people. Have you guys noticed that this is an analog for how indigenous people could fight back against white settler colonial occupants? Guys, I'm shitting my fucking pants right now. Guy who watches, Drew Pavlov watches Dune and is shaking his head the entire time. He's like, what? What do you mean? Why won't they just stand back and allow them to take all of the spice? I don't understand it. It's very funny that it's very funny that this is, I mean, this is just how people argue now. Okay? This is just how people argue now. Okay? This guy is also a literal Nazi. Nat sock organizer, professional wig nat iron dreamer. Literally a fucking Nazi, which Drew Pavlov retweeted here to basically echo the sentiment that this fucking neo-Nazi is crying, pissing, and shitting his pants over. If Hamas wins, will the results be better for women? Yes. Will it be better for LGBTQIA and cis women in Palestine? Yes. LGBTI people, trans people, and others in Palestine? Yes. Because we know what Israeli victory looks like. Israeli victory is genocide. So yeah, they won't be dead. So you're absolutely, the answer is yes. What kind of question is that? Yes. Hamas is the official governance is the de facto government of Gaza. So yeah, it would be favorable to Israel. And then hopefully the Palestinians can vote democratically for who they want to be led by. But you know, if you're asking me sincerely, and if you're, I don't know, trying to fucking clip something here, like clip my response here to be like, oh my God, I can't believe he said it. I don't know if you know this, but I famously have said Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas. So, and it was all over. It's in the congressional record, actually. So it's kind of a stupid question. Yes, one population, one government is doing a genocide, and the other is the de facto government of the genocided people. Of course it's going to be better for the people that we're talking about. Just because Israel may have a large LGBTQI population in Tel Aviv, I wish everyone well and that the Middle East will be safe, that no genocide will occur. Okay. Chatter saw this photo and asked why there are no pride parades in Gaza. Yeah, I wonder. What is this? In the coming decades, the American diaspora of non-stupids will largely cause a communist revolution in Europe, trust. That is my most Professor Jiang take. You're out of your fucking mind. The upper crust of American society that is educated are not communist, okay? They're unbelievably loyal to liberalism. Okay. I said it was an insane take, but trust. Okay. That's all I got because I'm going to the Lakers game with Ms. Welch. That's right. And I'm gonna be watch me courtside. I'm not courtside, but I'm close to courtside, I think. But I don't know. I'm very excited. Lamau, they getting swept? No, not after tonight. LeBron is gonna feel my aura. I'm there to show support to him and Bronny. And I'm going to have a conversation with him. I'm going to be like, LeBron, I'm going to give him telepathically. I'm going to tell him like, don't be pro-Israel any longer. And then he's going to be activated with that power. He's going to be like, whoa, you're right. They'll arrest you for that. Oh my God. I'm sure traffic will be light, hopefully, inshallah. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thunder up, motherfucker. Okay, guys, chill. I'm gonna wear my LeBron jersey, so chill. I don't want to hear this stuff from you. I don't want to hear this slander from you right now. All right, bye, everybody.